So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto was neglected by his family and had an all elements bloodline. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. If you two keep progressing at this rate, I might teach you guys when you graduate from the academy. Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha no Sato, spoke happily while looking down at his two children. Narumi Namikaze, the lone sister of the two. She had Minato's bright blue eyes, generating warmth and happiness. She had a head of brightly colored red hair, matching her mother's perfectly. Minato gave a wide grin as he switched his eyes over to his other child, Natsu Namikaze, his spiky red hair already falling into his purple eyes. He was more like his mother, with his hot-headed attitude, while Narumi was more playful, but calm and collective when the need arises. Natsu was the firstborn, taking the place as the clan heir of the Namikaze name. Both children looked up at their father, their 6-year-old eyes shining with pride and happiness at being praised by their father. "Really, Two-san, you mean it?" Narumi said happily, her body jumping up and down in excitement. Natsu's smile threatened to split his face, his eyes shining. "Just watch, Two-san. We will pass you soon." Minato barked out a laugh, smiling wide as his eyes closed due to his laughter. "Don't think it'll be that easy. I'm still a Hokage after all. I don't know, Minato-kun, after they master the Kyuubi's chakra they might be stronger than us both." Ashina Namikaze, the wife of Minato, also known by her allies Red Death. She came out into the backyard to see her smiling family. She was filled with joy. They all broke out into laughter again, their hearts filled with happiness. Unknown to them were the sad blue eyes looking down at them from the second-story window. This was Naruto Namikaze, the third-born child of both Minato and Kushina. He had his blonde spiky hair and with bright cerulean blue eyes. Looking so much like his father. His lips came down into a frown, looking at his family made his heart hurt. It wasn't until his 4th birthday that his siblings started to get special treatment. They got extra training, early lessons at the academy, presents for doing just about anything. Naruto wanted nothing more than to join them, to be a part of the family he desperately needed. It was always the same excuse. "Sorry Naruto, maybe next time. Don't make a scene with Naruto, you're embarrassing your siblings. They need to learn how to handle the Kyuubi's chakra." That damn chakra. Naruto thought, his anger getting the better of him. From birth Natsu and Narumi were given part of the Kyuubi's chakra that Minato sealed within them. Getting split in half and shared between both of them. While Naruto got nothing, only having the regular chakra reserves of a normal Uzumaki, while still a lot, nothing like his siblings. "I guess I'm just not special enough," Naruto whispered, letting it echo in his tiny room. He turned his head away from his family. His heart hurts just from the mere sight of their smiles. He walked over to his window, opening it, allowing a nice cool breeze to flow in. One foot after another he stepped outside, slowly making his way down to his front yard. He gave a small frown back to his house, his eyes started to glisten. He turned away, shoving his hands into his black shorts and started walking down the streets of Konoha. Shops were flourishing with life and the streets were very crowded. Laughing and talking echoed down the streets as people walked, in no hurry to get to their destination. Naruto gave a sad sigh. It wasn't the first time that he walked these streets, and it wasn't the first time he got utterly ignored. No one spared him a second glance, even with his family he was left to the side, forgotten. While he sometimes enjoyed the alone time, it hurt seeing his siblings get pampered while he got nothing. Sure, they had the Kyuubi's chakra, but there are plenty of famous shinobi that aren't tricky. Minato Namikaze, his Two-san. He didn't have an ego, far from it. He just wanted to be seen as the son of Yondaime, to be acknowledged. Not just a random child walking the streets. Naruto continued his walk with his mood turning more sour by the minute. He finally made it to his favorite spot in the village, Training Ground 99, hidden just next to the Hokage monument past ahead of Hashirama Senju, the Shodai Hokage. Naruto walked into the center of the training field. On his left was a small little pond formed from a small little waterfall, flowing down from the rocks above. He closed his eyes, adopting a thinking pose, raising his hand up forming a hand seal. After a few long minutes a small blue aura surrounded Naruto. It was weak, about the size of an average civilian using chakra. And after a couple seconds it vanished. Naruto gave out a frustrated cry, his hands rummaging through his blonde hair. "Damn it. Why can't I do it? You're not letting it flow through your coils, you're just forcing your chakra through." Naruto spun around at the new voice, a small amount of fear creeping up inside him. He looked over and from a small forest clearing walked out a man. He was wearing a short black shirt with a very wide collar, with black shinobi pants to match. He had bandages going from his feet to his lower legs, with blue sandals. He had a small over-the-shoulder brown strap holding his sword in place on his back. He had his Konoha headband wrapped proudly around his forehead. The man smiled down at Naruto, his onyx eyes shining with mirth. He crossed his arms over his chest. You're not letting your chakra flow. Instead of forcing it through your coils, try and control the amount of chakra you emit. Pushing it through would only cause backlash. Naruto was still a little defensive, but it did make sense what the man was saying. Taking a few steps back, he raised his hand, forming the familiar hand seal. He closed his eyes, taking in a deep breath as he felt his chakra pool start to sway. Slowly but surely he released a small amount into his coils. The small blue aura returned as before, lasting much longer as it now started to lift small pebbles from the ground. About 5 minutes went by and Naruto fell to the ground exhausted. He tried to catch his breath as he looked back over his shoulder. The man was still there, a big smile on his face as he clapped his hands together. Great job. That was a huge improvement. Naruto silently beamed at the praise, making his insides flutter with joy. Thanks, mister. You're awesome. The man waved his hand, his smile never faltering. Don't worry about it, I'm always glad to help young shinobi in training. Naruto's face lit up at the idea of being a shinobi, making him practically shine in excitement. He pumped his fists together, now sitting on the floor looking up at the man. Yeah. One day I'll be the strongest shinobi ever. The man let out a loud laugh, making Naruto frown at him. His eyes narrowed as he pointed at the man. Hey mister, what's so funny? The man wiped a tear away from one of his eyes, his laughter having died down. Just you have a long way to go, kid. But you remind me of myself when I was young, it brought back a lot of memories. The man took a seat across from the blonde, crossing his legs in the process. And please, enough with calling me mister, it's making me feel old, I'm only 17 after all. You can call me Shisui, Uchiha Shisui. Naruto felt his eyes go wide, and Uchiha. They were one of the most prestigious clans to walk on Konoha soils. No, through the elemental nations. Naruto looked up at the now identified Shisui in awe. Amazing. So do you have one of those red-eye things? The older male nodded, a smile gracing his lips. He pointed up to his eyes. It's called the Sharingan. And yes, most Uchiha are born with it's our bloodline. Naruto tilted his head to the side, a long blonde lock falling in between his eyes. He narrowed his eyes in concentration. A bloodline. What's that? Shisui raised an eyebrow in shock, not letting it leak through into his expression. Shisui knew who the boy was, Naruto Namikaze, son of the beloved Yondaime. From his time working for the Anbu, he heard that the Hokage's children were already getting early lessons from the academy before they enrolled. Shouldn't Naruto understand the basics of being a shinobi by now? Well, a bloodline is a unique trait or abilities passed on genetically. You know the Hyuga clan, right? Naruto nodded. Well, they have a bloodline, it's called the. It gives them the ability to see far distances through objects and can even see around them in 360 degrees. Shisui looked on to see Naruto listening intently, his small bright blue eyes wider than saucers. Wow. So what do you do in Shisui-san? Shisui smiled wide. Our bloodline is called the Sharingan. It allows us to track our opponent's moves, counter-attack, cast with just a simple glance, and even copy others. Wow. The Sharingan sounds so strong. Are you strong too, Shisui-san? The taller male smiled awkwardly, his free hand rubbing the back of his neck. Well, I would say I'm about an average shinobi. No stronger than our village's average jounin, he said with a chuckle. Well, he was one of the top-rated Anbu that have enlisted in the past 10 years, he tried to keep things more on the humble side. Unlike his Uchiha brethren who have taken a slice of the arrogance cake. He was grateful for his Sharingan, he understood the weight it held as a shinobi tool. Naruto's loud tone broke him out of his thoughts. The blonde continued talking while Shisui sat and listened, throwing in his 2 cents whenever it was needed. He looked up to the sky, it was already dark, maybe somewhere around 8 p.m. Hey Naruto, don't you need to get home? It's already past 8, your parents must be worried. Naruto gave a low frown. His shoulders lowering down and his head staying stationary. Upon seeing this, Shisui cast a worried glance in Naruto's direction. Hey Naruto, you okay? Naruto refused to look into Shisui's eyes. He didn't want the same ignorant glance he would receive whenever he spoke about his family. Toussaint and Ka-san probably don't even realize that I'm gone. They are too busy with Narumi and Natsunai to pay much attention to me. Naruto spoke, his words shocking Shisui. Shisui adopted a gaze of worry. Why would the son of the Yondaime say something that sounded so untrue? What do you mean, Naruto? Are you saying your parents don't notice you? Naruto nodded, his tiny hands clenched into fists. They already started training Narumi and Natsunai. I haven't got anything since my 4th birthday, just after they started training them. Shisui felt his eyes go wide, he couldn't believe what he just heard. He felt a sudden spark of anger course through him and an even smaller layer of disappointment. I can't believe Yondaime-sama and Kushina-sama would do this to Naruto. Why would they? Of course. Narumi-san and Natsu-san are jinchuriki. The Uchiha thought with disdain. That explains why the boy was always out on his own and how he didn't know what a bloodline was and by his struggle to maintain his chakra. He hasn't even unlocked it yet. He's probably feeling like he doesn't belong in that family. And tomorrow, October 10th. Hey Naruto. Come over here. Naruto did as he was told, taking a few hesitant steps over to the Uchiha, refusing to look up to the taller man. Naruto felt his blonde hair get pushed up. He felt a strong hand tangle itself within his locks. He looked up to see Shisui's hand on his head. His eyes shining with warmth, giving him an affectionate ruffle of his hair. Shisui smiled down at Naruto. How about I meet you back here tomorrow at around noon? And I can help you with the basics of being a shinobi. Naruto looked up with wide eyes. His stomach fluttered at the warm look gazing at him. It felt so foreign to him to receive anything other than the cold shoulder. Why would you do that for me? Naruto muttered. Shisui chuckled, letting his free hand gently scratch his cheek. I've taken a liking to you kid and I can see your potential to become a powerful shinobi. Naruto felt his eyes start to water, his stomach doing flips as he felt happiness touch his very core. He went so long without a mere smile. He crashed his small body against Shisui's torso for a tight hug. The Uchiha was slightly surprised but realized the situation rather quickly and offered a small reassuring pat on the back. Naruto let out a quiet sob. Arigato Shisui-san. His voice was muffled as he talked into the man's black shirt. Shisui chuckled. It's no problem at all, Naruto. Morning came quickly to Naruto. After meeting Shisui at Training Ground 99 last night, the promise to see each other the next day was fresh on his mind when he got home. Like he told the Uchiha, when he got home no one batted an eyelash. When he walked through the front door, he could still see his family in the backyard, in the middle of a full-on picnic. He would be lying if he said it didn't hurt seeing his family laugh without him. But his mood was significantly better than it has been for the past 3 years, so he raced upstairs and quickly got to bed. Falling asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He woke up at about 7 a.m., unable to hold his excitement any longer. He never left his room, he knew he wouldn't get called down to breakfast. He ignored the stinging pain in his heart as he opened one of the 4 textbooks he had in his small room and started reading. Learning all about the beginning stages of chakra and how it affects your body and the 5 major chakra types. Fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning. He continued his reading for what seemed like days. Finally glancing over to his clock, looking for the time. 11:45. He jumped out of bed, quickly grabbing a new set of clothes and leaving his room in a hurry. His footsteps echoed throughout his house as he ran down the stairs rather loudly. When he got to the bottom of the staircase he was greeted by a few familiar faces in his living room. His parents were talking to a shinobi who wore a mask covering half his face, his headband covering one of his eyes. He didn't quite remember his name though. He saw his brother and sister talking to Jiraiya Oji and Tsunade Ba. 2 of the remaining legendary Sennin who have been there since the beginning of his birth. He looked upwards, his mouth dropping agape as he read the giant sign hanging in the wall. Happy birthday Narumi and Natsu. Naruto felt his heart drop in his stomach. A feeling of pure sadness pumped in his veins as he read the large banner. They forgot to put my name. My birthday. He couldn't stop the sudden cascade of tears that started to break out. He was so caught up in his time with Shisui he forgot about his birthday the very next day and it seemed like all did as well. Without waiting another moment he ran full sprint to his front door, opening it wide and slamming it shut behind him. Knowing full well that no one would question it or question where he was. He ran to the training ground, running as fast as his little legs could. Like usual the onlookers paid him no mind. The pain was sudden, all the built-up grief he stored away for the past few years breaking through its cage, griping at his heart. Making his stomach feel heavy. He arrived at the training ground in record time, he fell to his knees the second he reached the center, his hand covering his mouth swallowing a sob. Then Naruto? Naruto, are you okay? Naruto looked up to see Shisui running at him, the older Uchiha having arrived about 10 minutes early, only to see Naruto run inside the clearing crying. Naruto wasted no time and propelled himself into Shisui for another hug, his small hands gripping the older male's black shirt desperately, giving out a loud cry of pain. They forgot about Shisui-san. They forgot me on my birthday. Shisui felt his anger from last night's return tenfold. He tightened the hug around the blonde, quietly asking him to explain what exactly happened. Naruto then sadly told him of his experience, not missing a single detail. His sudden hiccups interrupted his words, but Shisui understood everything perfectly. Shisui waited until Naruto's crying came to a halt. After a few moments he pushed himself away, with Naruto rubbing his eyes with his hand. Hey, Naruto-kun. The boy looked up to see Shisui's outstretched arm, all he saw was a semi-large wrapped box with an orange bow on the top. Naruto sniffled and looked up at Shisui in confusion. Shisui rubbed the back of his neck. I was going to wait to give this to you later. But I want to give it to you now. Naruto hesitantly grabbed the box from his hands. Making sure his vision was clear enough, he slowly started to open the box. He removed the top part and his eyes shined with surprise, reflecting off his drying tears. Inside the box was an old Konoha no Sato headband. The metal plate was slightly damaged and the cloth around it was a solid green, showing the age. Naruto looked up at Shisui. The latter already knew what Naruto was gonna say. He reached his arm out and ruffled Naruto's hair once again. "It's my birthday gift to you. That's my old headband from when I graduated from the academy. I wanted you to have it." Naruto felt a fresh batch of tears forming around his eyes. He took the headband out of the box and held it close to his chest, the first real gift he ever received and one he will treasure until the day he dies. He hugged the headband tightly to his heart, his previous pain momentarily forgotten as he looked up, seeing the warm gaze of Shisui. "Shisui Naisen. Thank you so much." Uchiha ruffled his hair one last time before getting to his feet, his hands resting behind his head. "Now let's get to it. You aren't gonna get stronger by sitting there doing nothing." Naruto quickly got to his feet, following Shisui wiping his eyes for any sign of crying. "Hi Shisui Naisen." Shisui chuckled and proceeded to teach Naruto the basics of chakra control and how to properly channel the chakra in your body. He looked at Naruto fondly, getting attached to the boy rather quickly. Breaking out into a goofy smile at his new nickname. "Nissan huh? That doesn't sound so bad." Chapter 2. Arc 1. Part 2. It's been 3 months since Shisui had taken Naruto under his wing. Naruto had started to make slow but amazing progress. Well, he wasn't genin level in terms of strength, yet he was 10 times better than he was a few months ago. Shisui already finished teaching the blonde all about the basics of a shinobi, from chakra control to elemental, and the different types of methods that shinobi can battle with. While learning these methods, he and Shisui found the ones best suited for Naruto's future. While Naruto wasn't big on, which would have probably made his parents frown. He found unrequited love for ninjutsu. He wasn't keen on learning, and taijutsu is a must for any shinobi for hand-to-hand combat. Another trait that Naruto excelled in was surprisingly, chakra control. After learning the fundamentals with Shisui, he was given a task to expand his chakra pool, along with learning how to control it. And after the 3 months he already completed the tree walking exercise and water walking. Feel the chakra flow through your body, not too much to overload your coils. Naruto, who was sitting in the center of his room, thought to himself, looking at the long sprawled out blue scroll that was open in front of him. His eyes scanned over the scroll for what seemed like the 100th time. This scroll was a gift given to him by Shisui about 1 week ago. It was his first attempt at a real, not the basic academy like Bunshin, Kawarimi, and Henge. No, this was his first attempt at real nature manipulation. Having figured out what chakra nature he held, Shisui gave me a scroll to work on that corresponded with his nature. Flashback. "Okay Naruto, this is called chakra paper. This will help you figure out what chakra nature you have." Naruto reached out and grabbed the paper from Shisui's hands. It was small, no bigger than his palm. He gave a frown and looked at the paper with skeptical eyes. "How will paper help with nature chakra?" Shisui chucked and reached into his pouch to pull out a second piece of paper. "Well, let me finish baka." Naruto sent a glare his way. "This paper is special. It's made from a special tree that has chakra running through it constantly. With even a tiny drop of chakra, this paper will tell you exactly what chakra nature you have. Or in other words, chakra affinity." Naruto took a few moments to process the information. After seeing Naruto nod, he continued. "Now Naruto-kun, watch." Just as Naruto had Shisui's paper in his sights, the Uchiha sent a small pulse of chakra into the chakra paper and it ignited into a small ball of fire before crumbling to ash in Shisui's palm. Naruto looked shocked. "As you clearly saw, my paper caught fire, meaning that my chakra affinity is fire. If your paper wrinkles up, then you have lighting. If it becomes wet and soggy, then you have water. If it splits in half, then you have wind, and if your paper turns to dirt and crumbles away, then you have earth." Naruto nodded, finally understanding. He looked down at the chakra paper in front of him. He sent a small pulse of chakra and the result surprised him. The paper was now completely drenched with water, the paper falling limp in his palm. Even Shisui raised an eyebrow in surprise. "So that means I have a water affinity?" Shisui nodded. His hand came up to rub his chin. "Yes. And a pretty strong one at that. Which is odd since I'm pretty sure neither of your parents have an affinity for water. You developed this all on your own, kid," he said with a chuckle, making Naruto beam. He reached into his pouch once again and pulled out a small blue scroll. "Here, this is a D-rank water ninjutsu. I have a mission to go to, but I'll be back within the week. But I want you to practice this while I'm gone." Flashback end. And practice Naruto did. Every waking moment was spent learning this low level. The technique was water style. Spitting fish. A low D-rank ninjutsu that was mainly taught to academy students who lived in Kiri. It was fairly simple. Where the user lets out a single jet of water from the mouth. While not used for real battles, its main purpose is used for infiltration missions and gaining people's attention. Okay, only two-hand seals. Inu, ram. Water style. Spitting fish. Suddenly a small jet of water shot from his mouth shooting off into his bedroom wall. It wasn't strong enough to create a dent, but the water dripping down was a sign of his success. Naruto's eyes lit up. He did it, he finished his first elemental. I did it. I finally did it, Shisui Niacin is gonna be so proud. Hey Naruto, keep it down. Now hurry and get down here, dinner's almost ready. Naruto faltered slightly at being addressed by his yelling mother downstairs. It was the first time he's been called down for dinner all week. Suddenly a light bulb appeared over Naruto, maybe he could finally show what he was capable of to his parents. Maybe they could finally start training him. Naruto raced downstairs to see his siblings already seated at the table, his two-sen also seated listening intently to what they were saying. As usual his family didn't say anything about his presence in the room, and if they noticed him, they didn't show it. He took the first seat he could, at the end of the table, so his Ka-san could sit next to Two-san. Two-san, Ka-san. Guess what I learned today? Naruto yelled, practically jumping in his seat. He didn't feel the annoying looks his siblings sent his way. Minato raised an eyebrow, finally seeing Naruto since he arrived at the dinner table. When did Naruto get here? Whatever it is, I'm sure it can wait for Naruto. Natsu and Narumi were in the middle of telling me about their training with Ka-san today. Naruto felt his face start to fall, am I really not important enough to them? That they wouldn't even let me talk. Then Kakashi Niacin said that it was already about high genin level. Narumi yelled happily, with Natsu nodding his head along enthusiastically, Naruto saw his father smile wide. It felt like a knife was plunged deep into his heart. You guys are progressing so fast. How about after dinner me and your mother show you those fire and wind techniques we promised you both? Naruto snapped his head to his father in utter shock. His eyes went wide as the two remaining children yelled happily yes please Two-san. I already mastered that low-level fire you gave to me last week. Natsu said loudly, making Naruto physically flinch. They already started training with their chakra nature. Kushina came up to the table, a big bowl of steaming ramen placed in the center, a huge goofy smile on her face. Oh yes, our little shinobis in training are doing just wonderful. Naruto listened to his family happily talk about how far Narumi and Natsu were along. And it only reminded Naruto of how weak he was in comparison. Sure he had Shisui now, and he's been the happiest he has ever been in the last few months. But seeing this, his family was a constant reminder of how far behind Naruto really was. He was a shadow that the Namikaze family wanted to forget. He clenched his fists under the table, trying hard not to let any tears get by. Unlucky for him, Natsu saw Atento's sudden attitude change. While Natsu was slightly curious why his mother and father never really gave Naruto any attention and always refused the idea of training Naruto whenever he asked. He came to the simple conclusion a long time ago that he and Narumi were just more special than Naruto. They were the most powerful Jinchuriki. Of course they would need all the attention they could get. An ordinary child doesn't need all the extra help. He felt a smug grin glide across his face, not realizing how the next few moments will drastically affect Naruto. Aw, is my Atento sad that his siblings are so much stronger than him? Naruto closed his eyes tight, a few tears leaking out. Unknown to him, his mother and father were slightly worried about his sudden shift of attitude. Natsu felt Narumi elbow him in the side telling him to stop. That didn't deter Natsu. Of course why would our parents waste time on such a loser like you? Shut up. Naruto yelled, his eyes opening wide as he tried his best to glare at his brother, each word felt like a dagger, slowly slicing him up. He heard his parents try to get Natsu to stop. But nothing stopped his onslaught. That's right Baka, you're a weak loser that nobody likes. And when I'm the clan heir, I'll make sure you get what you deserve and take you out of the clan. Shut up. Without warning Naruto's chakra began to fluctuate, his hands moving at academy level speeds and using what he learned just an hour ago. Water style. Spitting fish. The small jet of water went ahead and shot itself over at Natsu, hitting him right between the eyes. His sudden rant was close to a halt as he fell backwards, stumbling to keep his balance, bumping into Narumi and taking both down to the ground. Unfortunately Narumi's leg caught the tablecloth and sent the large oversized pot of ramen to the floor shattering into 1,000 pieces. Both parents reacted almost instantly, with Minato catching his falling kids, while Kushina grabbed Naruto out of the way of the falling ramen. Minato helped his kids to the floor, making sure they were on their feet before looking back at Naruto. Minato sent a cold glare to his son, hoping it would come off fatherly. How wrong he was. Naruto. I don't know where you learned that, but you never, and I mean never use like that out of a spar. You could have seriously injured your brother. Naruto's tear-stricken face morphed into fear. His father's cold eyes looked down at him, while his mother looked over her two kids for any damages. But, T2. No buts. I want you to apologize for attacking your brother like that right now. Minato said, his arm pointing over to Natsu. While Natsu wasn't in any pain, he was shocked to see the use of water. He heard his sister mutter how disappointed she was in them both. But he didn't care, he kept his smug grin as he watched his little brother try and apologize to him. Naruto couldn't stop the sudden tears, he was getting yelled at, not the brother who called him useless, weak and a loser to the clan. He couldn't find his voice, his tongue now felt big in his mouth. All words were gone, and now fear and sadness flashed in his eyes as he looked at his father. An angry and disappointed glare looking at the 8-year-old. I am, SS. Minato shook his head irritated. That's it. Naruto goes to your room. Since you won't apologize you get no dinner today. I expect an apology to the whole family come breakfast tomorrow morning. Minato said, his eyes narrowing at the blonde. Do I make myself clear? Naruto nodded frantically, without saying a single word he ran upstairs and into his small room. The looks of disappointment and anger he received by his family were now etched into his brain forever. He curled up in his messy bed, his tears staining the sheets as he sobbed silently. It wasn't fair, all he wanted was a family to love him. Naruto sniffled, grabbing the headband that Shisui gave to him and hugging it to his chest. Only Shisui Nyasan truly cared about him. He is the only family he had. He finally saw the reality, how sick he was to think that this was a family. The words of Natsu snapping gently into place. He would prove them wrong, he would get strong without their help. He opened his bloodshot eyes, pushing the headband upwards and wrapping it around his forehead. Pushing back his depression and changing it to determination. He will grow stronger, he has Shisui Nisan and the academy. He didn't need special treatment, he didn't need this so-called family. Using his arm he wiped away his remaining tears. I'll become strong. I swear it. Chapter 3. Arc 1. Part 3. Time skip 1 year. Water style. Water clone jutsu. 2 identical clones made of pure water formed at Naruto's feet. All 3 held kunai as they sprinted off towards Shisui. The lone Uchiha grinned widely as he easily dispatched both clones with a soft kick to the chest. He sidestepped Naruto's attempt to kick his stomach, taking advantage of Naruto's new opening, grabbing the blonde's leg, throwing him over his back. Naruto wasted no time as he performed a quick Kawarimi appearing to Shisui's left side. The Uchiha bent his back backwards, sending a sweep kick under Naruto's leg, making the blonde fall to the floor. Shisui moved his body until he was atop Naruto, arm around his neck in a chokehold. The whole time his goofy grin never left his face as he watched the blonde struggle under his weight. That was better. You're differently improving, my little turtle. Naruto scowled, his face pressed up against the forest floor attempting to glare at his sensei. I said stop calling me that. Shisui only smiled as he pushed Naruto deeper into the ground. And honestly Turtle-chan, on an Uchiha. I've taught you better than that. Naruto's body then sunk into the ground, turning into blades of grass, while Shisui used his signature, the Shunshin technique, or the body flicker. In a sudden flash he was about 10 feet away, his elbow extended out seemingly hitting air. Suddenly Naruto's body appeared from what looked like nowhere and flew across the training ground and impacted with the nearest tree. He spat out a small amount of Sylvia, leaving a pretty decent-sized dent in the tree. Naruto gave an audible groan. His arm coming up to rub his chest, his ribs felt like crap. He looked up to see his sensei kneeling down at him. His arms resting on his knees as he grinned at Naruto. I'm proud that you managed to get that down so fast. Naruto gave a silly grin. In the past year since the sudden falling out of his family, he had been spending more and more time with Shisui. The young man managed to take some time off of his shinobi duties to help train Naruto, and while he was more experienced than the highest academy student, he was only slightly a genin level shinobi. It wasn't too bad. The only real issue was understanding how they worked. He spoke as he rubbed the back of his neck. A mannerism he picked up by hanging around with Shisui. The hidden person, mainly used for assassination missions. It was a C rank that focused more on the fundamentals of itself. It wasn't just how good your chakra control was, it was understanding how the cerebral nervous system works in order to manipulate your opponent's 5 major senses. Any shinobi could perform, it was how precise your chakra control was to really make the illusion convincing. Shisui gave a nod of his head, watching Naruto get to his feet. He crossed his arms over his chest. So Naruto, how's the academy going? Have you learned anything yet? Naruto shrugged his shoulders, his eyes flashing suddenly with annoyance. It's been about a year now that Naruto was enrolled in the Shinobi Academy along with his siblings and all the clan heirs from the major clans in the village. And like usual, no one batted an eyelash in his direction. Even the teacher of his class was shocked when he read his name, apparently thinking there were only 2 Namikaze children. And speaking of the 2 Namikaze children. Last year, during the first real fight he had with his family and hit Natsu right between the eyes with his. The next morning he was forced to apologize to his brother and sister. While Natsu got off scot-free, no punishment, no scolding. Just an imaginary slap on the wrist while Naruto was grounded for 2 weeks with only a limited amount of food at his disposal. He wasn't allowed to go out to eat with them, not like they would have noticed anyway, or go shopping. I haven't learned anything at all. All we have been doing is stupid leaning exercises. Stuff we all already know about. Naruto huffed angrily as he crossed his arms over his chest, earning a laugh from Shisui. The Uchiha looked down at Naruto, a grin appearing on his face as he had blonde hair. Naruto pouted up at Shisui. I know that the academy is super boring right now, but they do teach you the basics of being a shinobi. Naruto scoffed at that. Forcefully removing Shisui's hand from his hair, you already taught me the basics. Hell, more than half the class are from major clans in Konoha, who already know the basics. Naruto said, taking a seat on the floor crossing his arms with a huff. Shisui shrugged his shoulders as he leaned against the tree next to the blonde. Looking at Naruto with a fond smile. Well, you still have a ways to go, Turtle-chan, it won't be easy getting all the way to the top. Naruto blushed deeply as he jumped to his feet glaring at his sensei. Stop calling me that, damn it. Hey, it's not my fault I caught you playing with some turtles when I got here. Naruto huffed in annoyance as he tried to push down his growing blush. Shisui tried to fight back a laugh before giving in completely. After his laughter died down he walked over to the blonde. He put one arm on his hip before letting out a deep sigh. Naruto looked up at his sensei and raised a confused eyebrow. That was strange, he had never seen Shisui do something like that before. Naruto started to feel uncomfortable at the sudden silence, he shifted in his seat before he opted to ask Shisui what he was doing. Before he could speak Naruto jumped as Shisui suddenly snapped his fingers. That's it. What's it? Shisui chuckled as a large goofy grin spread across his face. Naruto suddenly felt a chill sneak its way to his spine. Whatever his sensei had come to realize would not be a pleasant one. So Naruto. Shisui said, gaining the blonde's attention. Naruto gulped, suddenly feeling sick to his stomach. He looked around, making sure no one else was here before kneeling down, and looked at Naruto deep in the eyes. If he noticed the sweat started to beat down Naruto's face, he didn't mention it. Shisui hummed as he flicked Naruto on the forehead, rather hard I may add. Naruto gave a cry of surprise, rubbing his now sore forehead before looking up and glaring at his sensei. His face beat red from embarrassment. Before he could yell at the older man he saw a pretty good-sized scroll in his hands, thrusting it towards Naruto. Naruto had to lean back a bit to get a better look as it was a little too close. Naruto frowned in confusion as he grabbed the scroll from Shisui. Shisui, nice, and what is this? He said before placing the scroll on the floor and unraveling it. Shisui laughed before taking a seat across from the blonde. Well, I've been trying to think about the perfect thing to finally boost your training into overdrive. And this, he said pointing at the scroll, is what I have come up with. He finished and Naruto nodded his head in excitement. Once he opened the scroll fully he placed his hand on the little sealing array in front of him, channeling a small amount of chakra into it. A sudden poof went off and Naruto swung his hand in the arm, trying to rid the smoke that obscured his vision. After the smoke cleared he finally was able to see what was inside. Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion, looking between Shisui and the revealed items. I don't understand. They look like big magnets. Naruto deadpanned, making Shisui break out into a fit of laughter. Naruto frowned in confusion, he didn't know what was so funny. After Shisui regained his composure, he held up one of the magnets as Naruto called them and told the boy to stand up. Naruto did as he was told and Shisui went behind Naruto and began to tie the magnet around his legs. No baka, these are training weights. We're going to leave these on your body until you get accustomed to them. Naruto groaned as he felt his legs start to become heavy, he found it a lot harder to maintain his posture. He felt Shisui start to tie the remaining weight onto his arms now. I still don't get it. How is making me heavy, training? He said as he slumped his arms down from the sudden weight. These weights will get your body used to them, and once you get used to them you will feel that your muscles and body will have grown stronger. And you will see that once you take them off after a while your body will feel as light as a feather, making it real easy to move, therefore making you faster. Naruto looked dumbfounded. These simple weights did all that. That was incredible. Wow, that's amazing. So how long do I have to keep these on for? A few days? A month? 2 months? Shisui sweat dropped at the rapid-fire questions as he waved his hand in the air, a devious smirk forming on his face. Oh, you know, only forever. Till we have to raise the amount. Naruto felt his face fall. His excitement evaporated almost instantly as he looked upwards, his innocent eyes wide open. A deafening silence fell in the clearing as Naruto digested the words that were fed to him. F forever. Likey ever. Shisui nodded his head trying his best not to burst out laughing. Well, of course, Turtle-chan. You have to keep raising the amount and keep them on constantly to get used to them. So get used to sleeping with them. Naruto finally gave in and fell to the ground, but he wasn't sure if it was because of the new weights on his body or his broken morale. Shisui rubbed the back of his head in amusement. lightly tapping the blonde with his foot to gain his attention as he picked up the second scroll that was with the weights. While on the ground, Naruto turned his head as he saw the scroll get picked up. He didn't even notice there was another scroll. Shisui placed it next to Naruto. Make sure you read this scroll. It's a B rank that's pretty difficult to pull off. Now if you don't learn it by the time I come back from my mission, don't feel discouraged. He said. After knowing Naruto for the past year, he really started to understand the blonde on a deeper level. He knew that Naruto would likely start to feel insecure and tell himself he wasn't good enough if he didn't learn quickly, especially if it was a B rank. Sure, it isn't the most difficult out there, it really was only a B rank since it used a good portion of chakra to cast it. But knowing Naruto, he would berate himself constantly for it. It is pretty complicated. So take your time with it, I'll only be gone for about 1 week. Naruto frowned as he picked himself off the ground, rather sluggish, still getting used to the large amount of weights on his body. He forgot that Shisui was supposed to leave on a mission today. Still, he was happy that he took time out of his busy day to come teach him a few things. But he would show Shisui that he could learn this with no problem. While he was more excited than usual since this would be his highest rated, it did send some nervousness into his system. But he would make sure to complete it, master it before he got back. Naruto grabbed the scroll and something finally dawned on him. Hey Shisui Nyasan, where did you get this scroll? You suddenly just had it with you? Shisui raised an eyebrow at the blonde before shaking his head. No. When I figured it out what to get you, I quickly left and threw the scroll together from home. Naruto's eyes grew to the size of saucers, his mouth falling open in shock as he stared starry-eyed at his sensei. Wait, you left? But I didn't see you move. Naruto screamed and Shisui gave a hearty laugh. Come on kid, they don't call me Shisui of the body flicker just for fun. He said with a grin as he saluted his student and with his free hand pointed at the scroll in Naruto's hand, making the blonde avert his eyes. Now make sure to study. See you in a week. Wait Shisui. Naruto looked back up to see that he was already gone. Not a single trace of Shisui left in sight. Naruto looked in awe, not believing his sensei was capable of something so cool. This only seemed to push Naruto more into proving that he was a capable shinobi. So without wasting any more time, he jumped into a seating position and unraveled the scroll. Not wanting to let any motivation go to waste. Now let's learn this. God, this is impossible. Naruto yelled as he threw his body backwards onto the forest floor. Looking up into the beautiful blue sky as he threw his arms out as well, they hit the ground with a loud thud as he still wasn't used to his new weights. Naruto huffed as he glared up at the sky, his eyes picking one cloud out of the many masses and sending a chilling glare its way. This is all your fault. This is supposed to be easy to learn, why can't you just work with me? He screamed at the cloud. His anger started to get the better as he yelled empty threats at the large mass of water vapor. It has been 5 days since Shisui left on his mission and Naruto made basically zero progress on the. He clenched his fists in irritation, he managed to get the water clone down in 1 day. And the hidden person technique barely took him 2 days. He huffed in annoyance as he grabbed his hair in annoyance. "Gah, stupid ass," he said before sitting up. He pouted as he read the scroll for what felt like the millionth time. Perfect rainfall, an illusion which changes the atmosphere into sudden acid rainfall that burns one's skin if touched. Must use a good amount of chakra in order to perform this technique, needing enough to trick the sense of one's body. After glazing over the scroll one last time, he crossed his legs and performed the necessary hand seals. He channeled his chakra through his body, feeling it seamlessly pass through his coils. With one last sudden pulse, he broke the hand seal, his face scrunching in concentration. He slowly opened his eyes as he glanced at the sky. The sky was now a dark gray in color, dark clouds overtook the setting sun, shadowing it from view. Then he felt something wet fall onto his arm. One by one more droplets started to fall from the sky, soaking him from the sudden torrent of rainfall. Ignoring the rain, he looked back upwards to the same cloud he screamed at earlier, his face getting drenched as he scowled deeply. "Now you're just taunting me, you asshole." He picked up his scroll, traveling it back up before quickly making his way over to a small clearing he knew was near the training ground. It was some ways away, closer to training ground 13, but it would be the perfect spot to shelter himself from the rain for now. Pushing a bush out of his way, he stumbled into the clearing. There was a large open area with large trees outlining it. It had overtaken the area, growing high enough that the bark and leaves from the trees made it so rain could not fall onto this area. Only a small amount of light shone through the leaves, making the surroundings super dim. Naruto stopped his trek as he heard a kunai wince by, his eyes growing wide as he followed the sound only to see the weapon embed itself into a poorly made target on one of the trees. Looking back into the clearing, I noticed a vague silhouette in the center. Letting his eyes adjust to the lighting, he was able to make out the uniform the person was wearing, along with a head of unkempt onyx hair. He saw her open her eyes, silently transfixed as bright ruby irises caught his attention. She abruptly jumped to her feet, kicking upwards. Her bright red pants captured his attention, not noticing her reach into the pouch on her waist and sending 3 more kunai into their designated targets. Jumping in the air with a flip, her legs extended out smashing a target to pieces before spinning a kunai into her free hand. Using the blade she stuck it into the ground, gripping the hilt and spun herself around propelling herself back up into the air for extra momentum. Naruto watched in awe as he witnessed the woman train. He couldn't believe his eyes, he had never seen anything like this before. And before he knew he had to shield his eyes as the clearing erupted brightly. A large fireball exploded into the clearing lighting up the area, she sent another one in the sky, using the force to propel herself back down towards the ground. Naruto watched as she landed back onto the ground gracefully. Not a single flaw in her step or mistake in her posture. Naruto was starstruck at seeing first-hand fire manipulation. Shisui never used when they spared or showed off any of his skills other than Taijutsu. So seeing reality from somebody else was awesome. Before Naruto could expel his excitement, he felt something sharp go against his neck. He froze as he glanced down to see a kunai pressed up against his neck. Tears started to leak through him as he noticed the girl he was previously watching was now nowhere to be seen, and the scorch marks that were left behind from the fire also vanished. Trying to calm down his increasing heartbeat, he looked behind him to see the persisting red eyes of the girl he was just observing. He felt the kunai press deeper into his neck as panic spread. "Who are you and why are you watching me? Are you some sort of perv?" Naruto shook his head, sacred beyond belief and no. I was just passing T through WW when I saw you. I swear," he said frantically. The woman hummed in thought as she finally got a good look at the person she held captive. He was young, much younger than she would have thought from his presence. She sensed him the moment he got in the clearing and waited to see if he was gonna reveal himself or not. When he didn't, she decided to act first. After all, it's not the first time someone was spying on her. And he didn't seem like the pervy type, after all he looked like a normal academy student. She pushed down her shame at putting a kunai to the young kid's neck and she would have sworn the KID-7 looked a little familiar. She removed the blade from his neck and put it back safely in her pouch, making Naruto sigh in relief. He definitely will never tell Shisui-Nisan about this. Naruto looked back at the girl, kicking his feet a little in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, miss. I was training and it started to rain so I decided to come here. If I knew you were here I wouldn't have come," he said embarrassed. Not being able to look the tall woman in the eye, she offered him a small smile, clearly amused by the kid's antics. But she did feel a little guilty. No, I should be the one apologizing. I overreacted quite a bit there." Naruto shook his head at her, putting on his biggest smile. "No, I understand, if someone was watching me, I would be freaked out too," he said, making the older woman laugh a bit. He put his hand out extending it to the woman. "Naruto Namikaze, it's good to meet you," he said happily. The woman widened her eyes a bit, so that's why the boy looked familiar. Taking in his features once again, the 7-year-old boy resembled his father greatly. The lighting in the clearing made it hard to distinguish all his features exactly. The woman offered a gentle smile before accepting his hand. "I'm Kurenai Yuhi. A pleasure to meet you, Naruto-kun." Naruto felt his cheeks start to burn from the affectionate suffix. He scratched the back of his head as she looked at the boy amused, taking in his features one more time. "No wonder you're all soaked, I had no idea it was raining," she said before walking past the blonde and back into the wide open clearing. Naruto followed after her watching as she performed several hand seals. Illumination factor. Right before Naruto's eyes the whole clearing became clear as day. His eyes went wide as the trees above them opened up revealing a bright blue cloudless sky. Naruto looked around amazed, not believing what Kurenai had just done. Kurenai turned back towards Naruto looking into his shocked blue eyes with mirth. "How did you do that?" "It's simple, it's still raining in Konoha, so I just made it so it was clear sunny skies for us alone," she explained and Naruto perked up at the mention of Genjutsu. Practically jumping in place. "Wait, are you good at Kurenai-san?" Kurenai nodded proudly. Her eyes took on a serious note. "Yes, in fact I'm striving to be the #1 user in all of Konoha, it's what I specialize in," she said and Naruto looked up at her in awe. The feeling of pride that Kurenai let wash over her body. She straightened herself as Naruto started to ramble about his own training. As he was talking she couldn't help but wonder what the youngest child of the Yondaime would be out all alone out here training. Curiosity flashed within her mind as she focused her deep red eyes on the boy as he talked. His tone seemed happy, but she could easily recognize the underlying pain hidden in those endless ocean eyes of his. But regardless of the pain they held such warmth that she had never seen before, especially not in someone so young. She watched as he brought one of his hands up to scratch the back of his head as he talked, noticing the tic that he had displayed in their earlier meeting. Kurenai smiled slightly at the gesture, the boy had a cute expression when he was flustered. She blinked, finally noticing the black scroll he had in his other hand. "And I just can't get this down and I've been trying for the past 5 days. What kind is it?" Naruto blinked, handing the scroll over to Kurenai. Kurenai gave a quick thanks before taking a seat on the floor, motioning Naruto to do the same. After opening the scroll, she read over the contents before raising an eyebrow in confusion. Naruto noticed her sudden look. "Is everything okay, Kurenai-san?" Kurenai nodded without looking away from the scroll. "Where did you get this, Naruto-kun?" Naruto tilted his head at the question. "Shisui Nyasan gave me this scroll before he left on his mission a few days ago." Kurenai hid her surprise at the mention of Shisui's name. How could she not know who he was? He was assigned as captain to one of her missions a few months ago, and he was one of the best shinobi she had worked with. He listened to the whole team and any ideas that they had and even supported the team and was open to suggestions. Not to mention him being of Uchiha descent, he didn't act like one at all. Most Uchiha were arrogant and outright rude. Whenever she worked with another Uchiha, they scoffed at her for pursuing, telling her it was useless to try and outbeat an Uchiha in. Shisui was a polar opposite in every sense of the way. He was kind, humble, and when he was told of her dream he was ecstatic, telling her he hopes to see her at the top one day. Sneaking a glance back over at the worried Namikaze next to her, how did Naruto and Shisui cross paths? Shisui was a pretty busy shinobi, but he seemed to spend enough time with Naruto for the boy to harbor an affectionate nickname for the man. It seems there was more to Naruto Namikaze than meets the eye. She turned the scroll back over to Naruto. "What exactly were you having trouble with?" Naruto slumped down and looked at the ground, embarrassed. "I don't know. I'm using the right amount of chakra and the right hand seals. But when I try to cast it won't work." Kurenai nodded at his explanation. Standing up, she dusted her legs before asking Naruto to demonstrate and try to perform the technique. Naruto nodded hesitantly before going through the necessary hand seals, pulsing his chakra as Kurenai watched him under a critical eye. After a few moments of nothing happening, Naruto groaned in disappointment. Looking down, letting his hair fall into his eyes. "I don't get it, I'm doing everything I can." Kurenai softened her gaze at the boy, understanding flashing in her eyes. Genjutsu was indeed one of the hardest shinobi tactics to try and master. Which is a main reason more people don't try and learn it after all. But she was pretty certain on why he wasn't able to complete it. "I think I know what your problem is." Naruto snapped his head up to Kurenai. "Really? What is it?" Kurenai took a seat right across the blonde, crossing her legs and putting her hands in a meditative pose. Naruto raised an eyebrow but kept quiet. Genjutsu is essentially the control of one's cerebral nervous system by taking control of all 5 of their senses. We are altering their sensory ability to create false imagery that they believe is real. While in theory it makes sense, it is much more than that," she said, stopping for a moment to make sure that he was still paying attention. "But what most people don't understand in order to appropriately make a convincing argument is the one's understanding of themselves." "What do you mean?" "Insecurities plague all of our minds on a daily basis. It wells deep in our minds, refusing to leave, fermenting into depression and fear. By understanding these problems and coming to terms with who you are as a person, as a shinobi, letting go and accepting will allow your mind to open up clearly." "Now Naruto, what is plaguing your mind?" Naruto let his eyes go downcast, letting his pain surface up in a moment of vulnerability. Refusing to look back up as he tried to gather a single coherent thought that racked his brain. I guess it's that I don't feel like I'm good enough for my family. They always ignore me or are mean to me. Natsu and Narumi get everything they want and I get nothing. The only training I have is from Shisui Nissan since they refuse to train me." Karini fought back the urge to gasp as Naruto continued to talk, not believing what she was hearing. Her views on the yondaime changed by the second as she looked at the boy with newfound sadness. Her own eyes falling downcast. "It's always the same excuse, since Natsu and Narumi need the extra training and early lessons. They even forget me on my birthday." He trailed off, his voice no louder than a whisper. Shocking Kurenai, he raised his head up to look at her, offering her a smile. A smile that was way too bittersweet for her liking. But I'm happy. I have Shisui Nissan, and now I have you, Kurenai-san," he said, his eyes closing, hiding his tears as his smile grew. Karini pushed her own tears back, looking at the person she couldn't believe was only 7 years old. She returned the smile, although a bit forced. "Try and let go of your fears, Naruto-kun. I know it will be hard and there is no rush, so take it at your own pace. Then we'll be there for you." Naruto wiped the remaining tears away from his eyes as he looked at Kurenai once more. He nodded his head. She couldn't help but let a single tear fall down her cheek. Reaching her hand out to affectionately rub the tears away from his face. "Thank you, Kurenai-san." Chapter 4. Arc 1. Part 4. Time skip 1 year, age 8. Naruto was pleased to see that his training was coming together rather nicely. His body was 10x stronger than it was last year, and he could easily say he was almost a genin level shinobi before graduating. Though it's been 2 years since he started training with Shisui, he could feel that he was improving. And after his fateful meeting with Kurenai in the forest all those months ago, he was able to finally complete them with her help before parting ways. Kurenai has been more and more busy as time went on, since she was currently undergoing heavy training herself for the exams. Not able to dedicate her time to anything else. Naruto had also increased the weights on his body by about 20 pounds. His body started to get accustomed to them, which he concealed under his clothes. When he wasn't training with Shisui, he would usually return to the forest for extra muscle training and ninjutsu. From 9 am to 12 pm he would run laps around Konoha. From 12:30 pm to 5 pm he would practice whichever Shisui had given him. Then 5:30 pm to 10 pm would be spent with physical training, till his body collapsed. It was an effective schedule since he had only 2 days a week for himself. Shisui occupied his time Monday through Friday. So Saturday and Sunday were his only days to himself. Still, he wasn't completely happy at his training progress, as he would have liked to master the techniques he had learned. His goal was to master a technique until he could perform without weaving hand seals. So far he was only able to enter the basic Academy 3 without hand seals. The Bushin, Kawarimi, and the Henge, since they were only A rank, were pretty easy to master. He was improving at a rapid rate. After he opened up to Kurenai at the forest, he felt like a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He felt more free, not held back anymore. His anger and sadness for his family, while still there, was a lot less than it was before. Going home still hurt a lot since he had to see and hear the progress that his brother and sister were making while he went to his room unnoticed. He still wasn't sure if he would say he had come to terms with his family's neglect, but having some people who truly cared for him, it made it much easier. It was nice waking up knowing that there were people who were there for you. I'm always shocked by how much you can eat, Naruto. Shisui said as he placed his head in his hands watching Naruto inhale his 9th bowl of ramen with a mixture of pride and disgust. He looked down at his own empty bowl, silently wondering if he could eat just as much as Naruto. I don't want to. Shisui scoffed at Naruto before flicking his favorite blonde on the forehead with a chuckle. Swallow before you talk, baka. Naruto nodded before swallowing the remaining food in his mouth, letting out a satisfying sigh as he did so. Patting his stomach happily, thanks for the ramen. That really hit the spot. Shisui nodded his head before ruffling Naruto's hair with a smile. Naruto didn't have the energy to stop the older man, instead he leaned into the touch with a grin of his own. Don't thank me, thank Tucci-san here for making the best ramen in Konoha. He said, pointing a thumb over to the elderly gentleman behind the counter as he placed another steaming bowl of miso ramen in front of Naruto. The blonde's eyes lit up as the now identified Tucci gave a hearty laugh. Not just the best ramen in Konoha, the best ramen in the entire elemental nations. Amen. Naruto yelled, making the three of them burst out laughing, the mood in the store practically glowing with positive energy, like it usually did when Naruto and Shisui stopped for a late lunch or even dinner. After the laughter died down, Shisui turned his attention back to Tucci. So Tucci-san, where's Am-san? Finally decided not to work her to the bone. He said with a sly smirk, making the elder wave his hand in defense with a laugh. She's the one who insisted on working here after all, not me. But I gave her the week off since she's been working so damn much. He said, making Shisui nod, glad to hear that she was okay. Tucci snuck a glance back over at Naruto before offering Shisui a look of pity. Hey, I know about Naruto-kun's insane eating habits, how about only paying for the first few bowls? The rest would be on the house. Shisui gave the man a compassionate smile before shaking his head, refusing the offer. Sorry, but no one can do Tucci-san. I got paid pretty well for my last mission, and it's the least I can do for the kid. He said, making Teki hesitantly nod, hoping the Uchiha wasn't going broke over the blonde boy. Shisui turned his attention back over to Naruto, his smile slowly falling off his face as his look turned melancholic. Is this all I can do for you, Naruto-kun? He thought to himself as he continued to watch the blonde devour his bowl. His mind traveled back to only a few hours ago, before he met up with Naruto. Flashback, but Fugaku-sama, my decision is final, Shisui. The voice belonged to none other than Fugaku Uchiha, the current clan head of the Uchiha clan. The one person that Shisui hated more than anything right now. Shisui clenched his hands, his Sharingan active and spinning widely. Shisui, you are one of the most gifted Uchiha the clan has ever produced. You shouldn't be wasting your time and potential on this village. Fugaku spoke, his voice laced with venom. The mere thought of Konoha causing his blood to boil. You should be proud, knowing full well that the Uchiha name will soon be restored to its former glory. Fugaku said before walking in front of Shisui and placing a hand onto the younger boy's shoulder. Shisui had to fight back the reaction to snarl at the elder. Fugaku forced eye contact, his own Sharingan spinning in his socket. This is a wonderful opportunity for the clan, Shisui. We will get back what was rightfully ours. He spoke, his voice darker than ever. His very breath stunk of malice. Shisui shook his head at the clan head, and a coup d'etat against the village is the way to do tha. The loud smack echoed within the room. Shisui's eyes went blank as Fugaku sneered at his underling. His arm outstretched as his palm connected to Shisui's cheek, wiping it across his face. Don't you dare talk back to me, boy. Know your place within these chamber walls and do as told. You're dismissed, he said, feeling no remorse for what he has done. Shisui schooled his emotions, putting up a stoic expression as he turned his back to Fugaku, turning his head to meet the elder one last time in the eye. It's you guys that have destroyed the Uchiha name. Not Konoha. Then if I may ask Fugaku-sama, when is the coup d'etat taking place? Fugaku smiled, happy to hear that Shisui had finally started to see reason. Not that he had much of a choice in the matter, the whole clan was already preparing for the takeover. In 2 days' time. At midnight. He said, taking a seat, balling his hand into a fist and resting his head, narrowing his eyes. Do I make myself clear, Shisui? Crystal, Fugaku-sama. This is quite an honor for Shisui. Remember where your allegiance lies. Then flashback, Shisui clenched his fists tightly just thinking about Fugaku. Scowling as he looked down at the ground hoping his sudden attitude change went unnoticed by Naruto. Almost every day he had tried to talk about Fugaku so they didn't need to do a coup d'etat. That there were so many more possibilities that would be better. But he didn't listen, he never listened to reason. He kept saying it was in the best interest for the clan. That they needed to do this in order to be on top like they deserved. For years now the Uchiha clan was on thin ice with the Konoha Council. They were the prime suspects of the Kyuubi no Kitsune's sudden appearance in the center of Konoha all those years ago. Being stated that multiple cases have been showing up giving evidence that the Kyuubi did in fact show signs of the Sharingan, potentially showing the use of an ocular while attacking. The Uchiha was forced to give up 35% of all their clan compounds, as well as the official closing of the Uchiha military police. Not only that but they were now getting taxed heavily, about 9% more than the Hyuga clan. Well, Shisui did feel targeted since he was a holder of the Uchiha name. He was slightly appreciative that the clan was starting to get put in check. They have become too arrogant and self-centered. The once beloved clan was slowly losing its respectable name. Shisui gave a small sigh. Leaning his head upwards, the clan was now in the midst of planning a coup d'etat to overthrow Konoha no Sato in 2 days. He hoped he would wake up and this would all be just a crazy fever dream. But he still had one plan up his sleeve. Hey Naruto. Naruto looked up to him and tilted his head, ramen noodles hanging from his mouth with his chin covered in broth. Despite the internal battle Shisui was forced to fight in, he couldn't help but smile at his student. He couldn't help it. Standing up from his seat he threw a hefty amount of bills on the counter, enough to cover the entire bill, plus some more thanking Tucci for the meal. Come with me. Naruto wiped his face until it was ramen-free as Shisui walked out of the stand. The blonde placed his half-empty ramen door on the counter and quickly left to catch up to his sensei. Naruto was starting to get more and more nervous the longer they walked in silence. In the past 2 years Naruto had never seen Shisui look so serious. It was starting to worry Naruto greatly, but he opted to stay silent until they reached wherever they were going. If it was as serious as it seemed then he really didn't want to make things worse. Shisui glanced back over at Naruto as they finally reached their destination at Training Ground 7. Walking over to a group of trees Shisui leaned on the tree as Naruto did the same. The black-haired man looked up into the darkening sky, letting the soft spring breeze wash over his body. One of his hands was in his pouch and was fidgeting with a large black scroll nervously. Looking back at Naruto he noticed that he looked ready to burst like an anxiety balloon any moment. He grinned slightly as he kneeled down to the boy's level as he ran his hand through the blonde locks. Naruto started to calm down at the touch as he looked at Shisui blinking in confusion. You know Naruto-kun, I'm really glad I met you all those years ago. Naruto brightened up at his Nissan's words, a light pink tinging his cheeks as he nodded enthusiastically to Shisui. Me too, I don't know what I would do without you. Shisui smiled at the boy, but on the inside he felt like screaming. He wanted nothing in this moment than to be able to tell Naruto that everything was going to be okay, that if he could he would stop this all and make the world a safer place. But he couldn't do anything. He was hoping, praying that his plan would work, it had to. If not for his sake, then for Naruto's. With a shaky hand he gripped a scroll in his pouch and handed it to Naruto. The boy grabbed it and before he could ask what it was Shisui beat him to it. Naruto-kun started, making sure he had the boy's full attention before continuing. I want you to promise me something. Naruto quickly snapped to attention, Shisui's voice took a serious edge as his eyes morphed into his Sharingan, looking Naruto deep in the eyes. Naruto gulped before hesitantly nodding his head. Anything Shisui-san. Shisui put his hands over Naruto's as they grabbed a scroll together. Naruto felt Shisui's hands tighten around him, almost desperately. Promise me. Promise me you will only open this scroll if anything bad happens to me. Naruto felt his eyes go wide, stunned at what his Nai-san just said. A look of fear etched across his face. His mind ran at a mile a minute trying to process if he heard him correctly. He looked at Shisui, his eyes starting to become glossy. Shisui-san. What's going on, are you in danger? Shisui kept his serious gaze up but his eyes flashed with uneasiness. His Sharingan spun widely as he pushed the scroll into the boy's chest. "No, of course I'm not in danger." He shook his head, looking Naruto dead in the eye. "Just promise me." Naruto slowly nodded his head, the grip on the scroll now tightening considerably. As he tried his best not to let the tears fall from his eyes. "I promise." Shisui's power over the Shunshin no was pure masterful. Mastered to the point where even I would think the man just vanished completely. After his little talk with Naruto he had dropped the boy back at his house before using his Shinshin and traveling at almost impossible speed, appearing just outside the Uchiha compound in a small forest area, leaning on the border to the forest of death. A scowl formed on his face as he unsheathed his sword and with a loud scream, he sliced the neatest tree nearly in half. He breathed heavily as he looked up in the dark sky. The clan was really going through with it, he observed the clan for weeks. He spied on them and tried his best to stop the elders and their coup d'etat. While he knew the Uchiha were cursed with the obsession of power, the cycle of hatred burned stronger in the Uchiha, more so than ever since Madara. Though Shisui harbored no love for the Uchiha since their turn of utter hatred consumed them. It was still his family, a family he was born into, raised into and taught. But this last year, the word family left a bitter taste in his mouth. A family. Witnessing firsthand what has happened to Naruto, seeing the downfall of the Uchiha clan with his own two eyes. It wasn't the blood that connected you as family. No, it was the people you care about, the people you swore to protect. The Uchiha weren't his family, the Hokage weren't his family, he only had himself and Naruto. Suddenly the breaking of a twig echoed through the small clearing. Shisui acted quickly, grabbing his sword as an old man walked out of the bush. The man was old, his hair still full on black as he wore an oversized white shirt with a green cape covering the right side of his body. He had bandages covering his right eye and an X-scar on his chin. He looked over at Shisui. The Uchiha glaring over at him. "Danzo? What are you doing here?" The now identified Danzo said nothing, he continued his walk until they were about 20 feet apart. The elder, having his eyes closed, fully aware he was facing off against an Uchiha, especially Shisui. Danzo gave out a soft hum before shaking his head slowly. "It seems you have failed to negotiate with Fugaku-sama about stopping the coup d'etat. Am I correct?" Shisui scowled as he tightened his grip around his sword, clicking his tongue in irritation. "No. I have one more day and I have a plan to stop this." Danzo hummed to himself as he scratched his chin, his voice eerily calm as he spoke. The mission was quite simple. "Shisui-san. You were the key to stopping the coup d'etat," Danzo said, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. After a moment he gave a soft sigh of disappointment. "Now sadly I have been forced to play my hands into this mess that you Uchiha have caused." Shisui narrowed his eyes at the elder. "You said you would let me handle it," he said, giving Danzo a dirty look. "You promised." "I only promised to leave that Namikaze you are so fond of alone. I merely held a safety precaution if you failed." Shisui glared over at Danzo, wanting to wipe that calm look right off his face. Danzo had always been an enigma to him. Not much was known about the old warhawk. He was one of Sandaime Hokage's teammates and lost the title of Hokage twice. Having a supposedly disbanded squad that called themselves Root. Rumors were that they worked under the Hokage, but their true loyalty lies with Danzo. Kodomatsukami. Indeed, it is powerful. Danzo spoke, Shisui widened his eyes in shock. "How do you?" Without warning Danzo was in front of Shisui, a kunai lodged in his side. Shisui was left in shock and had no time to react to the bandaged hand coming up to his face. Shishu let out a scream of agony as he fell to the ground, his hand around his now empty left eye socket. Blood leaked down his face as he looked up to see the imposing figure of Danzo. The look of utter shock on Shisui's face as he watched the man pull the bandages off his face. Showing a 3-tomo Sharingan. Holding his stolen eye in his hand before watching it get sealed away into a seal on his arm. "You monster." He yelled, removing the kunai from his side, not feeling the pain from the sudden adrenaline rush that kicked in. He threw the kunai over at Danzo, forcing him to dodge. Shisui wasted no time performing his Shunshin, appearing behind Danzo, sending a swift kick to the elder's ribsage. Danzo smiled wickedly, his new Sharingan seeing the kick and intercepting it with his own arm. Forming one-handed hand seals, he sucked in a bunch of air wind style. Great breakthrough. Shisui performed another Shunshin, dodging the. Danzo turned around just in time to duck under Shisui's sword. Shisui, expecting Danzo to dodge, swung his sword into the ground. Pushing off the hilt, increasing his speed and sending a swift kick into Danzo's stomach, sending him flying into a large oak tree. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, Shisui pulled it out of the ground and after another quick Shunshin rushed after Danzo. Danzo snorted at Shisui, flipping a kunai over his hand, squeezing the handle of his kunai he swung backwards. With a loud clang, Shisui's sword was blocked by Danzo's own blade. Shisui gritted his teeth at the man, applying more pressure to his sword. Danzo sneered, trying his best to hold Shisui back from the sudden pressure. "You bastard. This is the last time I let you order people around." I'll make sure you die by my hand today, you damn thief. Danzo let out a loud shriek of laughter, his stolen Sharingan spinning like crazy, his eyes open wide with sudden glee. You are a fool. You would think I would just come and attack you for no reason. Shisui gritted his teeth in disgust at the man, suddenly knocking the kunai out of his hand and bringing the sword down, slicing Danzo's right arm. Danzo gave no indication of being hurt, only a huge smile, his bandaged hand coming up and grabbing the sword by the blade. Shisui looked over at Danzo in shock. This guy is fucking crazy. You still think you are the only one I gave a mission to Baka? Your whole talk with Fugaku, with so many guards around. I knew you would have failed, that's why right now. He said, forcing the blade out of his arm. No blood leaked from his hand as Shisui widened his now lone Sharingan eye in anger. Appalled by Danzo's sudden hysteria, Danzo motioned Shisui to look up, only to see a large pillar of smoke coming from the Uchiha compound. Shisui almost lost a grip on his sword, a sudden burst of shock entering his veins as Danzo released a displeasing cackle of laughter. Danzo nimbly ducked under the boy's arm before jumping across the clearing. His hand came up to hide his face, only showing the shape of his Sharingan. Mission details: Uchiha Itachi, slaughter the Uchiha clan starting at 11 p.m. No survivors. Effectively stopping the coup d'etat. His laughing got louder and louder until it was borderline maniacal. Shisui felt his anger grow into pure deep animosity, his fists going tight as he looked over at Danzo in utter hatred. Shisui charged, both unaware of the thumping of footsteps running their way. Danzo smiled, his expression wide with glee as he aimed a kunai at the Uchiha's heart. I'll fucking kill you. Shisui Niasen. Shisui suddenly faltered, his sudden anger turning into fear as he watched a familiar blonde boy race over to him. Shisui suddenly lost his footing, the pain that he got inflicted on him at the beginning now started to resurface. He tumbled forward, watching the kunai come down at him. As Naruto finally reached him. Niasen. All there that was seen was blood. Naruto fell to the ground, a loud death-screeching scream came from the boy's mouth as he held both hands up to his face. His body pulsating rapidly. Blood leaked down Naruto's hands as he gave a loud cry of pain. Shisui raced over to the downed blonde, grabbing his shoulders as a few tears leaked from the Uchiha's lone eye. Naruto. Naruto, are you okay? Naruto couldn't even shake his head, the pain was excruciating, his eyes were on fire. The blonde's tears mixed with blood making it burn even more. It hurt so much. Naruto cried. Please make it stop. Please. Please. Naruto begged helplessly. Shisui felt his heart shatter, all thoughts about the Uchiha gone from his mind. Now only occupied with Naruto's safety. Shisui gently grabbed Naruto's hands and slowly moved them away from his face. Naruto whimpered in pain as the cold air blew into his newly formed wound. He gave out a sudden cry. Shisui went pale, a small piece of Naruto's left eye rolled from underneath his hand and across the grass. A sliver of his blue iris mixed with his blood, stared right back at Shisui. Shisui felt sick to his stomach, he softly rested Naruto's head against his chest, making sure not to irritate the wound even more. Shisui heard the soft footsteps behind him and turned his head to see Danzo looking at him. The bandages back over his face covering his right side once again. All previous signs of insanity now gone from his facial expressions, now replaced with the diplomatic elder everyone knew. He stayed silent for a moment, kunai still drawn as he walked over until he was behind him. The cold steel resting across the warm neck of Shisui. The Uchiha shut his lone eye, the cries of Naruto echoing throughout the clearing as he clenched Shisui's blood-soaked shirt. If it's any consolation. There was no other way this could have gone to Shisui-san. Shisui shook his head sadly, his free hand softly caressing Naruto's blonde hair. You are wrong, Danzo. There's always another way. You just weren't willing to find it. Danzo shut his eyes, shaking his head at the man's unwillingness to understand. As promised. I will leave the Namikaze child alone. Shisui gave a thankful smile. His lone eye turned upside into a U shape. He gave a soft sigh, awaiting death, ready for its cold touch. But death never came, suddenly the cold steel left his neck as a loud smack was heard as Danzo was suddenly gone. An array of trees now tumbling down with a trail of dust going deeper into the forest. Shisui looked upwards, only to see a sudden masked figure. He wore a long solid dark blue trench coat with a wave on the front. His mask was a soft pink, only showing a head of straight brown hair. The cloaked man tilted his head at the two people on the floor, he looked around. Traces of blood were everywhere. Trees were destroyed and signs were most definitely used. The masked figure bent down until he was eye level with Shisui, the Uchiha looked on in worry for Naruto. He tightened his grip around Naruto, making him whimper again. An action that didn't go unnoticed by the stranger. What happened to the little one here? His voice was surprisingly soft, coming off more feminine. Shisui looked down at Naruto in sadness. He jumped in front of a kunai for me. It completely destroyed his eye. He spoke, letting out a sudden cough in pain. The masked man nodded, he looked back at the young child. He was unconscious, no doubt collapsing from the sudden pain. He pushed his mask to the side, showing a lovely shade of pastel pink eyes catching Shisui's attention. It seems you care very much for this Namika's child. Shisui stiffened but was held back by the masked man waving his hand. Don't worry, it doesn't matter to me where he came from. The man spoke silently, putting Shisui at ease. The Uchiha let out another cough as the pink-eyed man reached into his pouch, pulling out a small-sized urn. He placed it on the floor and looked back at the Uchiha. He motioned for Shisui to lay the boy down. After a few moments of Shisui not complying, the man sighed. I'm merely gonna heal him as best I can. Shisui reluctantly agreed, laying Naruto flat on his back. The masked man lifted the boy's shirt up, slowly grabbing some ink and writing on Naruto's stomach. Shisui questioned the man in between coughs about the man's method, and he looked at him. It's a seal array. Shisui raised an eyebrow, but stayed silent. The man grabbed the urn and motioned Shisui to put his hands out and grab on. The man whispered to Shisui, making his eyes go wide. His lone onyx eye looked at the man in utter shock. But how do you? It's the group I am in. Adarash Plus. A group formed to fight back against the Akatsuki. That is why. He said, pointing at the urn now resting in Shisui's hand. I have that. Shisui silently nodded his head, not quite understanding the whole situation. He looked back at the prone figure of Naruto. His left eye entirely gone as the blood finally dried around his eye socket. His body felt weak, he knew he wouldn't survive this, he already lost more blood than he should have. Only staying alive for Naruto's sake. Even so, he felt a content smile on his face. He pulled his free hand upwards and around his remaining eye. The masked man watched in silent surprise. With a sudden grunt and a wet crunching noise, Shisui held out his now closed palm to the cloaked man. The small smile never leaves his face. If you wouldn't mind, please replace his eye with mine. It will be my last gift to him. The man stared at the Uchiha. He's never met an Uchiha that would willingly give his Sharingan to someone. He gave a hum and thought, coming to Konoha was a good idea after all. Of course. Shisui offered another kind smile and gave the man a soft thank you. Taking the eye from Shisui's palm and opening the urn and placing it on Naruto's stomach. He watched the Uchiha fall to the side, his body now resting directly next to Naruto's. The eyeless man reached his arm out, feeling the soft locks of blonde hair he caressed many times before. I guess neither of us would have ever thought this would ever happen, huh? He said, chuckling to himself. His smile grew wider. I love you, Turtle-chan. You were the baby brother I always wanted. Shisui said, a laugh escaping his mouth. Make sure you train hard, always eat your vegetables even if you don't like them. He spoke, his voice getting quieter. Please live your life the way you want it, make friends, be happy with who you are. He said, his smile growing wider as he felt his life start to fade. There was so much more I wanted to teach you, Naruto. If only I wasn't weak, I would still be here, able to protect you. He said, as imaginary tears cascaded down his eye sockets. He gave a sudden chuckle, his grip trying its best to grab as much of his blonde hair as he could. His eyes shut and his head rolled back. Maybe you're not my little brother, but the son I always dreamed of having. And with that, Shisui Uchiha breathed his very last breath. Entering the eternal silence with a smile on his face, the masked man closed his eyes, mourning for the sudden shinobi that had just passed away. Very few shinobi were like him. The cloaked figure sighed, glad to see the man die with at least a smile on his face. Looking back down at the blonde, he would make sure this boy would live. Weaving through hand heels, he smacked his open palm on Naruto's bare chest and won over the blonde's distraught eye. Secret sealing art. Conceal. Suddenly a bright blue light flashed across the area, blinding anyone in a near-mile vicinity as Naruto's body hunched upwards and a loud scream tore through his throat. This lasted for what seemed like years for Naruto, but was merely just 5 minutes. As fast as it came, it seemingly vanished. The sealing arrays were now completely gone from Naruto's stomach. The cloaked man returned his mask to cover the rest of his face and wiped a bead of sweat off his brow. He looked back at the boy, the urn lying empty on the grass. The masked man gave a sigh as he walked over to the new deceased Uchiha. After a quick fire, the body of Uchiha Shisui was no more. The masked man respected that particular Uchiha, he would make sure his body didn't get tampered with in death. Suddenly 3 chakra signatures alerted the masked man, with a quick shunshin he left the area almost instantly. As 3 Konoha shinobi came down only to find Naruto's body lying across what seemed like a battlefield. Chapter 5. Arc 1. Part 5. Time skip 1 week, do you, damned baka? Do you have any idea what you've done? Do you not understand how utterly stupid this was? The familiar masked man let out a bored sigh. His pink mask was hanging at his side as his pastel eyes closed in annoyance. His hair now a light gray color, while his eyes stayed the same pink. He moved his hand to his head, shaking his hair making it messy. Yeah, I know what I did. I'm the one that did it after all. He spoke, the last part coming off as a whisper. You don't have to worry about Akira. I know exactly what I'm doing. Akira scoffed loudly and looked over at the cloaked figure. Her amber eyes looked over at him in anger. I don't care if you know what you're doing, you know. You just went ahead and gave this child our most prized possession. The one thing stopping Akatsuki. She barked at him. Small beads of spit landed on his face as he remained stoic. The now dubbed Yuno gave a shrug, the intention of Adarash Plus was on my mind. Now the urn is out of our possession, Akatsuki doesn't know where it is and cannot target us. But you can't just go around and seal. The shinobi world will benefit from my decision. I couldn't have asked for anyone better. Yuno spoke, cutting her off harshly, but his voice remained smooth. He turned around until his back was facing Akira. If looks could kill, Yuno would be a pile of ash right about now. You seem to trust this Namikaze Naruto, a mere child. She narrowed her eyes at the back of Yuno's head. Was there anything you left out of the report, Yuno? Her tone was dark, but Yuno was unaffected. He raised his hand over his head, giving a small wave as a grin played across his lips. Of course not, Leader Sama. Konoha no Sado. The most powerful hidden village in all the elemental nations. Known for its famous shinobi and great economical advances. Harboring some of the strongest clans and bloodline limits that other countries only dreamed of having. But sadly, the village of Konoha had suffered a large blow to her power. Uchiha Itachi, one of the most gifted shinobi that Konoha has ever produced. Graduating the academy at the age of 7 and becoming a full-time Anbu captain at 13. Last week the Uchiha prodigy seemingly snapped in one night, slaying his whole clan in cold blood. From men, women, and any child he could find. The only known survivor of the massacre was Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi's very own little brother. No one knows the exact reason why Itachi did what he did, but the news spread all around the village like wildfire. It was likely that the surrounding counties had also caught wind of the tragedy that had taken place. Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha, had never hated his job more than this past week. The people demanded answers, every council meeting was getting more and more stressful as they tried to calm down the public. Not only that, but since the fall of the Uchiha, the Hyuga clan had become more arrogant in their attempt to be named the strongest clan. Minato let out a much-needed groan, his hair was even more messy, making his spikes more unruly than ever. His Hokage cape was wrinkled and misshapen. There were large bags under his eyes, showing signs that he was sleep-deprived. He held his head in his hands, closing his eyes just to get a little rest. Sadly for him, it only kept getting worse. His son, Naruto, has been hospitalized since the beginning of the week. He was found close to 2 miles away from the Uchiha compound. Next to a burning body that they couldn't identify, traces of wind and fire were used all around the area. He clenched his fists in irritation. He had no idea why his son was over at the Uchiha compound or how he even got there in the first place. When they found Naruto, he had no damage to his body. Only a large vertical scar over his left eye. It pained Minato to see a scar on his youngest son's body. A sudden pang of guilt rising in him. How could Naruto defend himself if they haven't offered to train him? If Naruto only got away with a scar with no training, then maybe next time. Suddenly Ine appeared in the middle of his office, letting his train of thought suddenly break. Okage-sama, your son has finally woken up, but something is terribly wrong. Minato was suddenly gone from his office, the only trace left was a bright flash of yellow. Hospital room with Naruto. It was dark, so dark that even your shadow had to hide away in fear. Naruto looked around himself in utter confusion. Looking down, he saw his feet were submerged in about 4 inches of water. Naruto let his eyes wander the sudden abyss. There were no signs of life, no walls, just a large empty cavern. The only sound was a small dripping of water drops, one after another, falling down rhythmically, giving an odd relaxing feeling to a tenebrous room. Naruto felt the cold air walk itself over his body as he stepped forward, making him shiver. Each step making the smooth murky water glide across his feet and echo into the chasm. And that's when he saw it, like a thick curtain of darkness that played at a theater. Like the beginning of a play, it opened up, finally shining in a muted array of light. Then a large gust of wind picked up, forcing Naruto to cover his face as his shirt fluttered from the sudden gust. A strange heavy pressure fell onto his body, forcing his knees to buckle. His legs wobbled as his eyes went wide in horror. A lone regal eye stared back at him, like yellow mixed with silver. A proud coin of glory looking at him with an immense amount of pressure. And before he knew it, he was sent flying backwards, a yell passing his lips as the pitch-black abyss swallowed him whole. Naruto awoke from his hospital bed in a rush. A loud scream forcing itself up his throat and echoing in the white room. All occupants were startled in the room and rushed to his side immediately. Naruto didn't notice they were there, all he saw was red. Sudden flashbacks of what happened racing to his mind. All he saw was Shisui fighting a mysterious man he'd never seen before. Them jumping in the way, and Naruto's head suddenly started to throb, his left eye burning. The feeling that it was on fire spread through his body as the phantom pain of that night returned. He thrashed in his hospital bed, his gown riding down his body as the nurses tried to calm the seemingly hysterical boy down. Suddenly a flash of bright yellow came from the room as the Yondaime Hokage came in to see his son in shambles. His mind went into overdrive and he raced to his son, grabbing the boy's thrashing head in his hands. "Naruto, what's wrong? Get away from me. Where's Shisui Naisen? Where is he?" Naruto yelled, cutting off Minato mid-sentence. His smaller hands gripping Minato's sleeve trying to pull him away. Minato flinched in surprise at his son's outburst. Naruto clenched his hands around Minato's sleeve, grabbing the Hokage's attention as Naruto finally stopped moving. A soft sob escaped his lips as he looked down at his messed-up hospital bed. Naruto forcefully removed his father's hands from his head, letting his free hand to once again move over his left eye. This time he finally felt what was there. He traced over his eye socket as if it was his first time. He felt soft bumps going up his eye as he got a glimpse of himself in the far mirror of the room. It was a long vertical scar going up his eye resting just below his forehead. But what shocked him most was the eye that was in his head. He swore he felt it leave his socket. He suddenly grew very pale, the phantom pain now burning his very core. The memories are freshly implanted in his brain forever. Naruto looked over to his father, a loom of worry stretched across the man's face as he waited for Naruto to speak. Naruto gave a small sniffle. "Where is Shisui Nisan?" Minato, slightly curious as to why this certain Uchiha was apparently close to his son. He internally frowned at that thought. The more he thought about it, the less answers he would receive. Both Namikazes were ignorant to the black narrowed eyes looking in their direction from across the room. Naruto, last week the whole Uchiha clan was killed by one of their own. There was only one survivor. Naruto looked at his dad in utter disbelief. The whole clan was slaughtered. One survivor. He had a vague memory of Shisui laying down next to him, his mouth moving, but he heard no words. The sudden realization dawned on the boy. Shisui was dead, the only person that cared for him. The only person that treated him with the respect he always wanted. The first person to openly tell him that he loves him. Minato bent down to his son, his hand coming to rub Naruto's head. "It's okay, Naruto. Everything will get better from here on out. You still have us." Before Minato could touch his head, Naruto smacked his hand away. His bloodshot eyes glaring at Minato with newfound fury. "Us? When has there ever been an us?" He screamed, taking the nurses by surprise at his sudden outburst. "I don't fucking care about us. All I wanted was to stay with Shisui Naisen." Minato felt his spine stiffen in shock at Naruto's sudden rage. While some part of him knew he deserved this, the more irrational side of him started to get the better of him. He put on what he dubbed his dad face and locked eyes with his son. "You do not raise your voice at me, young man. I'm still your father and you will show me some respect. Or else what? You're gonna ground me again? Send me to my room without any dinner? Making me apologize for something that Natsu and Narumi did? Or even take away the training you haven't even given me?" Minato fell silent at his son's words, a sudden spike of anxiety running through his body as his veins turned to ice. Sadly, Minato couldn't find any fault in Naruto's statement. He tried to rack his brain around for anything that he has done for Naruto, trying to find anything to convince his son that it wasn't true. Naruto looked over at his father in anger, having to bite his cheek from screaming again. All the grief and sadness that he had stored up into his small body was now leaking out in waves. Without waiting for a response, Naruto jumped off his bed and ran out the hospital door in a rush. "I need to get away." Minato made his way to go after him. But one step in, one of the nurses grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. "I wouldn't do that right now, Hokage-sama. He's having post-traumatic stress episodes. His body is fully healed and he will be okay. He just needs some time alone." Minato gave a small frown at the nurse's words. Looking at the door with a sad expression, he disappeared in a bright flash once again. But Naruto looked at the crowded streets of Konoha. Looking down at the people happily walking. Naruto felt his eyes go downcast, circling the black scroll that Shisui had given him around his frame, holding it securely. The last thing that Shisui had given him before he died, and he didn't want to open it. It was hard to comprehend exactly what happened that day. Before he went after Shisui, he had a terrible feeling in his stomach. That something was happening at the Uchiha compound. And he was right, now the whole clan was dead. The one person he loved more than anything has died, leaving him. That thought alone made Naruto frown, and he quickly shook his head. Not wanting to get emotional, he knew it would happen one day. But not so soon. Naruto was now at a loss on what he should do. Yes, his sensei is now gone, how will he get the proper training? Someone who took care of him. Sure, he still has notes and scrolls that were given to him. Hell, he hasn't even scratched the surface on his elemental training yet. Naruto sighed as he laid back on the summer grass. Looking up at the bright blue sky, letting his thoughts wander to Shisui. "Hey, you're Naruto, right?" Naruto gave a sudden yelp at being addressed out of nowhere. He looked upward, seeing a boy about his age walking his way. He was wearing a plain gray shirt and black pants. His hair was pulled up in an upwards ponytail, resembling a fully grown pineapple. Naruto looked over at the boy in surprise, he swears he's seen this boy before. Naruto nodded his head as he sat up. Yeah, that's me. The boy took his seat next to Naruto and proceeded to lay down on the grass, his hands resting behind his head as he looked at the sky. I'm Shikamaru Nara, we're in the same class in the academy. Naruto blushed from embarrassment as he raised one hand to scratch the back of his neck. That's why he looked so familiar to him, Naruto gave the boy a sheepish smile. Sorry for not remembering you, Shikamaru. Nara only shrugged, his gray eyes seemingly more calm than annoyed. It's no big deal. It's troublesome to remember everyone's name anyway. Naruto gave a sweat drop at Nara's attitude. Naruto looked away from Shikamaru and back up to the sky. So what are you doing here, Shikamaru? This spot in the village is the best for cloud gazing. Naruto tilted his head, he's never heard of anyone cloud gazing. He looked at one of the giant puffy white moisture in the air. His mind flashing to the scream session he had a year ago to the giant blob of moisture. What am I supposed to be looking at? Shikamaru sighed, if he knew there would be this much talking he would have stayed in bed for the day. He pointed up at one of the clouds, grabbing the blonde's attention. It's not really about what you're looking at, it's about how. It's a drag when people force themselves to find some troublesome symbolism when it isn't needed. He said, trapping Naruto in his words. Just look at it how it is. A cloud is a cloud, going wherever the breeze takes it. So free. Naruto digested each word that Shikamaru said separately. Naruto averted his gaze from the cloud and over to Hokage Tower. Just look at it like how it is. Naruto thought as he held the scroll tighter in his hands. Shikamaru observed the blonde through a sideways glance. While Nara was incredibly lazy, not really outgoing and not really much of a talkative person, he was good at observing people and understanding current situations. Naruto wasn't much of a people person when he was at the academy. Most people ignored him altogether for his two siblings Natsu and Narumi. And that scroll he was holding, his grip was tight. Almost as if he was scared it would disappear any second. He traced his eyes upwards until he saw Naruto's left eye. His skin now adorned a vertical scar over his left eye, it was still a little bumpy. Meaning it was relatively new. And the boy hasn't been seen in the academy in the last week. Shikamaru hummed, the gears in his head turning rapidly. The blonde has been absent from the academy for exactly 1 week, the same week that the Uchiha clan got massacred. While his other classmate, Uchiha Sasuke, was absent, it made more sense to him, being an Uchiha after all. But Naruto had no connection to the Uchiha clan. Shikamaru then raised his eyebrow in speculation. Unless Naruto had a connection to Uchiha and was at the compound the night Itachi slaughtered his clan. That would explain the blemish that Naruto had over his eye. And the scroll he was holding, no doubt a gift given to him before the fall of the clan. And that entails Naruto's sudden demeanor change, by the looks of it he refused to open the scroll. Shikamaru sighed to himself, he hated how damn smart he was sometimes. Look at Naruto, as troublesome as it is. It would be best if you opened that scroll. Naruto looked over at Shikamaru in surprise, the blonde looked at the scroll in his hands and frowned. It's not that easy, it was given to me, and I was told to only open it once Shisui Niasen was gone. Shikamaru was caught off guard by the sudden despair in Naruto's tone. He should have kept his damn mouth shut. Naruto continued, it's hard. It's hard to believe that he really is gone. Shikamaru averted his eyes from the blonde and frowned. Naruto traced the scroll with his hands. Naruto, it's best to remember that this Shisui person left this scroll for you. He knew he was going to leave soon, that's why he prepared this scroll for you, and only you. Shikamaru said as he sat up from the grass. He gave a long stretch before offering Naruto a small lazy smile. I'm going to get home. If I'm out any later I wouldn't hear the end of it from my mother. Troublesome. He said walking away from Naruto, waving his hand over his head. See you around Naruto. Naruto gave a quiet goodbye watching the boy walk off. Shikamaru did make some pretty good points about Shisui. He looked down at the black scroll again. After Shikamaru left he spent most of his time alone trying to muster up the courage to open the scroll. Each minute making him more and more scared what would be inside it. The sun was now starting to set, making the sky have a bright pink hue as the rays of sunlight shone through the clouds. He took a deep breath, with shaky hands he flipped it open. 2 small puffs of smoke erupted from the inside, making Naruto cough slightly in surprise. Waving his hand to help rid the smoke from blocking his vision. Another scroll was now seen, this one was much larger, and it was red in color. In his other hand was a letter. Naruto felt his heartbeat start to quicken, he felt his eyes become glossy as he gripped the paper in each hand and began reading quietly. Dear Turtle-chan, hey Naruto, how are you doing? I hope you never have to open the scroll I gave you. But if you are reading this now then yes, I am dead. I hope you can one day understand why I had to write this letter and I'll start with telling you the truth. The Uchiha clan, for the past year, had been planning to overthrow Konoha in a coup d'etat. I was tasked with a mission to spy and help the village stop the clan before it was too late. If my fears have come true, then either the coup d'etat has already happened or I had to take matters into my own hands. Naruto-kun, I'm so sorry I dragged you into this mess. I just wanted you to have a good childhood. After the very first day we met I knew you were someone special to me. But now Naruto, I leave with you my signature scrolls. In that red scroll are all the more advanced water I could find to suit your style. But the main one is my secret to Shunshin no. I hope you can master that to levels that I only dreamed of. Naruto-kun, now is the time where you can live your life. Make your own choices, be who you wanna be. And always remember, no matter what you do, who you become. You will always be my little brother that I love no matter what. Love, Shisui Nayasan. Naruto couldn't stop the sudden tears that fell from his eyes. Each drop falling onto the letter softly, making Naruto sob into his hand. I love you too, Shisui Nayasan. I'll make sure to become a shinobi you will be proud of. Naruto suddenly froze, his heart going numb as he walked into his house. He saw his family all in the backyard, the slider door open letting a cool breeze travel into his home. The scroll Shisui had given him was almost slipping from his hands as he looked at his family outside. His mother was smiling happily, his father had a proud look on his face looking down at Natsu and Narumi. Naruto heard his mother's happy voice echo into the house, making him shiver. I'm so proud of you too. It's not every day that two 8-year-olds graduate from the academy early. Naruto's heart threatened to stop beating right then and there. His eyes were wide, the sudden burning sensation returning as he saw the setting sun shine down on his siblings' brand new Konoha headbands. Naruto felt a newfound rage gloss over his eyes. The anger was trying desperately to block out how inferior he was feeling at seeing his siblings already become shinobi so early. The day he loses the most important thing to him, they graduate and become shinobi, the boiling sensation in his skin was almost too much to bear. He wanted to scream, yell, and hate them. He was unaware of the sudden change to his left eye, gone was the sapphire blue that everyone was used to. It was now replaced with a dark crimson. His pupil now pitch black with 3 tomos spinning inside. The Sharingan. Chapter 6. Arc 2. Part 1. Time skip 4 years, I wanted I. Naruto thought to himself as he rested his hands on his drooping head. Finally, after 5 years he will finally leave this hell known as the academy. It wasn't just how boring it was how extremely boring it was. Sure, it made sense if a civilian would take these classes or a newly born child of low-tier clans. They were barely teaching actual shinobi techniques or only the dubbed academy has 3. That every child with a decent understanding of chakra could complete within their second year. Even the sparring was just a higher level of kids basically playing fighting. They taught each kid the exact same taijutsu stance, a stance so bad that if you stepped 1 foot outside the village, you would most likely die within minutes. And to throw oil onto an already burning fire, the acceptable passing grade for shuriken and kunai throwing was a 4/10. A 4. That's basically telling the students, now don't worry kids, if you can barely hit a stationary opponent you surely won't hit one moving. Naruto visibly scoffed at his thoughts, just the mere idea of the damned academy brought back awful memories. In the beginning, it was hard just being in his siblings' shadow, since almost every kid and teacher praised them for basically breathing. Even later on he was getting overlooked for the more smarter kids in the class, like Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. And ever since Natsu and Narumi graduated from the academy at the age of 8, a whopping 3 years earlier than normal. His siblings were labeled prodigies of their generation. While Naruto somehow got the title of dope since he had no special power like Natsu and Narumi or even special training. And since their graduation, if possible his parents managed to pull even further away from Naruto. Spending most of their time and effort accelerating the training of the 2 Namikaze prodigies. While he didn't spend much time at his house anymore, he usually spent the night at Shikamaru's house since they became fast friends after the talk on the cliff. He wasn't sure just how far exactly Natsu and Narumi were compared to him. While he knew he had gotten stronger, Naruto just didn't have the right training or a sensei to even teach him anymore. And it proved rather difficult to grow when it seemed like no one wanted him to. But he now had his trump card, the last gift that Shisui Nayasan had given him. The Sharingan. He first discovered that he had the Sharingan after he saw his 2 siblings wearing the village headband, finding out that they did in fact graduate early. It explained why he still had his left eye and only adorned a scar over his socket. Sure, Naruto wasn't 100% sure on exactly what happened that day, but he was certain he had lost his eye. And he technically did lose his eye. After he realized he had the Uchiha clan, he quickly rushed out of the house and to his signature training ground. Well, he really didn't know how to work the Sharingan. It felt like it was getting simpler and simpler as the days went by. Naruto groaned, he was slightly disappointed in his progress in actually using the Sharingan, he wasn't a master by any means. He would say he was about an average Uchiha genin when it comes to using it, but the feat was impressive for a non-Uchiha. He did add a lot more to his arsenal, since he got the sense the element of surprise would benefit him, greatly catching his opponent completely off guard. they would automatically be drawn to his eyes and bam. Caught under without even realizing. That's part of the reason why no one knew that he had the Sharingan. He wanted to keep the element of surprise until he couldn't hide it anymore. Also, it wouldn't look too good if someone suddenly popped up having a Sharingan after the Uchiha massacre, especially a non-Uchiha. And even after getting close with Shikamaru, he still debated whether or not to tell the Nara genius. And he didn't tell his family. Well, obvious reasons, but the worst was keeping this a secret from Sasuke. While he and Sasuke weren't really best friends, they did hang out from time to time. Strangely enough, it was Sasuke that came up to him first. Flashback: 2 weeks have passed since the horrible Uchiha massacre, and since Naruto realized he now had a Sharingan implanted into his left eye. Naruto wanted to smile at that, the pain was still fresh. But the mere thought of Shisui giving him the most powerful did bring a smile to his face. Naruto smiled a sad smile, looking at his reflection in the lake. He was sitting on a pier with his feet dangling over the edge. His Sharingan eye was active, showing his 3 tomo as he stared at his reflection. Naruto let his thoughts drift off. Letting the full moon shine down over the black abyss, illuminating the lake gives a peaceful personality to the lake. While it was already past 11 at night, he knew his parents wouldn't be waiting up for him. That thought made Naruto frown. After his talk with his father in the hospital, it seemed that he wanted to finally reconnect as a family. Well, that was certainly the feeling that Naruto got anyway. While Minato did seem worried about Naruto's health when he was in the hospital. As soon as he got home everything went right back to normal, if so even got worse. Since Natsu and Narumi graduated early, more of his mother's attention got put into their training. His father was a little less involved since his duties as Hokage have been taking up most of his time since the massacre. Suddenly a loud creaking sound broke Naruto out of his thoughts. After frantically deactivating him he turned his head to see someone he wasn't expecting. It was Uchiha Sasuke, the lone survivor of the Uchiha clan. Naruto stayed silent as the black-haired boy walked over to him slowly. After a few more steps he finally came to the blonde, his onyx eyes looking at Naruto's sapphire as he took a seat. Naruto looked away from Sasuke, the boy slightly awkward since he had never talked to the Uchiha before. Several minutes went by as they stayed silent, letting the warm breeze caress their bodies. The air was soothing, and it slightly helped Naruto calm his nerves. In the hospital, you mentioned something about Shisui-san. Naruto blinked in sudden surprise at being addressed. The blonde looked over at Sasuke to see onyx eyes almost glaring at him. Naruto pursed his lips, the sudden intensity Sasuke was sending his way was quite intimidating. Sasuke continued: when you woke up, you said you wanted to stay with, did you know him? Naruto slowly nodded his head. He didn't know anyone else was in that room, thought just himself and the nurses. A small smile played on his lips. Shisui Nyasen was the one who taught me everything I know. He basically raised me for almost 2 years. Sasuke raised a lone eyebrow at Naruto's words. Raised him? Coming from a son of a cage, it made almost zero sense. Sasuke questioned the blonde about what he meant. The answer he received stunned Sasuke. My partners don't really include me in the family. Everything usually revolves around Natsu and Narumi. Sasuke simply stared at Naruto in complete shock. The Uchiha finally looked away, looking back at his own reflection in the crystal clear lake. His eyes wandered over to the reflection of the boy sitting next to him. Noticing the large vertical scar over his left eye made Sasuke feel something twinge within him. You know, it was my brother that killed the entire clan. The blonde snapped his head over to Sasuke in disbelief. Naruto's eyes softened. While he didn't know much about the massacre, only that Shisui didn't actually die in the midst of it all. All he knew was that Itachi is the one that committed the genocide. He had no idea Sasuke was related to him. I came to you because Shisui-san was Itachi's best friend. They did everything together. Naruto nodded, he did remember hearing Shisui bring up Itachi on more than one occasion. He pursued his lips yet again, he was most likely the only one to know that the Uchiha were planning a coup d'etat thanks to Shisui's letters. The thought to tell Sasuke right now quickly passed through his head. But it was kept a secret for a reason, and he would honor that secrecy of his sensei. I hate him. I hate him so much. I want to avenge my clan and kill that bastard for what he did. That's not a good way to think about it. Sasuke glared over at Naruto, his head snapping over to him as he let out a snarl. His fists clenched so tight blood started to leak from his palms. And what do you know? You only lost one person that day. I lost everyone that ever mattered to me. Naruto recoiled in slight surprise, but he managed to hold his ground and shake his head. Shisui Nyasen once told me that it's okay to hate people, but you should never let that blind you from seeing what really matters. He said, making Sasuke falter slightly. The raven-haired child found it harder to maintain its glare. And what matters is that you had that special time with your family, a loving brother that is still out there somewhere, even if you hate him. I mean, you're still here, right? He said, making Sasuke go wide-eyed. The glare left the Uchiha's face as he processed every word Naruto sent his way. He never thought of it like that. Naruto looked over at him and sent a sad smile his way, the pain shining off his two blue eyes. I never got that special time with my family that I've always wanted. And my brother isn't out there anymore. Flashback end. Ever since then the Namikaze and Uchiha were not best friends, they did sometimes hang out together with Shikamaru, since Sasuke had nowhere to go and Naruto was seemingly not wanted. They all got along pretty well since all of them were reserved in their own right. Naruto paused at his thoughts, sometimes it was like they were actually completely alone, since neither Shikamaru or Sasuke were much of talkers. Naruto looked around his empty classroom. Most of the chairs were already long forgotten, there were only about 4 students counting himself as he waited to get called up. All he had to do was the basic Academy 3, they already passed both the throwing portion and the written test last night. So the blonde waited for 1 hour to get called. He mentally sighed, even in test form he was almost at the very bottom. Next up, Namikaze Naruto. Naruto silently cheered as he jumped over his desk and down to the front of the room. The rest of the kids that were waiting to be called rolled their eyes. Most of the class didn't really care for the dope of the academy. His grades were just average and even below most of the clan heirs. So seeing Naruto attempt to show off, in their eyes anyway, left a bitter taste in their mouth. Naruto ignored the look sent his way and entered the room where the academy instructors were holding the exam. Once he walked through the large door he was met with his teachers for the past 5 years. Haruka Yamino and Mizuki Suzo. Mizuki was just like everyone else, he showered Natsu and Narumi with unneeded praise and kept him in the dust to be forgotten. Haruka was much better in the aspect of actually teaching all kids no matter who they were. While Naruto was still greatly overshadowed, Haruka was the only one that gave him a chance to actually prove himself as a capable shinobi. And while his results were minuscule compared to his siblings, he still tried nonetheless. Okay, Naruto, you know the drill. Let's see what you can do. Naruto wanted to scowl at what Haruka said. He's pretty sure Natsu and Narumi didn't have to go through all the miscellaneous shit that he had to do, like write a 4-page report on the importance of chakra. Without performing any hand seals a clone of himself came to life right next to him. Within a few seconds the clone of Naruto then was engulfed in smoke, turning into a perfect copy of Haruka, down to the last detail. The real Naruto went to smack the clone on the head before his hand made contact with the clone, then used a quick substitution with a chair that was in the corner of the room. Soft clapping sounds echoed throughout the tiny room as Mizuki offered a strengthful smile. Thankfully Haruka looked real. The clone as Haruka dispersed itself as Haruka offered the boy a village headband. Great job Naruto. Congratulations on finally graduating. Impressive move making your clone do the required. But try not to show off so much. Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes at that. He wasn't surprised in the least, but he knew if anybody else performed like that, it would call for bonus points. And on finally graduating. He scoffed, even when they aren't here he is getting compared to his siblings. Naruto held his hand out and shook his head. Haruka raised an eyebrow at the blonde. Naruto then reached into his pouch on his leg and unclipped the hatch. After rummaging inside for a few moments, he pulled out the familiar headband that Shisui had given him all their years ago. The sacred headband and the aged green cloth both raised an eyebrow. He tied the headband around his forehead, ignoring the looks of confusion sent his way. Boy Naruto, remember to come back in 1 hour for team assignments. Finally stepping outside he felt a weight get lifted off his shoulder. He was free, finally free. It felt so good to finally be done with that hell. After a few seconds outside he saw his best friend with his arms folded leaning on a tree just outside. Naruto offered Nara a small wave, making him push himself off the tree. Aw, how special it is waiting for your best friend after graduation. Shikamaru rolled his eyes as he scratched the back of his head, yawning as he did so. Well, Choji already went to see his parents, a pre-celebration with his family. So you're all that's left. Naruto grinned at his friend throwing his arm around Shikamaru's shoulder, earning a yelp from Nara. Please, we all know you love me. The sudden scoff reached both boys' ears as Sasuke walked over to him, his headband wrapped around his forehead. Naruto looked over to him in surprise. The Uchiha genius graces us with his presence. Did hell finally freeze over? Shikamaru nudged his friend in the ribs making Naruto yelp. Sasuke glared over at Naruto and crossed his arms. Sasuke certainly has changed since the massacre. While at the start he was very cold and dark, swearing revenge on his brother for slaughtering his clan. But after his talk with Naruto on the pier he changed again, and this time in a good way. He would never admit it to anyone, but he held Naruto in very high regards and respects him more than most people. He owes him that much since Naruto helped him out in a very dark time. Naruto was the only one that left an impression on him after all. Naruto wasn't nearly as gifted as his siblings, and after finding out what Naruto's life truly was, it made his respect for the blonde grow. Again, not like he would ever admit it. Whatever, baka. And I see you graduated, surprised you managed to make it through. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Sasuke's smirk. Shikamaru sighed next to them. He could already hear the blonde's response in his head. TCH. Please, even second years could pass that test. At least most people scored higher than an 89 on the written test. And there it is. Shikamaru groaned to himself as he heard Sasuke rebuttal back full force. This year in the academy, Sasuke was the only clan heir to score below a 90% on the written portion on the graduation test. And Naruto was never one to pass up a chance to mess with Sasuke. Everyone knew how angry Sasuke got whenever someone mentioned it. Most people were too intimidated to say anything to the Uchiha genius, everyone but Naruto. No matter the reason, no matter the conversation. The blonde always managed to find a way to slip it into day-to-day conversation. Naruto suddenly stopped mid-sentence as the trio looked over to the streets. Most of the gradation class turned over as screeches and yells echoed into the summer air. Naruto frowned as one of the last people he wanted to see came walking over to him. Sasuke flanked his right while Shikamaru had his left, both having matching grimaces. They both know exactly how the Namikaze family treated their friend. To say they were disgusted was a true understatement. It made them nauseous down to their very core to think that some people so prestigious would literally abandon a child. Hey Otanto, how did the graduation go? I see you managed to pass. The feminine voice belonged to none other than Narumi Namikaze, the only daughter. Her headband secretly tied around her forehead. But the most distinguishing feature was not her headband, it was the dark vest she sported over her black t-shirt. Narumi offered her brother a smile, moving her eyes over the three newly made genin. The past 2 years have been very difficult for Narumi. It wasn't until she noticed that Naruto hasn't been home in literally months that something has been terribly wrong with her brother. And slowly but surely everything came crashing down on her like a pile of bricks. Remembering exactly how their parents left Naruto and how she never seemed to care. In truth, she felt like shit every time she saw the boy. It was a painful reminder of her failure as an older sister. She tried asking her parents about why they won't train or even acknowledge Naruto's presence. Not once has she gotten a real answer. So each time she brushes it off, still believing they have a real reason. Then there was their brother Natsu. He followed the example of his parents, and while he didn't ignore the blonde completely, he wouldn't treat him like a real brother either. And that was her biggest problem with both her brothers. She's had countless arguments with Natsu on trying to incorporate Naruto back into their lives. But each time it always failed, with either Naruto refusing to do anything with them or Natsu getting fed up with Naruto's stubbornness. Naruto grunted at his sister, his eyes glancing everywhere else besides her. Yes, I did. Is there a reason you are here, Narumi? The red-headed girl quickly nodded her head as she forced back a frown. She took a few moments to respond. Well, I wanted to see how my little brother was before I left for my mission. She said, trying her best to sound as real as possible. Honestly, she did forget all about Naruto's graduation today. Luckily she was leaving from the west gate, or she wouldn't have seen the giant sign on the academy saying graduation. Besides, Narumi continued, I wanted to see how you were doing. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, turning on his heel. He scoffed, fine as I'll ever be. He spoke effectively, ending the conversation. Narumi frowned at Naruto's back. She wasn't surprised by his answer. But she was sorely disappointed. She gave a heavy sigh and soon left the academy grounds. She had a mission to get to after all. Shikamaru elbowed Naruto in the side, softly making the blonde turn to him. Nara raised an eyebrow. You good man? Naruto once again shrugged his shoulders, the sudden anger already gone from his body. Sasuke snorted at his side, hands rested in his pockets as they entered the academy classroom once more. Almost every seat was taken apart from a row of 3 in the front. Sounds of laughter echoed through the halls as kids talked loudly about finally graduating. But sadly their presence did not get ignored, a few heads turned over to them. Especially a head of pink and blonde. Naruto and Shikamaru gave a groan as they covered their ears. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke flinched at his name as 2 almost identical rockets came blasting off towards him. Naruto and Shikamaru took a few steps backwards, leaving Sasuke to his misery. The Uchiha sent them a pleading look, one of the only emotions he allowed his friends to see across his face. The pink rocket snuggled into Sasuke's right shoulder, emitting a moan of content from her lips. While the blonde was on his back leaning on his neck. Sasuke-kun, I missed you so much. Did you miss me? Before he even had a chance to respond, the blonde on his back scowled. Like hell he would miss your forehead. We all know who he truly misses here. Oh yeah, Ino Pig, I bet he doesn't even know your name. You just said my name, Baka. Well, whatever, Ino Pig. Naruto shot an amused glance over at Sasuke. That would be Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. The 2 leaders of the Uchiha fan club, while most girls in the class praised the Uchiha. Sakura and Ino were the only 2 that actually vocalized it. Every single day. Sure, it was funny for a few days, seeing how bad they had it for Sasuke, and it was always fun to see Sasuke's misfortune. But now it turned into a basic obsession for Sasuke, and while the Uchiha was still miserable. No, it still made Naruto laugh. Thankfully, and luckily for Sasuke, the scar from earlier entered the classroom. He saw the commotion in the center of the room, and his eyebrow twitched. He was so happy this year was over. Everyone shut up and pay attention. Iruka smiled when every student took their seats. He cleared his throat before he started talking. Okay, I want to say once again, congrats on graduating. Cheers broke out in the classroom. And this year the team assignments are a little different. He said, making the students raise their eyebrows in confusion. Iruka walked around and turned the folder in his arms around, showing it to the class. Usually we assign a new genin to their sensei within the week. But this year's graduating class showed exponential growth and promised that Hokage-sama and I have decided that today is the day where we assign the teams. Teams 1 to 6 are fodder, we will skip them. Now team 7 will be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Ken Gasai. Sensei Kakashi Haddock. Sasuke's head fell forward and smacked his desk, while Sakura jumped up and down in happiness. Naruto shot Sasuke a look of pity before Iruka continued. Team 8 will be Kiba Inyazuka, Shino Aburam, and Hinata Haikuta. Sensei will be Kurina Yuhi. All the clan heirs nodded their heads at their team. The more enthusiastic Kiba gave a happy yell. Naruto blinked his eyes, the familiar name sparking something within him. He gave a hidden smile. It looked like she passed the exams. She couldn't have been my sensei. Team 9 is still in circulation from last year. So Team 10 will have Shikamaru Nara, Chimjai Akamichi, and Ino Yamanaka. Sensei will be Asuma Sarutobi. Ino groaned loudly, complaining why Kami seemed to hate her. Chimjai just smiled while Shikamaru was asleep. Naruto raised his eyebrow in confusion. His eyes scanned the classroom as he started to count the students. 25, 26, 27. What the hell, I'm the 28th graduate. He thought to him. Iruka continued, his eyes looking down at his file in shock. Well, this is new. Team 11 will consist of Naruto Namikaze, Sai, and Shizuka. Sensei will be Anko Mitarashi. The class went silent, no one even knew who those last two kids were. Iruka saw his students' confusion and was right there with them. He read off the file. Sai was trained under tutelage with the village elder Danzo's supervision. Shizuka is a transfer student from Nadeshiko village. She moved here last week, so I hope you will make them both feel welcomed. After a few moments of letting it all sink in, Iruka explained where they would meet their instructors. Team 7, Kakashi will be up on the roof. Team 8, Kurenai will be at training ground 21. Team 10, Asuma will be at training ground 99. Team 11, Anko will be at training ground 4. Time skip after class. Naruto stayed silent as he made his way to training ground 4. It was the closest training ground to the academy, and the walk was only about 10 minutes. On his way his thoughts drifted to his supposed two teammates. The other male on his team was a boy named Sai, no surname. He was trained by a man named Danzo and was finally able to graduate. Naruto had no idea what to think of Sai, he hadn't met the boy yet, but he was a little skeptical. He was with all this time, his strength would probably be way more advanced than a regular genin. And the lone female, Shizuka, also had no surname. Now she was a total enigma. He's never heard of Nadeshiko village before, and the info he had of her was that she was already a genin before transferring over. So her strength would not be something to laugh about either. So that raised a question, was he as strong as his two mystery teammates? He gave a sigh as he finally entered the training ground, suddenly feeling inferior. As he was walking up he saw two kids almost his exact age. His brain quickly realized who they were as he got closer to them. The boy was none other than Sai. He had long black hair with even blacker eyes. His hair was parted in the middle, showing off his Konoha headband. He was wearing a gray shirt that ended right under his chest, allowing his pale midriff to be exposed. He had on black pants with his tan ninja pouch on the leg. He had a large scroll on his back and he was drawing something on a lone piece of paper. His eyes moved over to the lone girl. She also had jet black hair, her bangs threatening to fall into her emerald eyes. Her hair covering her headband from sight. She was wearing a tight blue shirt with a black cape style going down to her waist, showing off her developing cleavage. She had on tight black pants with matching combat boots. Shizuka was the first to notice Naruto's entrance. Her green eyes sized the blonde up. He was wearing a regular black t-shirt with a zipped-up red hoodie. He had loose shinobi pants that ended at his ankles. His green sandals matched the cloth on his headband perfectly. His unruly blonde locks falling into his eyes, only being kept up by his headband. She narrowed her eyes at Naruto, something seemed off about the blonde. And she didn't know a lot of new graduates to already have a scar. I'm Shizuka. Naruto's sweat dropped, well she didn't sound much like a talker. Sai finally looked up, his onyx eyes dead of any emotion, but a small smile formed on his lips. Hello, I'm Sai. He said as he gave a formal bow. Naruto, feeling awkward, just smiled their way, his hand coming up to scratch the back of his head. Well, I'm Naruto. Uzumaki. That was another recent development that has occurred in the blonde's life. It's been a long time since Naruto felt like an actual Namikaze every time someone would associate him with that family. He would always feel like a disappointment or unwanted child. So that's why he came to call himself Uzumaki. It was a small change, but it made him feel better. An awkward silence fell over the new genin, no one really knowing how to start a conversation. Naruto rubbed his neck as his eyes moved over his two new teammates. Shizuka noticed his lingering gaze and glared at Naruto. "And what are you looking at, pretty boy?" Naruto blinked in confusion before looking away from her, trying his best to hide the soft blush that now resided on his cheeks. "Then nothing, just looking at my new team." Shizuka scoffed, crossing her arms over her chest. "Whatever, if I catch you trying to do anything sketchy, I'll make sure to kill you where you stand." Naruto scoffed at her, he wasn't one to just stand around and take threats. He had enough of those already. "I haven't even done anything." Sai smiled at them both. His eyes turned upside down. "You two would make a cute couple." Both their heads snapped to Sai. Shizuka, seemingly more angry, sent a kunai his way. "And what's that supposed to mean, painter?" "I mean, it's pretty obvious what he meant." Shikazu glared over at Naruto, the blonde grinning mischievously. "I didn't ask you, Baka." Sai never lost his smile, he set the paper he was drawing on back to the floor. Blondie tries not to get tits angry. She has a temper. Shizuka's face heated up as she threw her arms over her chest. Naruto let a snicker leave his mouth. The raven-headed girl grew anger, but before she could do anything about it, a loud sizzling sound echoed out as a kunai embedded itself right in the center of all three genin. All three genin widened their eyes at the seal that was hanging from the back. At back. Naruto tackled Shizuka away as Sai jumped backwards just in time. A loud explosion shook the area, while Naruto fell to the ground with Shizuka on top of him. Sai landed next to them, his large scroll was now on the floor with his pen in his right hand. Both Naruto and Shizuka got to their feet and stood next to Sai. Naruto held a kunai in his hand while Shizuka was weaponless. "What the hell was that?" Naruto spoke, his eyes traveling a mile a minute around the clearing. "Trying to locate any sign of danger," Shizuka responded. "That was most likely our sensei. It would explain why she wasn't at the training ground on time." Sai nodded his head. After a few brush strokes, two small birds made of ink raised themselves from his scroll and took into the forest. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the ability, checking it off of ninja abilities he didn't know existed. "My birds are looking around right now. No one spotted." Sai said as he stayed in his position. The remaining students circled Sai, watching the perimeter. Naruto continued for Sai. "All other genin tests all revolved around teamwork. I don't imagine this being any different," he said, both his teammates nodding with him. Silently thanking his late sensei for sharing that info with him. Suddenly Sai widened his eyes, both teammates witnessed this, and before they could speak a word, a large-sized snake came raining down at them. Its mouth opened, showing its large fangs as he attempted to devour Sai whole. Naruto suddenly appeared in front of Sai. His hands formed quick hand seals. Water style. Water shield jutsu. Naruto spun his arms rapidly as a large shield made of pure water formed from his hands. It was large enough to just cover his head as the snake bit down. The fangs connected with the water as it splashed upwards, obscuring the vision of both Naruto and the snake. Suddenly he felt a foot jump on his back and he looked up to see Shizuka propelling herself upwards. She spun in the air as what looked like hundreds of kunai rained down at the snake. Ninja art. Kunai volley. One by one each kunai stuck themselves into the snake's body. Pained hissing escaped the snake's mouth as it released his jaw from Naruto's water. The blonde jumped backwards, letting the break as Sai jumped to the side, scroll in hand. Sadly, they didn't communicate well enough as they collided. Naruto smacked Sai in the mouth as they tumbled and rolled on the ground. Shizuka landed next to the groaning boys as she glared down at them. Naruto got to his feet, rubbing his head to mess that up. Shizuka hissed as Sai smiled over at her. He got to his feet as he gave a few more strokes on the scroll. "It's okay tits, it was an accident. Stop calling me that." Ninja art. Bear attack. A huge bear made of pure ink materialized out of the scroll. It easily towered over the three genin as it raced off to the snake. Another sound of a kunai soared through the air right at Naruto. The blonde, seeing it coming, reflected it with his own. Shizuka moved fast as she caught the deflected kunai at the hilt as a purple-headed girl crashed down to the clearing. She held a huge white sign in her hands while confetti exploded from the mouths of two snakes that were around her legs. "Welcome the amazing and sexy Anko Mitarashi." All three genin stared dumbfounded. This was their sensei. No one said a word while Anko just smiled happily at them. Sure, she was late, it wasn't her fault. She forgot about her genin team and then proceeded to make the sign and convince the snakes to actually spit confetti. So it's not her fault. "Why, your sensei?" Shizuka gasped out as her eyes widened in pure astonishment. The sexy swayed her purple hair to the side and offered her a wink. Sai looked over at Naruto and pointed his thumb over at Anko. It seems Tit-sensei deserves the name more. Naruto's spine stiffened as he gave a sideways glance over to the now enraged Shizuka and confused Anko. Shizuka smacked Sai on the head really hard, making the black-haired boy fall flat on his face. And what's supposed to mean? She quickly snapped her head to Naruto, aiming the kunai at his throat, and I swear if you anything I will lodge this kunai right in your jugular. Oh, it seems we have a hothead on this team. But if anything is getting lodged into something, I'll be doing it. Anko's voice spoke clearly, echoing in the clearing as she appeared right behind Shizuka, the feeling of cold steel on the young girl's neck as time seemed to freeze. Shizuka still had her grip on Sai, while Naruto was still looking down the barrel of a kunai. Anko's voice was sickeningly sweet, the huge smile forever glued to her face. Shizuka cringed at her sensei. Now don't be afraid of little Almi. I won't hurt you. She said as she slowly dragged the kunai over her neck softly. Since I can't actually kill you, you know, laws and all. I would only like you slowly for threatening a fellow Konoha shinobi. Just imagine the soft kunai. Her voice passed her lips smoothly, making Shizuka sick to her stomach. Anko pushed the kunai deeper into her skin, drawing a small amount of blood. Pressing a little deeper. Suddenly Shizuka's body erupted into gold confetti. Anko looked on in shock as she jumped backwards, letting the confetti hit the ground. She looked behind her as she saw the huge snake she sent after the genin was now dead. That bear had ripped it to shreds, while Naruto and the rest of his team were standing next to the ink bear. Shizuka looked over at Naruto in shock, while Sai remained impassive. Naruto grinned at his sensei's expression as a sudden hand grabbed the back of Anko's body, pressing a kunai to her throat. The purple-haired Kunoichi's eyes glanced to her side to see an exact copy of Naruto behind her. Genjutsu, pretty effective isn't it? Anko returned the grin. When did you cast it? Naruto explained the moment you put the kunai to Shizuka's throat. Okay, that was partly the truth, while Anko was distracted by Shizuka and while Sai was facing the ground. He had time to hide his face and activate his Sharingan. He was able to catch Anko's eyes for a split second before she was put under one of his. It was a risky move on Naruto's part. His teammates didn't see him weave any hand seals, if they even saw anything to begin with, but he did enjoy the look of pure disbelief on Shizuka's face as he walked over to her and just pushed Anko's arms away. While Sai looked shocked for a moment, Naruto really couldn't tell since it went away as soon as it saw it. Anko let out loud booming laughter as she grinned at the blonde behind her. Her eyes glowing with playfulness, having fun pressing yourself into my blondie. Naruto turned a new shade of red as Anko teased him. Before he could move, Anko quickly dispelled the clone as it erupted into water, soaking the back of her brown trench coat. She took a few steps closer to the new genin and smirked. Her tongue coming out to lick her lips hungrily. I will say you three surprised me greatly. Not only were you able to kill that snake, she said, pointing her thumb over at the dead snake. You managed to surprise a level ninja, and you did it with amazing teamwork, with only knowing each other for not even an hour. I'll say that's worthy of passing. Naruto physically beamed at the praise, trying his best to rid the giant blush on his face. Shizuka was a lot more compassed since she was already a genin from her hometown. But she couldn't stop a small grin from forming. Sai remained impassive, his eyes stayed blank, but a faintest smile was noticeable. It was subtle but still there. Now we are officially Team 11. Now get ready for fucking hell. Okay. Please report to everyone. Minato said happily as he clapped his hands in joy. Out of all the jobs that Minato absolutely hated while he was Hokage, he was always excited for the graduation of academy students. Every year he looks forward to it, and this year was no exception. Looking out in front of him were 9 of the strongest that Konoha had to offer. And the test results that Iruka had given him told him that there was a very promising bunch of kids this year. He couldn't contain his excitement and decided to give the kid senseis the day of. He smiled wide as he gestured to his only student in the room. Kakashi-kun, please report. Kakashi sweat dropped at the Hokage's attitude, putting down his infamous Ichi Paradise book. He scratched his cheek with a sigh. Team 7 consists of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Ken Gasai. Pass. The whole room was in shock at hearing him actually pass a squad. Even Minato was slightly at a loss for words. Really? What made you pass them and not any other of your teams? A man named Asuma Sarutobi said, taking a long drag of his cigarette, making the woman next to him elbow him slightly in the ribs. Minato nodded. I would also love to hear this, Kakashi-kun. The silver-haired man shrugged his shoulders. Well, at first they were just like every other team I had gotten before. Attacking me all separately and with no plan. The Haruno girl wouldn't stop following the Uchiha kid around like a lost puppy dog. It was really hard to watch. That doesn't explain why you passed them, Kakashi. Kakashi turned his head and gave his signature eye smile to Kurenai Yuhi, waving his hand in the air. I'm going to Kurenai. It wasn't until the last 10 minutes of the test that they coordinated an attack against me all at once. Of course they didn't push me very hard at all. But it was a valiant effort. But finally showing signs of teamwork, I decided to pass them. Minato smiled at his explanation. Happy to hear that Kakashi finally passes one of his teams. His eyes shifted over to the person next in line. Kurenai-san. Please report. She nodded, looking back up to her Hokage. Meeting his eyes and she swallowed a grunt. Teammate consisting of Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburam and Hinata Hyuga have passed Hokage-sama. She said, making him nod his head. They all worked well together from the moment the test started. It was a good improvement to Hinata-chan as well. Kiba-kun seemed to help her break out of her shell a bit. That's wonderful, I was worried that her shyness would interfere with her abilities. He said, genuinely happy to hear about the girl's improvement. Kurenai nodded before stepping back into place. Okay, Asuma Sarutobi, how was Team 10? The big burly man smiled as you would expect from Hokage-sama. Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka and Choji Akimichi performed perfectly. Minato grinned as expected from the next generation of the Ino Shikacho trio. Last but not least, Minato turned his attention to the last shinobi in the lineup. He felt his enthusiasm start to die down a little as he dreaded what was coming next. Anko Mitarashi, report on Team 11 please. Anko snapped to attention at being addressed so suddenly. She was slightly embarrassed since she was too preoccupied looking at all the pictures that hung on the walls of the Hokage's office. She never knew all the past Hokages were hanging on the wall. She grinned happily as she saluted her leader playfully. Team 11 consisting of Shizuka, Sai and Naruto Namikaze passed with flying colors Hokage-sama. She said, not noticing the sigh of relief that Minato breathed out. He was nervous to hear that his youngest wouldn't have graduated, but if he didn't it would really be his fault. Minato shook his thoughts away. I see. That's wonderful then. He said, making Anko nod. Yes, Hokage-sama, they all work surprisingly well together despite only knowing each other for only about 10 minutes prior to the test. She said, shocking Minato. She continued. They managed to kill one of my snake summons and Naruto and Shizuka were pretty proficient with their ninjutsu and that Sai kid was a front runner for ninjutsu. But Naruto, man did he surprise me. She said, getting everyone present to look at her in question. Minato felt his hands clam up, afraid to ask. How is Anko? Asuma asked, he was pretty intrigued himself. He had somehow forgotten that Hokage-sama had a third child. Anko turned toward Sarutobi. Well, I was threatening the Shizuka girl, you know, kunai to the neck trying to scare her. Everyone pleasantly rolled their eyes, typical Anko. When she just exploded into a ball of confetti and before I even noticed that blonde caught me in a with a kunai to my neck. The room fell silent, shocked to hear the report on the third Namikaze child. Kurenai was probably the least shocked at hearing that the blonde boy she hadn't seen in a very long time was on Anko's team. She smiled to herself, happy to hear that he was still pursuing. Her mind started to drift thinking about him, she hasn't seen the kid since her promotion to almost 5 years ago. Really Anko? How'd he manage to do that? Asuma said his cigarette had already fallen out of his mouth in shock. Even the usually stoic Kakashi couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Anko shrugged. I'm still not really sure when he did it. But it had to be quick, he never weaved a single sign. And as far as I know you can't perform without hand signs. Kurenai shook her head. That's not true, you can, but it takes an incredible amount of stability and chakra control. Only masters of the art are able to do it. Anko nodded, grinning. Then I might have a prodigy on my team. Sweet. He wasn't a one-trick pony either, he had a pretty strong water affinity. She said, turning her attention back to Minato, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Any reason on why he didn't graduate early with his brother and sister Hokage-sama? He definitely is higher than Genin level. She asked, making all eyes turn to Minato. His head started to ache as he panicked at all the expected shinobi eyes on him. He coughed into his fist. Anyway, thank you Anko-san. Everyone is dismissed. I have some important things I need to look over. He frantically said as one by one they started to leave his office. Unbeknownst to him were the narrowed eyes looking his way as they left the room. Minato put his head in his hands, sweat starting to form on his brow as he looked down at his desk. I don't know what to do. Chapter 7. Arc 2. Part 2. 3 weeks later, the mission is simple, we get in there, retrieve the folder and get away as fast as possible. Leave no evidence behind. A soft powerful feminine voice rang through the forest clearing. Bouncing off the decaying oak trees letting it linger in the summer air. The tone of voice was dark, the holder being horribly serious as her feminine hand rested on one of the trees. Her fingernails tried to pierce the dying bark as her blue eyes wandered around the forest. The voice belonged to the one and only Narumi Namikaze. Her father, the Hokage, put her in charge of a simple retrieval mission just outside the border of Konoha. Well, this isn't her first retrieval mission, it didn't stop her from being overly serious. She quickly scanned over the area, her eyes coming to rest on an old-looking cabin that was just outside of Tuna Town. Letting the soft breeze flow over her body, allowing the air to slightly calm her. 3 guards on each side of the building. She whispered to herself as her eyes shifted to a cluster of trees just past the cabin. Hiding in the trees are another set of three, their chakra signatures are much larger, high if I had to estimate. Her bangs fell forward slightly, obscuring her vision and shadowing her eyes. Mission start. Konoha, Sai, I'll fucking kill you. Shizuka yelled, and as what seemed like the 100th kunai left her palms as it soared through the air, all aimed over to the black-haired teammate of Team 11. Sai wasn't a prideful man, hell he didn't have that many emotions since he was taken into the at such a young age. And he knows that for as long as he lives, he will never admit that he was scared at this very moment. Really fucking scared. Shizuka tossed another kunai, this one barely nicking Sai across the cheek. Naruto watched from the sidelines in pity. While he did find the affectionate nickname Tits for Shizuka to be quite funny, he knew it was gonna bite the boy in the ass someday. He didn't expect it to be barely 3 weeks after becoming an official team. So here he was now witnessing a murder attempt while he periodically had to sidestep from a kunai that Shizuka missed Sai with. Their team training with Anko had ended a while ago, she quickly left the training ground and all three genin decided to stay to get a little extra training in. The only rule she gave was to make sure they were well rested for tomorrow, apparently they were getting a new mission. And just 2 hours went by before all hell broke loose between Team 11. Shizuka knocked it off. At least give him some breathing room. The raven-headed genin snapped her head over to Naruto and gave one of her meanest glares. Her grip tightening around her kunai as her emerald eyes locked within Naruto's own sapphire. Shizuka scoffed as she put her kunai away, letting Sai walk off free. Her eyes never leave Naruto's. After seeing Sai walk off, he let a small smile grace his lips. Sai was very, very sweaty, but other than a few cuts here and there he looked perfectly fine. He turned to Sai. You okay? Sai gave a hesitant nod of gratitude to the blonde as he smiled. Yes, it was a good workout. Please, all you did was run around for an hour. Cardio is important. Naruto sighed as he watched the two start to bicker once again, well more like Sai just led Shizuka on until she got fed up and brought her weapons out. His eyes went back and forth between the two. Even though he was starting to get fed up with the constant bickering, it did bring a smile to his face. Feeling like he was a part of a group as he would be the one to step in. And sometimes be on the receiving end with Shizuka. Naruto thought about that, sure they were a team, but they didn't really do anything as a team outside of this training ground and missions. Naruto got both their attention before speaking. Why don't we all go get something to eat? You know, as a team. Both Sai and Shizuka looked at Naruto in sudden surprise. Naruto sweat dropped, he didn't think it was such a strange thing to ask. They were a team after all. Naruto chuckled nervously at their blank expressions. We could go to that ramen shop at Ichiruki, it's pretty good. After a few more moments of tense silence, Shizuka nodded. Yeah, sure. Lead the way. 3 miso ramen for me please. 1 seafood ramen please. I'll have what the lady is having. Naruto snickered as Sai quickly shut his insult down by the dark glare Shizuka sent his way. After giving the chef their orders, an awkward silence fell over them. Neither really knowing what to say or even how to talk to each other. So Naruto started effectively grabbing the attention of the two genin. Why don't we finally get to know one another? Like what we like and dislike. He finished with a smile. He noticed their hesitant looks and gave an awkward laugh. Okay, how about I go first then? My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My hobbies are training, being with my friends, turtles and Shisui Nyasan. I dislike people who abandon anyone, rapists, the usual. And my dream is to prove everyone wrong about me and make my sensei proud, he said, his voice turning deathly serious, surprising his two teammates. In the last few weeks they haven't seen Naruto seriously at any moment. Sure, they have only done training exercises and a lot of D-rank missions. But this was something entirely different. It seemed like he was much older, way too old for a 13-year-old. Sai was the first to recover, but he felt something trigger within him, his eyes flashed with an foreign emotion that he hasn't felt in years. My name is Sai. I like to paint, I dislike the same things you do. My dream. I guess I don't have one. What? You don't have a dream? All seriousness that Naruto previously evaporated in seconds. His hand slammed on the table, making his ramen broth leak out of his bowl as he caught the attention of other occupants within the stand. Naruto didn't waver. Is there nothing you ever wanted to do? Or to be? Naruto asked incredulously. Sai once again felt the unfamiliar feeling trigger inside him once again. He sat there in stunned silence. Anything he thought he should say died in his throat, his mind going too fast to comprehend an appropriate response. So he said the first thing that meant something to him, my dream is to finish my brother's book. Naruto smiled wide. His eyes turned into upside-down U's. He praised Sai for having a meaningful dream, then looked over at Shizuka. The transfer shinobi gave a deep sigh, not really liking the idea of sharing her personal interests. She never did something like this in her home village. My name is Shizuka. I like training, animals and making dolls. She blushed bright red as she noticed both her teammates raise their eyebrows in shock and CONFUSION mainly Naruto. I dislike the same things you guys do. Plus some. And my dream is to become the world's strongest kunoichi. Naruto smiled wide over at Shizuka. That's great. See, I told you guys this was gonna be fun. He said with a grin, finally feeling comfortable after a solid conversation. Shizuka crossed her arms around her chest. Her ears turned a tad pink as she told her teammates her secrets. She couldn't deny that it was quite interesting to hear what her teammates actually thought and felt. She looked over at Sai to see his face was more blank than usual. His raiment bowl untouched. After a few moments he looked her way, his face morphing into a large smile doing so. The look is completely gone. She broke out of her musing once Naruto began speaking again. Actually Shizuka, I've been wanting to ask you. What is Nadeshiko like? Naruto asked, bringing up his chopstick to his chin and thought. I've never heard of the village before, how is it over there? Shizuka turned her attention to Naruto, tilting her head at the question. She hummed and thought for a moment before answering him. It wasn't very good in Nadeshiko when I was there. There's this stupid rule where once we graduate from the academy, we have to leave the village and search for a strong male shinobi. And if we lose in battle they must come to our village and we get married off to them. She finished with a scowl. Naruto looked at her shocked. What? That's ridiculous. Shizuka nodded her head in agreement. I agree. We are just used to creating stronger heirs for our village, basically livestock. Once we get married off we are forced to retire as shinobi and become full-time wives. Naruto clenched his fists at her explanation. Shaking his head. That's so ridiculous. That village is forcing you guys into a life no one wants. He said and Shizuka nodded sadly, yes, but that is why I came to Konoha. She said looking down with a frown on her face. My parents died when I was very young, but they were both originally born in Konoha. While Nadeshiko is technically closer to Kiri, I could have gone there. I wanted to experience the village my parents were raised in. She said. Naruto gave her a sympathetic look. Surprisingly, Sai spoke up trying his best to give the girl a reassuring pat on the shoulder. It was awkward and strained, but she appreciated it nonetheless. I know what you mean Shizuka-san. I never knew who my real parents were. I was born in a random little village a few miles from Konoha. But I always heard that they were from the big village that was Konoha. I guess you could say my first real dream is seeing the place they grew up in. He said, allowing them to see just a fraction of his emotions. Naruto nodded as they continued to eat their food in a comfortable silence. After they finished their meal they walked outside back into the streets of Konoha. Naruto breathed in the fresh air as he stretched his body. Shizuki came next to him. Thanks for inviting us out to eat with you, Naruto. I actually had a good time. She smiled and Sai nodded next to her. Indeed. Maybe we could do that again sometime. Naruto's eyes lit up in glee as he nodded happily. Of course I would be happy too. We are a team after all. Well, if it isn't my little Atanto. Naruto felt himself tense up, Shizuka and Sai both noticed Naruto's body tense up. They turned their heads over to the front of the stand to see the fabled Natsu Namikaze leaning just outside of the stand. A smirk plastered on his face, his vest glowing as he had an open red coat over it. His village headband wrapped around his neck hanging loosely as he crossed his arms around his chest. He held his head up high. His smirk if possible seemed to stretch further across his face. His eyes switched over to the rest of the team slowly. You both will have to excuse my little brother here. He gets a bit overzealous most of the time. Naruto clenched his fists as he looked at his brother. His whole family always finds a way to ruin a good day. When he's with friends, his team, or alone time. They always find a way to make his life more and more miserable. He had no words for his brother, wanting his very presence gone from the shop. Shizuka on the other hand was showing signs of pure bewilderment. She snapped her head over to Naruto. Wait brother. Natsu chuckled as he reached over and threw his arm around Shizuka. The black-haired girl blushed from the sudden PDA but couldn't look away from his hypnotizing amethyst eyes staring back at her, mere inches away from her face. Oh, he didn't tell you? I knew it was always hard to be kept under our shadows after all. So I can't blame him. What are you doing here Natsu? Naruto growled between his teeth, the mere presence of his brother bothering him. Natsu is the one family member he saw the least. He was usually always on missions or training with their mother or father. Natsu grunted as he removed himself from the black-headed girl and grabbed a bag of ramen that was sitting on the counter. Dusen asked me to pick up some ramen for the trip. This time Naruto looked back to see his brother. His eyes frowned in confusion. Natsu smirked again, oh yes did I forget to mention. Dusen and Kasan are taking me to Mount to practice my sage training a year early. Naruto felt his blood run cold, his eyes went wide as Natsu held his head up. Satisfied with the reaction he got from Naruto he turned to leave the stand. It was great seeing you and your team Atanto. With one last glance back his purple eyes darkened considerably. Try to keep up. The tense silence shifted through the air as soon as Natsu left. Naruto's eyes were downcast, his hair falling past his forehead as his teammates stood there awkwardly. Shizuka reacted first as she patted Naruto on the shoulder. Hey, I don't really know what just happened but it's fine Shizuka. Naruto said, interrupting her as he patted her own hand down with his before sliding hers off. I'm used to it. He said, forcing a smile. Unluckily for him Shizuka shook her head adamantly at him. No can do baka. We shared about our family now it's your turn. So spill. Naruto frowned, sending a slightly pleading look towards the emerald-eyed girl. Can I tell you another time? It's a very long story. Before Shizuka could respond, Sai interjected himself. Yes. Maybe next time we go out for lunch. He said. He could tell the blonde wasn't in a good enough mood to talk. Naruto gave Sai an appreciative nod before averting his eyes back to Shizuka. She looked like she was about to protest, but ultimately she gave in. Letting out an irritated sigh she pointed at the blonde. Fine. But you will tell us. I promise I will. He said before excusing himself and walking away from the raiment stand leaving his two teammates behind. Shizuka scowled as she turned over to Sai in confusion. Why did you let it go so easily? It seemed to really bother him. And that was Natsu Namikaze. Sai shook his head at her. Watching his blonde teammate walk off. Yes it was. But whatever happened here it seemed to have affected Blondie-kun deeply. He was in no mood to communicate his feelings, I'm sure you could tell. Shizuka frowned at his answer, turning her head as she followed the back of the blonde. She gave a hesitant nod. Yeah I could tell, I wondered what happened between them. Sai shrugged. In my time training with them I knew that Naruto was related to the Namikazes. But I didn't know they held so much disdain for one another. But the feeling I got from Natsu-san. It wasn't pleasant. Shizuka nodded in agreement with him. Let's leave Blondie-kun alone for now Tits-chan. He'll tell us when he's ready. Shizuka couldn't even find it in herself to yell at Sai this time. Can you at least give me a better nickname? I will dwell on the possibility. Okay spill it Missy. How did it go? Anko pestered at Kurenai as they walked through the streets of Konoha. Kurenai sighed, rubbing her temples in irritation. I already told you. He just took me to a coffee shop. We talked for about 2 hours and then we parted ways. She said with Anko frowning at her. Jumping in front of Kurenai and walking backwards with her hands behind her head. Ignoring the passers-by who looked at her in annoyance. Did you guys kiss at all? Maybe even second base. The purple-haired Kunoichi wiggled her eyebrows at Kurenai. Anko? Kurenai quietly yelled at her friend, a small blush forming on her cheeks. Anko snickered at her friend before turning back around. I know I'm just teasing you. She said before finally coming into view of her favorite dango shop. Her mouth started to water as her eyes started to glisten. She quickly pulled Kurenai inside, grabbing a table by the open window. Kurenai glared at her. Couldn't you have just asked me to hurry it up and not drag me? Anko nodded her head. I could. But why would I? Kurenai sighed in irritation before breaking out into a small smile. Clearly amused by her friend's antics. It was one of the reasons why she loved spending time with Anko. She was always honest, maybe a little too honest. But it added to her charm in Kurenai's opinion. After pushing past her rough exterior, you were met with one of the most selfless human beings you would ever meet. Kurenai knew how highly Anko valued her friendships, they were the most important thing to her. And she would always have your back no matter what. Something Kurenai loved her for. As they ordered their food Kurenai straightened her posture, letting the comforting breeze calm her down. She was silently happy that Anko had picked out a table next to the window. So nothing happened with Asuma huh? Kurenai sighed as she shrugged her shoulders at her friend. Closing her eyes lets them have a short-lived rest. No, just a regular trip to the coffee shop. She said irritably. Her and Asuma have been flirting back and forth for several months and the man refused to officially ask her out. She was beginning to think he wasn't interested in her anymore. Anko threw her arm over the chair next to her, using a needle to pick at her teeth. Well can't say I'm surprised. He may act tough, but he's a total. She said, spitting out the piece of food she finally removed from her gums. Do you still even like him at this point? Kurenai had to take a moment to think about it. He was a very sweet man, but he never acted on any of his decisions. So yeah she liked him, he was one of the only men in Konoha who she would consider boyfriend material. But over the past few months she didn't know if she just liked him as a friend. So Kurenai hesitantly shook her head. I don't know. He's very sweet and treats me like an equal. But he's been more off-putting lately than usual. He doesn't really talk either, and that damn smoking. Anko nodded at her in understanding. Just another bust in Konoha no Sado. If you want to, I can set up a blind date for you. Karini felt all the blood drain away from her face. The last time Anko set up a date here. Let's just say it ended with a lot of screaming, a lot of vomit and a passed out sushi chef. Coughing into her fist she quickly changed subjects. Anyway how's your genin team? Kurenai asked, regaining her composure. Anko grinned her way. Kurenai was shocked to see a look of pride gleam over her eyes. Kurenai has been curious about Team 11 since the meeting they all had in the Hokage's office 3 weeks ago. Mainly because she was curious about how Naruto was doing. A sullen look glazed her eyes as she recalled how fidgety the yandere was at the mention of Naruto during the meeting. I guess things are still dicey with him. I hope he's doing okay. Honestly, I really didn't want to take a genin squad at all. But I'm glad I did, Kuchan. Those kids are pretty good for being just genin. Their teamwork is still a little rough around the edges, but other than that I have no complaints. She said, grinning. Kurenai nodded. How is Naruto? Anko raised an eyebrow in confusion at the odd question. Turning her attention to Kurenai, tilting her head. Kurenai schooled her emotions as she felt a bead of sweat form on her brow. Only Anko could ever make her uncomfortable by just a simple stare. Anko was about to answer the odd question before her eyes caught a glimpse of a familiar mop of blonde hair walking past the stand. Her face broke out into a devious smirk. Why don't you ask him yourself? Standing up abruptly, she pushed past Kurenai, leaning her head out the window. Anko, what are you? Hey, Naruto-kun. Over here. Naruto jumped in surprise in the street as he snapped his head around, looking for where the scream came from. The blonde looked to his left to see his sensei practically falling out of a window, waving her hands in his direction. Looking past her, he was able to catch a glimpse of very familiar crimson-red eyes that left such a powerful impression on him years ago. He felt his cheeks start to heat up as he looked at the lady next to his sensei. She was wearing a tight bandage-looking battle dress with bandages wrapped around her arms, stopping just before her forearm. Hey, Kurenai-san. He thought as his mind started to go blank the longer he stared in her direction, his sensei completely forgotten. She was breathtaking, he had never seen someone so beautiful before. While he knew she was beautiful when he saw her 5 years ago, he didn't really think much of it back then. After all, he was only a child. Anko watched as he froze in the street. You gonna stand there all damn day? Hurry in here. She yelled, breaking Naruto out of his trance as he rushed into the dango shop, looking at Anko as sorry Anko-sensei. He said, bringing his hand up to scratch the back of his head. Kurenai looked at the boy as he and Anko started to talk. She looked him up and down. Wow, he really grew up. He almost looks like a completely different person. She thought as she smiled at seeing him scratch his head. A habit he seemed to have kept all these years. Moving her eyes up his body, she couldn't help but notice the large scar over his left eye. She swallowed back a gasp as she traced it with her eyes. Something sparked within her, she wanted to reach out and wipe away the imaginary tears on his face. Like she had done all those years ago. Anyway, Gaki-Kuchan here was actually just asking about you. Anko said, drawing her attention, making Naruto blush a bit. Naruto turned towards Kurenai as she nodded. Yes. I wanted to see how you were doing, it's been a long time after all. She said, offering a smile making him return it with ease. Anko tilted her head, more confused now than she was before. She didn't know that Kurenai knew Naruto. Deciding to be a good friend for once, she stood up from her seat. Well, it seems you two kids have some catching up to do. So I leave you to it. She said as Kurenai looked at Anko sadly. She did feel bad, she and Anko hadn't hung out in a long time and she knew her purple-headed friend was looking forward to it. Anko swatted her hand as Anko gave her a grin. Don't worry about little Almi-Kuchan. We can meet up later. I'm gonna go piss off Kakashi. She said before winking and leaving the stand. Kurenai sighed as she watched her friend walk out, promising to make it up to her. Naruto laughed awkwardly, standing near the table. Sorry about that, Kurenai-san. I didn't mean to interrupt anything. She offered a small smile before the blonde to sit across from her. Don't apologize. We are the ones who called you over after all. Naruto nodded before taking his seat at the table. They began to catch up on what's new with them in the past 5 years. From Naruto becoming a genin and Kurenai passing her exams. Minutes soon turned to hours as they stayed in the food stand enjoying the pleasant company. They got on the topic of and she was excited to hear that he kept up his rigorous training and was slowly getting better and better each day. She told him how Anko bragged about him in the meeting with the Hokage, that he managed to catch her enhanced seal less. Naruto blushed at the praise, making Kurenai giggle slightly, finding his blush to be incredibly cute. Getting lost in mindless chatter, they were soon kicked out of the stand, staying well past closing time. Naruto offered to walk her home and she agreed, touched by his kind gesture. On the way to her apartment, she couldn't help but sneak a peek back at the boy. She was pleasantly surprised by how much she enjoyed her night tonight. While she only thought they were going to just talk for almost an hour, they ended up spending more than half of the evening at the shop. So long in fact that they decided to even have dinner there. He was all in all, a perfect gentleman. Even though this wasn't a date, she had wished that the last date she had went as good as this. Asuma had never walked her home before. But her mind quickly switched topics. Say, Naruto-kun, can I ask you something? Naruto nodded his head at her. Kurenai went silent for a moment, trying her best to figure out what words she wanted to say exactly. "How's everything going, with your family?" she said softly, making Naruto look down to the floor. Kurenai after a moment turned her head to see that Naruto had stopped walking and was frozen in place. Kurini was about to apologize, but Naruto spoke up before she could. Clenching his fists tightly he looked at the ground, biting his lip. "Everything is alright, Kurenai-san." Same old same old. Kurenai felt her eyes soften before grabbing his arm. Naruto looked up at her in confusion as she guided him to a small bench. "Take a seat, Naruto-kun," she said, making Naruto glance in confusion, "but I was just supposed to walk you home." Kurenai nodded before pointing to her right. "My apartment is right around the corner. But now I just want to talk." He nodded his head and took the seat directly next to her. Putting his hands together as he sat awkwardly next to Kurenai. It was tense on the bench, neither knowing really how to spark up such a serious topic. It was dark outside, their only source of light was the street lamp that resided next to the bench. Kurenai took several deep breaths before shifting her body to the blonde boy. "Do you want to talk about it?" Naruto stayed silent as he tightened his hands together. He didn't want to burden Kurenai with his life, he felt bad already delaying their trip because of his problems. But he knew the longer he let this sit and marinate in his mind, it would soon explode on him. Shutting his eyes, his scar pulsing with phantom pain as his stomach sent flips internally within him. "It's just." He started out, Kurenai giving him her full attention. "Once Shisui-Nisan. I was really hoping things would get better. I was praying, I really needed someone there for me. I made friends at the academy. But no one could ever replace Shisui-Nisan," he said. His voice cracked several times during his speech. His body hunching over as he let out a quiet sob. "Everything just got worse. Natsu and Narumi managed to graduate early, leaving me behind. My parents pulled even further away if that was even possible, and I lost support from the only person who was there for me. No one wants me, everyone always leaves me, I guess. I'm just not special enough," he said as more and more sobs escaped his throat. Kurenai looked at Naruto with a heavy heart, her own heart breaking at the very sight of him. She watched as the dam holding back his true feelings started to crack, letting his emotions leak out. Kurenai softly removed his hands from their grip and intertwined their hands together. "Naruto-kun, look at me." Naruto remained still as he tried to calm down his erratic breathing. He didn't want to look at her, he already felt bad enough putting her through this. She probably hated him for it, she probably wanted to chastise him for being such a baby, for crying about all the bad things going on in his life. "Please." Her voice was soft, it felt like silk as it left her soft lips and floated themselves over Naruto's skin. Naruto felt his pulse quicken as he slowly lifted his eyes, expecting to see disappointment and anger. It surprised him greatly when her crimson eyes held nothing but warmth, it was almost intoxicating to look at. He felt his cheeks start to heat up from her stare, his eyes couldn't help but drift down to her soft red-laced lips. She released one of her hands, bringing it up to Naruto's left eye. Slowly wiping away his remaining tears as she looked at his beautiful blue eyes. Her thumb slowly caresses the bottom of his scar tenderly. "Don't say things like Naruto-kun. Your family is just full of idiots. You are one of the most special, strongest people I have ever met. And you could use this time to be you, the you that you want to be," she said, offering the boy a smile filled with so much warmth. "Hell, if I had to go through what you did I wouldn't have even made it a day." She chuckled to herself. Naruto sat there quietly letting her words echo through his mind. His stomach started to calm down a bit as he leaned slightly into her touch. "And just remember, Naruto-kun, you have a duty to prove them wrong, right?" Naruto widened his eyes a bit as he turned his gaze back onto Kurenai. The corner of his lips started to lift upwards as he nodded to Kurenai. His eyes shining with newfound determination. "Yeah. That's right. Okay, my cute genin. This mission is very easy, so I better not hear any complaining. We are to deliver this letter." The purple head of Team 11 raises her arm to show the neatly packaged letter in her hand to the mayor of Tijuana town. "Her name is Mai Kisu, and the town is only about a few hours away. And this is our first sea tank mission." Anko explained loudly, throwing her arms up in the air in emphasis, hoping to see her slaves Ujin and yell in excitement with her. She pouted when she saw that all three were wearing the exact same look of melancholic thoughtful expressions on their faces. Shizuka was the only one who showed any real excitement about the mission as she broke out into a small grin. Coughing into her fist she frowned. "You guys are boring," she said with a pout making all three genin sweat drop. Without waiting for a response, Anko took the lead in front, Sai and Shizuka flaking her sides with Naruto watching the back. A comfortable silence fell over the team as Naruto was lost in his own thoughts. His mind wandered back to last night's events talking with Kurenai. He couldn't help but smile as he recalled her words. She was right, he needed to push past this and show them exactly what they were missing. He was thankful he talked with her, she even agreed to train him once he returned from his mission. He was ecstatic to hear that and was already looking forward to coming back. He took this time to look around the forest as he and his team ventured further in. It was his first time out of the village, it felt kinda surreal to finally escape the walls of Konoha. It was almost freeing in a way. Anko's voice broke him out of his trance. "Okay team, we are about 4 hours away from Tijuana town. We're gonna make a small campfire and get there first thing tomorrow morning." Anko explained, then went ahead and gave everyone little duties in order to set up camp. Sai was in charge of getting firewood, Shizuka was to put together the tents, and Naruto was to distribute the food. Naruto finished his task fairly quickly and sat on one of the wooden tree stumps, idly waiting for his team to finish their respective tasks. His eyes scanning over his team, he would make sure to apologize to them later on for rudely brushing them off yesterday. "Hey kid, how was your date with Kurenai-chan last night?" Anko said, effectively getting the attention of all three genin as she looked down at Naruto, arms crossed over her chest as she grinned. Naruto blushed deeply, his face resembling that of a ripe tomato. "A D-date." Shizuka muttered looking up at Naruto in shock, the tent falling out of her hand. Naruto waved his hands in defense, rapidly shaking his head. "IW wasn't a date. We just talked, that was all." Anko tried to fight back a laugh as she saw his face exploit in embarrassment. She wished she brought her camera. She shrugged her shoulders, taking the seat next to him. "I don't know about that Naruto-kun, you guys were out for quite a long time. Kurenai-san? Isn't she the sensei of Team 8? Sai said, his hand coming up to his chin in thought. Shizuka's eyes, if possible, grew even wider. Sai hummed as he dropped the firewood he was holding, giving a nod of approval. "I didn't think you were into an older woman, Blondie-kun. I'm not. And it wasn't a date, damn it. We just happened to know each other," he said, trying his best to fight back his aggressive blush. Shizuka shook off her shock before continuing to set up the tent. Anko started to laugh before smacking Naruto in the back, the blonde yelped slightly at the impact. "Just messing with you kid. Slightly," she said, whispering the last part before rubbing her neck. "Actually Blondie-kun, how do you know Ku-chan?" she said, her curiosity piqued as she put a hand on her knee. This seemed to grab the others' attention as well as they nodded in agreement. Naruto sighed to himself as he managed to get rid of his blush. Looking up he told Shizuka and Sai to take a seat, he did promise he would tell them everything. "And we are a team after all." And so he told them everything, from his family's treatment to his meeting with Shisui and when he first met Kurenai all those years ago. As he finished his talk he took a deep breath, feeling somewhat good to get it all out again. Looking up he was met with the speechless looks from his team. And that's how you got that?" Shizuka said, pointing to her own left eye as Naruto nodded. A sad smile on his face. "Yeah, I jumped in front of a kunai in fear of Shisui Nyasan. Whoever he was fighting wasn't fazed in the slightest and sliced at my open eye. I was lucky enough that he didn't do enough damage to blind me." He lied, not willing to share his biggest secret. He brought his hand up, rubbing it slightly. Anko spoke up this time, her usually laid-back and playful attitude gone. "I can't believe it, Hokage-sama," she muttered, shaking her head in disbelief. "How did you deal with it, Naruto? With your family?" Sai said, cutting into the conversation. His expression is unreadable. Naruto blinked in thought before staring deep into the bright orange flames of their campfire. After a while he shook his head. "I haven't, I'm still trying to. But last night I was told something very important. That I have to focus on myself to prove them all wrong. I know that I'll never be a part of that family, which is why I dropped the Namikaze name." He smiled a bittersweet smile as he rubbed the back of his head. "Doesn't it bother you?" Shizuka asked unexpectedly. Her voice raised quite a bit as both male teammates and Anko were taken aback at her sudden outburst. Shizuka had the audacity to look sheepish as her cheeks turned into a light shade of pink. She gave an awkward smile as she muttered a soft apology. Naruto slowly nodded his head at her, ignoring her apology. "Well, of course it bothers me," he said, his teeth clenching. "But I tried to get on their good side countless times, I tried to be there as much as I could. But there's only so much I can do. So you gave up?" Surprisingly it was Sai that asked this question. Naruto looked shocked at his question as a loud silence fell over the genin. Sai never took his eyes off the blonde. Naruto digested what was said to him. He looked down into the burning fire, Sai's stare was starting to make him uncomfortable. "No, I wouldn't say I gave up. I just accepted it." Sai widened his eyes as he sat there in silence. In fact no one else knew what to say as they sat listening to the crackling fire. Anko suddenly clapped her hands, her face morphing back into her usual playful attitude, throwing her arm around Naruto's shoulder. "Ah, who needs them anyway? And don't act all mopey baka. Don't forget that you're part of something great here. The soon-to-be strongest team in Konoha with the hottest sensei around," she said, nudging the blonde as she pointed a thumb over to Sai and Shizuka. Naruto looked at her shocked before looking into the equally shocked eyes of his team. They all looked at each other, nodding to themselves. The atmosphere seemed to change as they exchanged glances. Now they felt like it. Like a real team. "Yeah, you're right, Anko-sensei. So let's get this party started, shall we? Who's ready for guard duty? All three Genin groaned. Chapter 8. Arc 2. Part 3. Morning came very quickly for Team 11. After Anko gave them the rundown for guard duty. All Genin took 3-hour intervals while rotating. It was highly effective and each had a good amount of sleep to feel refreshed when they woke up. It didn't take them long to pack up their remaining items and continue on the road to Tuna Town. It was a beautiful day, the grass was shining and there was a light breeze making the giant trees sway regally. Flowers were starting to wilt, a lot of them already losing their color and stooping down, only being kept alive by the sun rays. Shizuka and Anko made small talk as they stayed in formation A. Anko in the front, Shizuka on the left, Naruto on the right and Sai in the back. Naruto looked around the forest, the further and further they got from Konoha the more beautiful it seemed to become. There were more wildlife running around as he watched several rabbits run around the trees and sip water from several small puddles around the area. Looking up at was met with the scorching summer sun blazing down on them, he slightly envied Sai at this moment, having a shirt that only covered half his stomach. Anko stopped her track as she turned back to the Genin, motioning them to look behind her as she waved her hand regally. "Ladies and gentlemen, Tuna Town," Anko said as the gates to the town finally came into view. The gates were not as large as Konoha's, but it was still impressive. Walking right through the gates they noticed that the town was bustling with life. People were running around with shopping bags and several stands were trying their best to get you to buy their products. Naruto looked around the town with growing excitement, it was a relatively small town, but the amount of life and energy was shared the moment they walked inside. Following Anko's lead they finally stopped walking in front of the largest building in the whole town. Anko turned back to the kids nodding her head. "Are you guys ready?" Seeing all three Genin nod she grabbed the doorknob pushing the door open, walking inside was almost like walking through to a different dimension. The room was a dark brown color, as several pictures hung on the wall with people Naruto didn't recognize. In the corner were several chairs with a nightstand with magazines stacked on one another. The air even felt more proper, more refined. "Ah, Shinobi-san, are you here to see Kisu-sama?" A voice said as Naruto turned his head to see a blonde woman behind a desk, a smile plastered on her face. Anko nodded before reaching into her pouch and pulling the letter the Hokage had given her. "Yes, I need to hand deliver this letter Hokage-sama had written personally." The blonde woman nodded before offering another one of her smiles. After a moment of looking over some papers on her desk, she pointed to the large door across from them. Yes, of course. She is right through those doors. But there is another Konoha shinobi here, so your time might be cut short just a bit. Anko raised an eyebrow, and the girl continued. "If you would like, can I schedule a meeting with Kisu-sama for tomorrow morning?" Anko waved her hand. "No, that's okay, we don't need much time with her anyway." The blonde woman nodded before they walked into the spacious room. Kisu was sitting behind her desk with a nervous look on her face. Her hands intertwined as she was reading a document in front of her. Standing next to the desk was an all too familiar person. Naruto widened his eyes as he saw the person's very own blue eyes rise in shock at his entrance. Kisu looked up from her desk and lit up as she saw the team. "Ah, Shinobi-san," she said, getting up from her seat and offering Anko a handshake. Anko snapped out of her own shock and returned the gesture. Handing the letter over to Kisu. "A pleasure, Kisu-san, we were asked to deliver this letter to you from Hokage-sama himself." Kisu nodded before turning back to the shinobi who was by her desk, her face going back to worry. "Narumi-san, do you think these shinobi will be enough?" The now identified Narumi tore her eyes away from her brother as she looked back to Kisu. She stayed silent for a few moments. "I'm not sure, I haven't worked with any of these shinobi before," she said as rising guilt erupted in her stomach as she looked back at her brother. Sadly, she knew absolutely nothing about her brother's skill as a shinobi. Anko, while never working with her personally, knew she was more than just a capable shinobi, she was trained personally by Orochimaru of the Sennin before his defection. The other two on the squad she knew nothing about, not even their names. "Enough for what exactly?" Anko spoke up, crossing her arms over her chest. Narrowing her eyes at Narumi, making the girl blink in confusion. Kisu rubbed her arm as she looked down at the ground nervously. "Well, you see," she said, not sure how to exactly put her thoughts into words. "It seems people are targeting me and this town, bad people." She finished making Anko raise an eyebrow. "What about bandits? We can take care of that easily." Narumi shook her head in response. Grabbing the document on Kisu's desk and showing it to Anko. "Worse, after my mission I was supposed to deliver this letter back to Kisu-san, but," she said, flipping the page over. All three genin perked up at this as Narumi channeled chakra into the page, making words that weren't previously there before appear diagonally across. Anko leaned in, her eyes scanning over the page. Her eyes lit up in recognition. "The blue flames?" Anko said. Narumi nodded, placing the page back onto Kisu's desk. Yes, apparently they have been seen venturing around Tizuna town for a while now. I suspect they will target Kizuna next. Shizuka shook her head confused. Wait, who are these blue flames? She said she had never heard that name before in her life. The Blue Flames, a B-class group of rogue ninja that go around targeting smaller towns and villages in order to seize control of them. They specialize in fire and are remarkable at assassination techniques. They will kill anyone who gets in their way, they are pure evil. Sai spoke up as he crossed his arms. His eyes closed as he relayed the information. Narumi looked at him in mild shock before masking it. She nodded her head again. Sai hummed, but what use would they have in targeting Kizuna town? He asked, opening his eyes looking at Kisu. The woman flinched as the boy's piercing black eyes stared back at her. She forced herself to look away, all eyes were on her now as she played with a piece of brown hair that was framing her face. I don't know. We are a trading town, we trade our wood for goods like fish and livestock. Unless they want to take over our trades as well. She asked as she placed a hand on her chest. Calm down Kisu-san, getting worked up now will only cause more problems. Narumi said as she tried to calm down the shaking mare. What kind of wood does your town gather from Kisu-san? Enko asked as the now calmer Kisu looked up at her. Kisu tilted her head. We have an abundant supply of genus wood, so that's our main trading material. Genus wood? Naruto spoke up for the first time as he looked shocked. His team looked back at him in confusion as Naruto began to slowly walk towards Kisu's desk. Is your desk also made out of genus wood? Kisu frowned and nodded her head. Narumi scowled at her brother, shaking her head exaggeratedly. There was a real problem here, and all he could think about was the craftsmanship of her desk. Naruto Nai there are more. Genus wood is very chakra conductive, with enough you can even make it harder than steel, and even so resilient where it won't even break. He said, stopping Narumi in her tracks. His eyes traced over to his, and she couldn't help but stare back. Blue eyes that looked so foreign to her, she couldn't recognize the boy as he looked at her. He was a complete and utter stranger. Slightly backing down from his gaze she nodded her head. Naruto grabbed the edge of the desk channeling chakra through it. The desk started to glow a soft blue color before the light-colored wood started to change into a deep black. Kisu gasped, throwing her hand over her mouth. That's what they're after, with enough of this wood they could make weapons, armor, and who knows what else. Naruto said, removing his hand from the desk letting it revert back to its original light color. Kisu looked down at Naruto, her eyes wide in need. Would you guys help and take down this group? Please I don't want anything to happen to this town. Naruto shifted awkwardly as he looked back to Enko, the purple-haired seemed to be in deep thought. While she wanted to help Kizuna town she didn't know if her team was officially qualified for it. If they weren't here then it would be no problem, hell she and Narumi would be able to take them out. Looking back to Sai and Shizuka, they both already had battle experience. Sai was in Anbu before the team was created and Shizuka was a genin in her previous village for about a year. But Naruto thought as she looked back at him. She knew he was good for a genin, better than he gave himself credit for. Yet he lacked battle experience, but as she looked into his eyes, she saw this fire of determination that was unyielding. Taking one last glance to Narumi told her all she needed to know. Anko nodded before offering Kisu a grin. Well what can I say? Team 11 is on the case. Kisu had tears in her eyes as she bowed deeply to the shinobi in her office. Showing her gratitude made Team 11 smile happily. Narumi coughed, grabbing everyone's attention. Kisu-san, do you maybe have a spare room where we could discuss the mission details? Kisu nodded enthusiastically, how about you use my office? I will go and check up on things in the village and I'll inform Suzy at the front desk. Please take your time. Narumi nodded as Kisu quickly excused herself, leaving Narumi alone with Team 11. Fighting back a frown as she noticed her brother walk up to Shizuka. Narumi pushed her thoughts into the back of her head as Anko walked up, grabbing the document again and looking it over. Rubbing her chin in thought. Narumi-san, when did you get this? Yesterday evening. When I returned from the cabin Kisu-san was already asleep, so I had to wait till the morning to tell her. Anko nodded her head. Looking up, staring out of the lone window in the room. Sai walked up to her, peeking over her shoulder. What does the note say exactly? Village and take all. Are we sure this isn't just a huge ploy? Shizuka said, leaning on the wall. Her eyes closed in thought. Narumi shook her head leaning on the desk. Her nails draw circles on the wood in thought. The blue flames have never been one to back down from a threat. It seems this letter was meant for someone else entirely until I got my hands on it. She said, making Anko nod. The purple-haired woman pointed to the corner of the page. There are coordinates here, it isn't that far away from here. I went there last night. It's another small cabin. There were about 10 shinobi guarding the entrance. Whatever is in there they don't want anyone finding it. Narumi said. Taking a peek over at her brother. He was standing next to Anko with a hand in his pocket. His eyes were narrowed in thought. Naruto Nai, how do you know about genus wood? Naruto shrugged as he looked away from her. Shisui-Nissan taught me about a bunch of different materials that are good for weapon making. He said, ending the conversation, making Narumi frown. She instinctively clenched her fists around the desk in irritation. Her nails dragged across the wood, letting the unpleasant sound quietly echo under the desk. Anko sensed the atmosphere start to change and quickly intervened. Stepping closer to Narumi, handing her the paper. An amicus girl grabbed hold of the page before Anko begging to speak. "So what was your plan before we arrived?" "I was gonna message Tusan and see if he could possibly send backup, no more than a team or two. Well, there seems to be quite a number of them. They don't seem to be very strong. The strongest seem to be about in terms of strength." Anko nodded before looking back over to her team. She knew Sai and Shizuka could handle themselves well, but part of her wanted to back off this mission for Naruto's sake. She was confident in his abilities as a shinobi. He seemed to be improving faster than Sai and Shizuka during training. "Damn kid. Don't make me regret doing this," Anko thought as she looked back to Narumi, following her eyes as she glanced over to Naruto. No doubt the redhead was thinking the same thing. Anko scoffed at that. "Then when the sun starts to set we will make our move on them. We will divide up into 2 teams. Naruto and Shizuka will be with me and Narumi and Sai will partner up. In all due respect Anko-san, but I think I would be best paired with Naruto Nai." Anko narrowed her eyes at the girl, crossing her arms over her chest. Naruto felt his spine stiffen as he looked over at his sister in shock. Narumi felt her resolve start to crumble as all eyes were now fixated onto her. Even her brother was giving her a suspicious look. Shizuka scowled in her direction, tightening her arms around herself. "And why do you believe that, Narumi-san? Naruto-kun has worked longer with his team than anyone else here. So I believe my assignment was for the best," she said, making Narumi physically flinch at the. She lowered her head and clenched her fists, her hands starting to turn pale. "I don't mind Anko-sensei." Narumi snapped her head over in shock to Naruto, her eyes perking up as a smile started to form on her face. The rest of Team 11 looked at him in shock however. Anko stared at Naruto, her eyes shining with confusion as they locked eyes. Naruto kept his face blank as he nodded to his sensei, the both of them sharing a silent conversation. Anko after a while reluctantly nodded her head to the blonde. Biting her lips slightly. "Fine. Shizuka and Sai with me and Naruto and Narumi together. We will meet in the forest just outside the cabin at sunset." Several hours flew by for Team 11 and their newest member for the mission. The sun was starting to set, basking over Kizuna town. The team all huddled together in the trees, scanning the area. Making no sound, the group moved closer until the cabin they were looking for finally came into view. Stopping in a bushel, Anko raised her hands, stopping the group. Thanks to the sunset, the forest was darker than usual, with a tiny bit of light shining through the cabin's windows. Several shinobi stalked the outside perimeter as they walked rhythmically, paced back and forth, at least a group of 10. Anko shifted her eyes to the outlining trees, trying to sense another shinobi who could have possibly been hiding. If her plan works, then they should be able to finish this mission without any difficulty. Letting herself bask in the darkness for a moment longer, she let her eyes linger back to his team. "Sai, in 5 minutes I want you to make several birds to distract the guards on the left-hand side. Once distracted, I want you, Shizuka, to kill all those distracted as we make our way to the inside. Narumi and Naruto, I trust you both to do the same on your side, understand? Do not start until you hear Shizuka make her move. I sense no other shinobi hidden anywhere, so it should go smoothly." All the kids nodded before Sai, Shizuka and Anko all disappeared from sight, Anko taking a moment longer to give Naruto a reassuring nod of her head. The forest was eerily silent as Narumi and Naruto ventured further to the right, watching the 5 guards wander around. Narumi gave Naruto a sideways glance as they crouched in silence. Naruto didn't look at her at all since the meeting in Kisu's room and was nowhere to be seen until it was time to meet for their mission. Well, it would have been fairly easy for her to sense his chakra. She didn't know what his chakra signature felt like. It was foreign, almost indistinguishable. Narumi was happy that he chose to work with her on this mission and that he even agreed to her decision on being her partner on her team. But the longer she stayed with him, the more she didn't seem to know about her brother. Each passing second seemed like an eternity. She had no idea of his skillset, his speed, or what he was capable of. Had he even made his first kill? Or was this his first mission outside the village? He was only a genin after all. That mere thought alone sent waves of guilt through her. "We left you behind, didn't we? How do you suppose we take out the guards?" Narumi blinked in surprise as Naruto's voice reached her ears. Naruto was looking straight ahead, his eyes narrowed in thought as he scanned the area. Narumi snapped her train of thought, letting it reverie back to the task at hand. Humming in thought, she brought her hand to her chin. "Once Shizuka-san strikes, I can flank them from the back. Can you distract them from the front?" Narumi said as her eyes stayed locked onto Naruto. Her voice was strong, not a single trace of worry laced in her words. Naruto didn't look at her as he shook his head, his hand reaching into the pouch on his hip, taking out several kunai. Narumi scowled at her brother, was he defying her orders? Naruto Nai, look, all you have to do is. There's no need for Narumi, watch. Kunai in hand, he formed two hand seals as he closed his eyes, taking in a deep breath. Narumi watched in silence as the sound of wings flapping averted her attention. Looking up, she noticed several white and black birds flying overhead. Narumi, who was informed of Sai's unique style of ninjutsu, wasn't surprised. Scowling at her brother again, she was about to scold him that they had to make their move. But her eyes widened as a quiet choke echoed through the forest. Turning her head back, she saw the 5 guards on their side all reach up holding their necks. The gagging only seemed to get worse as one by one all fell to their knees, clutching their throats trying to catch their breath. Narumi's eyes widened even further as she heard her brother stand up next to her. Naruto finally breathed out before finally letting his eyes look at his sister. Diminishing air Genjutsu. All the guards think they suffocated to death, he said as he walked past Narumi, leaving the dumbstruck retreat behind. Narumi watched her brothers retreating back in shock as he walked over to the downed guards, his kunai ready as he bent down, placing the kunai at the guard's neck. Naruto's body seemed to freeze, his grip tightened around his kunai. Naruto looked at the body, doubt overtaking his system as he felt his hand begin to shake. Narumi looked at Naruto, a frown etched on her face. He's hesitating. Suddenly Narumi felt a sudden pulse of chakra. Ripping her eyes off her brother as the sensation got closer as a large fireball came flying out of the forest. Narumi reacted quickly, throwing her shock away as she ran to Naruto. Naruto's head snapped up as he noticed a ball of fire come closer before he was tackled to the side by Narumi. The ball of fire sizzled past them as loud screams of agony echoed through the clearing as the guards on the floor exploded into flames. Before the two Namikazes had time to react, another fireball came hurtling their way. Naruto and Narumi were more prepared this time, both jumping to either side, dodging the attack. Well, I wasn't expecting you two to actually dodge the second one. I can say I'm pleasantly surprised. The kids looked up to see a tall man standing across from them, arms crossed over his chest as he grinned down at the younger shinobi. His yellow eyes glowed with amusement, letting the area around them burn. Narumi schooled her emotions as she quickly brought out a kunai of her own, her blue eyes held no emotion as she stood tall. Naruto gets up, standing next to her. Please, it was only 2 fireballs, I've seen much worse, she said, making the older man cackle with laughter, his deep laughs echoing into the night. You gotta spank, kid, it's gonna be a shame killing you, he said, his voice going deadly serious, snapping his fingers as 13 shinobi jumped from the trees. All wearing crazed expressions, making the two Namikazes tense up. Narumi spared a nervous glance to her brother, noticing the bead of sweat sliding down his forehead. Without warning, the 13 shinobi took off racing towards Narumi, effectively separating her from Naruto. Shit, Naruto. Narumi cursed, leaping out of the way from a noticeably smaller fireball that was sent her way. Haha, come on Missy, why even try to fight back? I promise we'll go easy on you if you just give yourself up, one of the thugs said, an unkempt grin plastered on his face. Yeah, might as well just surrender now, sweet thing. Several of the others spoke out in agreement as Narumi scowled in disgust as she traced over her attackers. It seems I'm going to have to make this quick. I don't want to leave my brother for too long. You it? So the bitch is confident. I'll show you who's boss, the one in front yelled, his eyes flashing with anger as he sprinted off towards Narumi, sword raised high above his head. Narumi waited till the man was close and gathered wind chakra into her hand. Without hesitation, she thrust her hand into the stomach of her attacker. The man yelled out in pain as his sword slipped out of his hand, his body slumping over lifeless. The remaining guards didn't hesitate, seeing one of their own die, and all charged her at once. Narumi sighed, noticing that Naruto and that strange man were nowhere to be seen, most likely out in the forest. Narumi brought her forearm up, blocking a kick that was sent her way. The thug closest to her went in for the kill, aiming a kunai into her chest. Narumi extended her arm, gripping the attacker's wrist before his hand could make contact, bending it back, snapping his arm and pushing it forward, forcing the kunai deep into the man's throat. That's 2. Using her momentum, she quickly twirled around, grabbing the shinobi's leg that previously kicked her and throwing him backwards into 2 oncoming shinobi. Flying through hand seals, she took in a deep breath of air. Blind style. Great breakthrough. Breathing out a large gust of wind at the 3 slow shinobi as it cut them up, killing them instantly, their bodies hacked up and flew backwards. 5. Feeling a sudden chakra pulse from her left, she channeled chakra into her kunai. The bladed weapon took on a dark blue glow as it extended several inches. The man breathed in heavily, sending out another fireball. Narumi threw the wind-infused kunai at the middle of the ball of fire, making it fly directly through, hitting the man right in the heart. The fire lost its form, breaking apart in the middle and flying around the retreat, burning up another shinobi that tried to strike from her right. 7. The remaining 6 all stood several feet from her, the majority of the group looking down at Narumi in fear. Physically shaking in place, trembling as the emotionless eyes of Narumi stared back at them. This is your last chance, either leave here or die here. One of the shinobi gasped in fear as he dropped his sword and took off in a random direction, soon after two more followed after. 10. Why you monster? I'll kill you. A man yelled, making Narumi chuckle to herself, raising a hand over her face, freaking out the remaining three shinobi. You blue flames are the monsters. But, I'll show you what a real monster looks like, she said, her voice dropping several octaves as they watched her eyes shift. Bluer eyes turning into red slitted ones, Narumi gave a toothy grin showing her extended canine teeth as she dissipated from sight, the only trace left of her being a soft breeze. Where did you ghhh? The man couldn't get the next words out as he looked down to see several kunai embedded in his body. Narumi looked up at the man, arms extended gripping the remaining two shinobi in her grasp. Slamming their heads together they fell to the floor not having any time to react. The two shinobi suddenly heard a sizzling sound, looking up at Narumi, both of her hands extended as blue chakras started to form in both palms of her hand. Her piercing crimson eyes rippled through them. 13. Rasengan. She yelled slamming the spinning balls of chakra into the remaining two, ignoring their screams of pain as they withered in her grasp, falling to the ground dead. Narumi retracted her hands letting her eyes revert back to her normal cerulean. You went a little overboard there. Narumi shrugged her shoulders, the loud voice booming in her head that she had grown accustomed to after all these years speaking to her. It was more of a message to the blue flames. They won't target Kizuna again. A deep voice hummed in her mind, agreeing with the girl before speaking again. You should probably check up on your brother or the rest of your team. Narumi didn't need to be told twice, before the voice even finished speaking she leaped away into the forest, trying to sense her brother's chakra signature. She hated this feeling, the feeling that something bad might have happened to Naruto. And it would have been her fault for not protecting him. Please be alright Naruto Nai. With Naruto after the separation, Naruto felt his hands tighten around his kunai as he stared off at the taller man, sweat beating down his brow and falling down his cheek. Watching his sister get separated from him sent a wave of anxiety through his body. His breath hitched as he saw the man start to laugh to himself, running a hand through his dark black hair. Why you seem like much easier prey than that girl. His voice was deep, making Naruto's head vibrate in worry. This was his first real encounter with an enemy shinobi, a real shinobi. It was easy for him to put the low-level guards in, since he knew they were about his level of strength, a genin. But looking at the man in front of him now, the towering physique of muscle that stood clearly over 6 feet. It scared him. He tried to gather his erratic breathing, trying to stay composed as he racked his to figure out a way to fight this shinobi. His hands started to sweat while his legs shook in fear. The taller man reached behind his back, pulling out a large sword and aiming it at the blonde. The sword glowed in the dark as he rotated it, letting it glimmer in the darkened night. It seems I'll have to teach you a lesson for attacking the blue flames. My name is Sokka Shin, prepare to die. Sokka moved forward several steps as he lunged towards Naruto. Shit. Naruto thought about bringing up his kunai, stopping the sword from ending his life. Sokka grinned, applying more pressure to his blade making Naruto grit his teeth, his arms started to tremble from the force as he broke contact rolling to the side. Sokka, feeling the blonde retreat, his blade hit the ground before kicking the blonde directly in the stomach. Naruto gasped in pain as he felt his body soar through the clearing as his back connected to a tree with a loud thud. Wincing from the sudden pain he widened his eyes as a large blue fireball came soaring his way. Acting quickly he jumped to his feet. Water style. Water shield jutsu. Naruto called out waving his arm in a circular motion as a shield made of pure water formed from his fingertips, attempting to stop the ball of fire made contact with his shield and Naruto felt his knees start to buckle from the sudden force. He channeled more chakra into his shield in hopes to stop the attack head on. Naruto widened his eyes as the fire proved to be more resilient than his. Naruto's broke, splashing his body as the explosion sent him tumbling to the ground again. Naruto sneered as he tried to grasp the grass beneath him. The water from his head burned him after exploding thanks to the fireball. Naruto hopped to his feet glaring at the shinobi across from him in barely controlled rage, not wanting to let the pain show. He wanted to wipe that smug expression right off of Sokka's face. Sokka gave a laugh that gave the opposing blonde a cold chill. Do you really think you have a chance to beat me boy? You have been nothing but average and I'm being generous. He said smoothly, his eyes glowing with disappointment. Naruto scoffed as he bit his lip to stop it from tremblingly. Holding his side that the water had burned him on, can I really not do anything against him? I have my Sharingan, but I can't catch a glimpse of his eyes. His hair keeps falling into his face and he's way too fast for me. He let his thoughts wander. Clenching his fists as desperation gripped his very soul. Sokka was strong, stronger than he had anticipated. And for his first real fight, Sokka was the pure embodiment of a devil. While he did have some tricks up his sleeve that Shisui had left for him in the scroll, he wasn't close to mastering it and would most likely be more of a hindrance. He didn't have the chakra control for it or the right chakra ratio for itself, so he did the only thing that felt right for him. You're too cocky for your own good. Water style. Spinning top. Naruto yelled, forming water at his fingertips while spinning his body becoming engulfed with water as he shot off toward Sokka, spinning widely. Sokka just sighed as he sidestepped, forcing his hand through the blonde, slapping Naruto as he broke, sending Naruto to the floor once again. Naruto turned just in time to roll out of the way from a kunai. Sokka, having prepared that Naruto was able to dodge them, swung his sword down into the ground, stabbing through Naruto's leg. Naruto felt his back arch up as a loud scream forced its way from his mouth. His scream echoed through the clearing, making several birds flutter away. Sokka grinned as he crossed his arms over the hilt of his sword and placed his head in the center. His voice laced with disappointment as he shook his head at Naruto. How disappointing. I wasn't expecting much, but this was just pathetic. Naruto gasped in pain as he felt his vision start to blur. Trying his best to stay awake as he saw Sokka slowly push his blade in deeper. Naruto whimpered as he smacked his head onto the floor. His body felt numb as he experienced the excruciating pain. Blood leaking from his leg as Naruto peeked his eyes open to see Sokka, his malicious grin piercing through Naruto. I can't die here. Naruto thought to himself as he felt his eyelids start to flutter closed. His mind slowly loses consciousness. Letting pitch darkness overtake his vision and consume his body. What would your family think? Naruto felt it again, a spark in his stomach as a mysterious voice boomed in his head. Naruto felt his body start to move on his own, gripping the sword by the blade. Sokka raised an eyebrow at the blonde, curiosity shining in his eyes as he watched Naruto grab on tightly. Naruto on the other hand felt the pain subside, the mysterious voice echoing the words again. Bouncing off the walls in his head, he reached his free hand up, digging his nails into Sokka's arm. Gritting his teeth he answered the voice, his voice dripping with annoyance. They would feel sorry for me, that I was too weak to do anything. And they would blame it on themselves. He yelled internally, blood leaking down his hand as he grabbed onto the blade tighter. And what was your promise? To prove them wrong. What the? Sokka never got to finish what he was saying before Naruto ripped the blade out from his leg in one smooth motion. Sokka, surprised by the action, didn't have time to move out of the way as the hilt of the sword smashed upwards into his jaw, sending his tumbling backwards. Sokka growled as he held his busted chin glaring at Naruto. Caught off guard by the blonde's sudden attitude change, his eyes widening as he saw the hole on his leg had already fully healed, not a cut in sight. Naruto grabbed the sword by the hilt, throwing it over to Sokka, forcing the black-haired male to dodge. Sokka leapt into the air, swinging his left foot down in a flying kick that sent a column of blue fire sailing across the forest floor, disintegrating everything in its path. Naruto didn't hesitate in his attack as he leaped up after Sokka, hands flying through seals as fast as he could. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. He yelled, extending his arm out as the water from his previous life came to life, forming a medium-sized dragon and sent itself soaring after Sokka from his right. The black-haired man cursed before stopping his technique, using his momentum to narrowly dodge the dragon. Water style. Water torrent wave. Sokka widened his eyes as the dragon exploded next to him, the sudden force taking the air out of him as he was sent flying down onto the floor, making a decent-sized crater. Naruto landed on his feet trying to catch his breath, wondering if that was enough to stop the man. Before Naruto could relish in any sort of victory, the body of Sokka suddenly poofed into smoke, replaced with a log of wood. Power me, you little shit. Naruto turned around just in time to see a flame-covered foot come his way. Reacting quickly, he brought his forearm up to block the attack. He growled as the flames burnt his arm as the force from the attack sent his body crashing to the floor. His head smacked against the floor, bouncing in pain, but Sokka didn't stop there, sending an axe kick to the boy's stomach. Naruto gasped as he felt his body submerge itself deeper into the soil beneath him. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Sokka yelled, grabbing Naruto by the neck, lifting him up so he could stare at the boy in his eyes. His hand grips Naruto's windpipe, making the blonde gasp for air. You really are a son of a bitch, aren't you? I'll admit you caught me by surprise, but it won't happen again. He yelled again, this time slamming Naruto into the nearest tree, almost snapping the log in two. Naruto winced as he forced his eyes back to Sokka's own yellow eyes. Finding the effort to grin, Naruto reached up trying to dig his nails into Sokka's cheek. Sokka, seeing the blonde in his grasp start to smile, felt a huge sense of anger wash over him. Scowling, his grip tightened on the blonde's neck, pushing him deeper into the tree, making the bark give out an unpleasant cracking sound. And what's so funny, brat? You got any last words before I kill you here? Naruto chuckled as he gave a curt nod, his smile only widening. Generating his chakra to his body. Sunshine. He croaked out before vanishing from sight, appearing directly behind the shocked body of Sokka. The older man widened his eyes as he turned his head, seeing the blonde boy. Naruto's eyes wide, showing his 3-tomo Sharingan spinning widely in his left eye. Catching Sokka in his line of sight made his body freeze up. The Sharingan. His body felt like it was paralyzed, his muscles refused to work, and all the feeling in his legs were gone. His feet seemingly cemented into the ground as he watched the blonde boy get closer to him, he couldn't even feel the chakra circulating in his body anymore. Naruto's hand came up grasping the back of Sokka's shirt, his free hand making an arching motion as the blood from his hand started to float beside his. Blood style. Red spiral. Taking advantage of Sokka's loss of displacement from the blood from his hand flowed upwards, taking the form of a three-pronged spiral blade. Pulling Sokka back and with a yell he plunged the blood spiral through Sokka's chest, bursting through his stomach and taking his heart out of his body. The crunching sound from Sokka's insides played in Naruto's head as a silent scream tried to find its way out of the man's mouth. "Why you, bastard?" Naruto felt the man's body fall limp, only being held up by Naruto's. Naruto broke by letting the blood spiral loose, its form splashing back into its original state. With a soft thud, Sokka's body fell to the ground lifeless. Naruto felt his eyes go wide in horror as his Sharingan eye traced over the body of a man that he killed. Looking down to his hand, seeing it rock back and forth as he suddenly found it hard to breathe. He didn't know what it would have felt like to take a life, but this wasn't what he was expecting. He felt awful, like he could empty his insides at any moment. Gripping his hand that ended it all and forced his eyes shut, ignoring the growing wetness. Dread feeding his very core, feeling his shoulders slump down, the face of pure fear of Sokka looking at him etched into his mind forever. "You did the right thing." Naruto didn't react to the voice this time, letting his words linger in the back of his mind. This man was a member of the Blue Flames, killing is what they did. They thrived off taking the lives of others and taking whatever they would want. So by taking his life, it should stop needless killing. Right. Naruto felt his heartbeat speed up as his breathing became more erratic, feeling his head lean backwards, his feet kicking up a cloud of dirt as he hit the floor. His body suddenly weak from the excessive chakra use, completely unaware of the increasing footsteps making their way closer to him. Naruto Nai. Sai to the right. Ninja art. Rabid dogs. Sai said, standing in place as three dogs made of pure ink materialized out of his scroll, growling as they jumped, tearing and ripping apart the flesh of the attacking shinobi. Shizuka appeared at his side, arm on his shoulder as she smirked at the dying ninja. All screaming for their life as they got ripped apart. Sai looked over to Shizuka, his face emotionless as he raised his brush back to his scroll. "Fitz-chan, please cover the rear." Shizuka growled at Sai, glaring at the boy as she threw kunai behind them. Forming a single-handed seal, the kunai split apart, taking the shape of about 50 metallic needles. "What have I said about calling me that?" she yelled, ignoring the screams of the people that got caught up in her needle barrage. Sai just smiled at her before lifting his scroll up, pushing in where his drawing was at. "It's the placeholder until I find a new name for you, Tits-chan," he said, forming a single seal as a large ink bear jumped from his scroll, roaring loudly as it swiped its large across several enemy shinobi's necks. Blood squirted out, coloring the monochromatic bear red as he took off to the opposite side of the room. Anko watched in amusement as she leaned on the wall, letting her students handle the rest of the enemies. After Sai and Shizuka effectively managed to kill the guards out front, they quickly snuck their way into the cabin. Anko took the lead, summoning snakes from her sleeves that took out the majority of the people inside. They didn't put up much of a fight. So she let her two students deal with the cleanup. There was a surprising amount of people inside. 30 to 40 shinobi crowded around a large table, not even aware of their entrance. Anko averted her eyes from her students as she calmly walked over to the table that she assumed the more important people seated. Stepping over a few bodies, she leaned over, scanning the table for any interesting contents. Raising an eyebrow, she bent down to pick up a bloodied folder that found its way onto the floor, hearing footsteps get closer to her. "Find anything interesting, Snake-sensei?" "Snake-sensei? Really said you couldn't think of anything else?" Shizuka blanched, looking at Sai like he had grown a second head. He looked at her in confusion. "I thought it was fitting." Anko ignored their bickering as she opened the folder. Some of the papers inside were hard to read since they were stained with blood. Frowning, she took a seat on one of the chairs, placing the folder down, letting the papers fall out. Sai and Shizuka peered over their sensei's shoulders. "It seems the genus wood they had stolen has already been sold to a group of missing nin. This was a complete bust," Shizuka said, but Anko quickly shook her head at the girl. "All the wood might have been sold, this should send a message to the Blue Flames to not target Kizuna again," Anko said, narrowing her eyes as she traced over the documents again. She had a weird feeling in the pit of her stomach, something seemed off, something she was missing. She turned over to Sai, motioning the folder closest to her. "Can you please look this folder over, Sai? You have a much better eye for these types of things." Sai only nodded, taking the folder and taking a seat at the table, moving the dead body that was in his way. Anko looked back to Shizuka, a hand on her chin. "Shizuka, I want you to search all of these bodies to see if they have any useful information on them." Shizuka nodded before leaving her sensei. Anko stood in place as she narrowed her eyes at the cabin, the feeling in her stomach growing uneasy by the second. This room is quieter than any room I've ever been in. She thought to herself, taking a step closer to the wall, letting her hand trace the woodwork. Naruto and Narumi should have been capable enough to take out those guards outside, then what is taking so long? If anything were to happen surely we would have heard it happening outside. She mused as nails then moved over the wooden wall, tracing invisible lines letting it dig into the log. It made no sound at all. You seem lost in thought, Snake-sensei. Anko turned to see Sai staring at her, his expression stoic never changing as he held the folder under his arm. Anko nodded her head at Sai, raising an eyebrow in thought. Something is off about this cabin. She said and Sai nodded in agreement, admitting a bit hesitant. Yes, I couldn't shake the feeling myself either. And Blondie-kun and Narumi-san are nowhere to be seen. He finished, narrowing his eyes in thought. I'm going to go out and look for them. Sai stayed with Shizuka, I'll be back. Before she had time to make her leave the door to the cabin flew open as Narumi walked in carrying an unmoving Naruto slung over her shoulder. The rest of Team 11 went silent as they watched Anamika's walk through. Anko broke out of her trance, quickly making her way over to the smaller girl and forcefully taking Naruto from her grasp. Anko's eyes widening as she sees the state of her student, dread filling her for a moment, automatically thinking the worst of her favorite blonde. Sai and Shizuka got to their senses as they huddled around Naruto. Sai reached out pushing his index finger into the blonde's lower jaw. He breathed out a sigh of relief. He's just unconscious. Anko and Shizuka let out a matching sigh of relief as well. Both their hearts calmed at Sai's words. Anko then looked up, sending a chilling glare over to Narumi. The older Namikaze gulped at the look Anko sent her. Shizuka is already getting to work on patching Naruto up. Care to tell me what happened to Narumi-san? She said between her teeth, her anger starting to get the better of her. Rethinking her decision if it was smart to let the two siblings pair up together. She had to bite her cheek in hopes to quell the strong urge to stab Narumi right between the eyes. Narumi only nodded as she began to retell the events that led her to finding Naruto in the woods. From getting separated to her killing the shinobi that attacked her and finally finding her brother in the middle of the woods lying next to a dead body. And that's when I found him. He was already unconscious when I got there. But the man he was facing, he was already dead. Narumi finished, happy to see Anko's death glare finally subside. Shizuka nodded as he finished looking over Naruto, shocked to see that he sustained practically no injuries. That would make sense. He doesn't look to be hurt at all. Just suffering from chakra exhaustion. She said, grabbing a hold of his pant leg and raising an eyebrow. But the strange thing is that he should have injuries. What do you mean Tits-chan? Shizuka grumbled at the name but explained anyway, grabbing Naruto's left leg, showing them the decent-sized hole that resided just under his thigh. His pants seemed to have been punctured somehow, but not sliced. She said placing her hand in the hole and using her fingers to open it wider. You can clearly see that it was stabbed through, it's stained with blood. But there isn't even a hole in his skin. She said. The rest of the team looked at each other in confusion. That certainly was odd, Narumi felt her body tense and her eyes narrow. The voice in her head made its appearance once again. How strange indeed. Narumi pushed the voice away into the deepest parts of her mind, not wanting to be bothered by it at this moment. She cleared her throat gathering the attention of the rest of the team. Well, the good thing is that Naruto Nai is perfectly safe. She said happily. Proud to know that her brother managed to protect himself. Granted the enemy he was facing was probably no stronger than in strength, she mused to herself before getting to her feet. Narumi-san, you say Naruto only fought one person right? Did you have the body with you? Narumi nodded as she pulled out a sealing scroll and tossed it to Anko. The purple-haired caught it with ease before walking to the table again and opening the scroll. After the smoke cleared from the scroll Anko felt her face fall in shock. What the fuck? Sai raised an eyebrow at his sensei, getting up to see what had shocked her. Only to relish in surprise. That's Sakashin. Sai said, pointing at the mutilated body in front of him. Narumi frowned, she had never heard that name before in her life. But the two of them seemed to be making a big deal out of it. Why would they be so shocked to see that they ran into a weak missing nin? It was fairly common to run into at least one other shinobi while traveling from town to town, especially country to country. Shizuka next to her had no problem voicing her confusion. Who's Sakashin? Anko closed her eyes and brought her hand up and started to rub her forehead. Not sure what to make of the man's dead body. Sakashin, an upper B-class Jounin level missing nin from Iwagakure. And the founder of the Blue Flames. Anko said, making both females go wide-eyed. Both for completely different reasons. Shizuka managed a small smile as a chuckle escaped her throat. Wow, I had no idea Naruto was that strong. I'll make sure not to underestimate him next time. She said, glad to know that her teammate wasn't weak. I mean he did manage to take down a shinobi after all. That's interesting. Anko raises an eyebrow, hearing the black-haired boy next to her whisper to himself. Looking over at him, she saw his eyes were closed, his eyebrows scrunched in concentration. They watched in tense silence as they waited the boy to speak. Moving slowly, Sai reached under his arm, grabbing the file Anko had given him earlier. Flipping it open, he picked out a page. "When you told me to look through this folder, I found quite an interesting amount of things." He motioned the others to follow as he placed them on the table, 4 pages scattered out. Taking in a deep breath, he spoke. "All 4 of these pages are just updates in sales that the group has made in the past few months, nothing out of the ordinary. But..." He pointed at the edge of the pages, running his finger along the border until it reached the bottom of the page. Tapping his finger a few times, "All 4 of these have matching ceiling arrays on them. I'm not very good at sealing, so I can't tell what they do exactly." He finished, looking over to the female Namikaze, noticing her stoic expression. "Narumi-san, if I recall, sealing runs in your family. Do you recognize this type of seal?" Narumi stepped up, picking up the pages and examining them closer. "I'm not really into seals, Tusan is the only one really interested in them," she said, gaining a frown from Sai. But before he could say anything to Narumi, she continued speaking. "But from what I could tell, this sealing array has a special rule that must be followed." "What kind of rule?" Narumi looked up to Anko. "I'm not so sure myself, it could be anything really. Only blonde-haired people could open it, or black-haired people, it could even matter depending on what your blood type is or what chakra affinity you have. The possibilities are endless." Sai nodded, crossing his arms over his chest. "I see, that is quite a problem. It must be important if they went through all that trouble to hide it under such a seal. And then that would explain this cabin too," Anko said, drawing the attention of the 3 kids. Anko elaborated. "I noticed something weird when we entered this cabin. They had no idea we were even coming, it's like they didn't hear a single thing that was happening until we finally came through the door." "What do you mean, Anko-sensei?" "That there must be a seal somewhere in this cabin that blocks out all sound coming in or out. Some sort of soundproof seal." She mused, finally making sense of the bizarre situation. Crossing her arms under her breast, she gave a deep sigh. "But why would they put a soundproof seal on the cabin? What possible good would they have done for them?" "Fascinating," Sai said, grabbing the last piece of paper hidden away in the folder, showing it to the group. "This was the only page that didn't have a sealing array. I tried to see if there was a secret chakra message hidden somewhere, but I found nothing of the sort." "Then what's got you so fascinated by it?" "This." Sai turned to Narumi and Anko, reading aloud from the page. "The battle of blue and red commences. Scorching earth with a magnificent blue hue. Where a soundless room will stand, awaiting visitors and secret information. Once the hue has been smothered, a boy is his killer, allowing for an outstanding debut. To meet on the next full moon, in a land made of frozen colorless white." Sai said, taking a moment to let his words sink in, giving them enough time to digest what they heard. Anko was the first to recover, blinking in confusion and crossing her arms under her breasts. The weird sinking feeling in her stomach returned as she closed her eyes and thought. "Oh, what does that mean? It almost sounds like a fortune." Sai nodded his head at Shizuka in agreement, rubbing his chin. "I agree, I had thought the same thing myself," he said, taking a short pause to gather his thoughts. His thoughts made him frown, getting quite caught up in this note. It talks about a soundless room, which would have to be this cabin. Along with secret info, and my only guess would be the sealing arrays on the rest of the notes. He finished. Narumi peered over to the unmoving object of their inner thoughts, the first line, "A battle of blue and red commences." Could it really be referencing Naruto Nai? She mused aloud. "Well, his eyes are blue, and he uses water. So the red would have to be this Sokka guy, right? He is a fire user after all." Anko shook her head at Shizuka. "Sokka Shin was known for his use of blue fire, it's what made him famous. And gave him the idea for the blue flames." Shizuka frowned at her explanation. Not making sense of what the red in the fortune could be. Skipping in her thoughts, she heard Sai speak from her left. "Well, that may be a mystery only Blondie-kun knows. We will have to ask him when he wakes up," he said, making the 3 of them nod. "And when the blue hue is smothered, is that referring to Sokka's death? And a debut? Who could possibly be debuting? Whatever it is, this doesn't seem like a coincidence. It feels like real fortune-telling." Anko pursed her lips in concentration. The more her and her team kept thinking about the current circumstances, the more bizarre it seemed to get. In all her life as a ninja, she had never come across anything like this before, not even when she was training under the snake Orochimaru. The whole thing was beginning to sound like a mystery. More and more questions kept getting asked, and they didn't have an answer to a single one of them. Glancing over at Naruto's still body, watching as his chest raised ever so slightly with his breaths. Narrowing her eyes in recognition, whatever was happening, she knew it was because Naruto had taken the life of Sokka Shin. But whoever gave this fortune really see the future. Chapter 9. Arc 2. Part 4. Where am I? Naruto muttered as he felt his eyes flutter open. He was met with a pitch-black room, darkness as far as the eye can see. The sound of running water echoed into the never-ending abyss as he felt how damp his back felt as he laid on his back, submerged several inches in water. Using his arms he picked himself up until he was in a sitting position, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness around him. Looking around proved quite difficult with the absence of light, not understanding exactly what was going on. Oddly enough, Naruto felt a strong sense of comfort as he sat on the floor. The water was warm as it guided over his body, soothing any negative thoughts he may have. It was almost a familiar feeling, like he had been here before. While he still didn't know where exactly he was, he found that he didn't really mind. Naruto decided to get to his feet, letting the water splash. He wobbled slightly as he stood up, his body felt heavier than usual. He let his eyes wander as he started walking forward, letting the cold air push his body forward. The further he walked and he started to hear a faint dripping of water droplets, falling in tune with his own footsteps. There were no walls, no ceilings the more he walked in. The familiar feeling returned to Naruto when a large gust of wind suddenly picked up, making Naruto bring his hands up to cover his face from the pressure. His shirt started to flutter from the unexpected gust, letting the wind caress his exposed flesh. The gust continued on as Naruto forced his body to react, forcing a step towards the oncoming assault. Naruto squinted his eyes, taking another step, one after another, until he felt his knees begin to buckle. Naruto panted as he fell to his knees, trying his best to not get blown backwards. Then without warning the gust suddenly vanished, leaving no trace of its existence. Naruto blinked in surprise as he felt the assault on his body stop. Lowering his arms so he could see and ahead of his, noticing several small lanterns dangling by rope, swaying back and forth, trying their best to dimly light the dark abyss. Focusing his vision, he was able to faintly make out what seemed to be a large gate, metal bars going up as far as the eye could see. The bars were several inches apart, just wide enough to let a human body walk through easily. Then it happened. A loud roar echoed in the chasm, making Naruto cover his face again under pressure, wincing in surprise as the roar reached his eyes. It was loud enough to start pushing the water at his feet back, making the blonde slide with it. Peeking through his fingers, Naruto felt his eyes widen in shock, a sudden feeling of fear pumped through his veins as his eyes made contact with what was kept hidden behind the gate. The beast towered over Naruto, looking down at the blonde with its lone pupil. Its large yellow eye gleamed as its roar died down, the beast's jaw closed, taking up the majority of its face. The horns on his forehead matching the ones on his jaw. The turtle-like body moved forward, allowing the light from the lanterns to shine off the gray shell. But Naruto wasn't looking at the shell or the eye, it was the three large swinging tails behind the beast. Each tail acted on its own, smashing the ground, sending a large shockwave through the room. Naruto yelled in fear as he fell to the ground, not believing what he was seeing. He tried to speak, form anything close to words, but each syllable ended up dying in his throat. "It's good to finally meet you, Naruto." Naruto gulped at the beast in front of him and spoke his name. The voice wasn't as deep as he was expecting. It sounded more feminine as his human-like arms crossed over one another before resting its large head on them. After some time, Naruto finally managed to squeak out, "Why you're the SS Sanbi." The Sanbi huffed, letting out a small cloud of smoke before nodding. One of the tails encircled his shell, resting over its right eye. It said nothing as Naruto found the courage to stand again, staying a good distance away from the demon. What are you doing here? And where even am I?" he asked. Trying his best to not stutter as the Sanbi let out a small chuckle, freaking Naruto out even more. "This is your mindscape, as for what I am doing here. I'm afraid I cannot answer that question," the Sanbi said, making Naruto raise an eyebrow in confusion. Taking a hesitant step backwards, "I inside my mind. Does that mean you are?" Sanbi watched as the blonde's eyes went wide in shock. Raising his hands up to grip his locks of hair. His body began to shake and he found it harder and harder to control his breathing. Then are you sealed in me?" he whispered. The shock was becoming too much for the boy, he was close to fainting at any moment. He recalled overhearing several conversations at home about Narumi and Natsu being able to communicate to the beast sealed inside them. They often referred to talking to the Kyuubi in their mindscape, where they could meet and talk to the demon. The Sanbi looked at Naruto, raising its remaining two tails and sinking them into the water next to him. The water underneath him gained a nice bluish hue. Pushing his tails further, the water around Naruto started to glow, shining up into the blonded face. The water slowly started to make its way around Naruto. Naruto turned his attention to the glowing liquid as it wrapped around the blonde in a thin layer. Almost feeling like a blanket as he felt the anxiety and shock slowly fade from his system. His throat no longer felt empty and he found it much easier to breathe. Looking back up to the expressionless demon in front of him, the Sanbi didn't move, only removing his tails from the water. Naruto's eyes watched the tails return to their swinging position as the fear completely faded from his system. The water around him then fell apart, soaking through Naruto's clothes, but he didn't seem to notice. "What did you do?" he asked, noticing his voice didn't waver like it had done before. I merely used it to calm you down. I call it soothing water, the beast said. Naruto just blinked in response. He did feel calm, calmer than he had ever felt in his life. He noticed that the room had become far more lit than before, chalking it up to the Sanbi's reveal. Naruto stayed seated on the ground as he peered back over to the Biju in front of him. He sensed no hostility whatsoever, hell he didn't sense anything at all. How, he started, taking in a deep breath, did you get sealed inside of me? He asked, noticing for the first time an emotion to pass through the beast's lone eye. Silence filled the area as the Sanbi sat in thought. Like I said earlier, I do not know. The last thing I remember was being in my last host's body. When I woke up I was inside you, I don't remember anything in between. The Sanbi said, making Naruto frown. He was sure the Sanbi wasn't attacking the village with the Kyuubi all those years ago. He would have heard about it from the academy or his parents, especially if they were the ones to seal it into him. I would say it's been about 4 years since I've been sealed inside you. 4 years? Naruto yelled in shock. Jumping to his feet as he stared at them with wide eyes. The demon only nodded as Naruto threw his hands up in the air. How did I never notice you for 4 years? That's a fucking long time to not a demon is sealed inside you. He said irritated. The Sanbi chuckled, gathering Naruto's attention. You seem to be taking my presence in you rather well. Better than most people would. Naruto hesitantly nodded, scratching the back of his head. Well, that water-soothing thing you did earlier helped a ton. He said. He smiled sheepishly, an awkward laugh escaping his mouth. The Sanbi twirled the tails until they wrapped around his body before speaking in a low voice. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Then I guess it's time to tell you about this seal. Naruto tilted his head at the demon, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. The Sanbi merely shook his head at its current jailer. Not in a bad way. You see, whoever sealed me inside of you was they used several very advanced and complex sealing arrays. It completely conceals my presence inside of you, it's even able to mask my chakra completely. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the demon's explanation. Shocked to hear that such a powerful sealing existed. He knew seals were powerful, but a seal that could mask even the insane chakra of a Biju. Almost unheard of. Sure, sealing the demon away was an option, but a Hyuga or a good sensor could still see and sense the chakra. But it also hindered contact from the two of us for quite some time. If I had to guess, the seal would allow you to come and see me after you had made your first kill. Naruto flinched as the memories of his fight with Sokka plagued his mind. His eyes fell downcast as he clenched his fists. Looking away from the demon. He had somewhat forgotten that he had taken another's life. It was easy to forget when you find out you have a full-on demon in your gut. Naruto felt the calming sensation return on his legs and he looked back up at the demon, a tinge of gratefulness flashing in his eyes. The Biju only nodded in response. Then I guess that explains why I didn't know you were here. Yes, well, we have had zero contact, that didn't mean we were totally alone. My presence in you has certainly had an effect. Huh? In what way? Sanbi chuckled, you were born with a natural chakra affinity for water ninjutsu. But because of my presence and chakra your water affinity is heightened, allowing the use of a rare ninjutsu, blood ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes went wide, remembering that he had used it again to finish Sokka. He looked down at his hand, the one that was sliced open as he grabbed Sokka's sword. The very same hand that morphed his own blood into a three-pronged spiral weapon that forcefully removed the heart of his enemy. He balled his fist tightly, his knuckles turning pale. I see, I guess that does explain this. I have never done anything like that before. I didn't even know I could. But why blood? He asked. It's what my chakra had affected first, it must have been an altercation from the ceiling, or just luck. Naruto nodded, taking it in stride. He would have to believe it for now since there was no other explanation, he didn't even know it was possible to control blood. Not wanting to dwell too much on all that he has learned, the surprises just kept on coming for Naruto and he wasn't sure he would ever get over this. And if he did, it would take a long time. He turned back to the Biju, eyeing the large cage that was holding the beast at bay. So? How do you feel about this? Sanbi shot a sharp glance at Naruto. Masking his look of confusion in his lone eye as the Sanbi watched a blonde scratch his head, avoiding eye contact. The demon stayed silent for a few minutes, watching Naruto shift uncomfortably in place. What do you mean? Well, I mean I'm sure you didn't want to be sealed inside of me. Hell, we don't even know how you got inside me. So I don't know, it must suck to be back in a human body, behind a cage and all. He muttered, hoping not to offend the Biju in any way. The Sanbi blinked again, before breaking out into a toothy grin. The loud booming laughter was impossible to stop, the Sanbi's laugh echoed in the spacious room, making Naruto's shirt flutter. You are certainly an interesting host. Out of all the humans I've been chained to, you are the only one to ask such a question. The Sanbi said. Naruto blushed awkwardly as he took the compliment, not sure what else he could do at the moment. The Sanbi breathed out again as the laughter died down. uncrossing his arms until he was seated upright. Sanbi curled his humanoid hand into a fist before offering it to Naruto. The fist came closer to the blonde, stopping just a few feet from him. Naruto looked between the fists and the Sanbi's eye, curiosity reflecting within his own. The Sanbi grinned again, or the closest thing a turtle humanoid crab demon hybrid considered grinning. Then how about we make a deal? What kind of deal? Since we are chained together, I will offer my assistance to you. In simple terms, I will train you on how to use my power. Naruto felt his eyes widen as he looked at the Sanbi in shock. The Biju was just offering his chakra. Naruto still wasn't sure how he was feeling about the whole situation. He wanted to get strong all on his own and prove to his parents that he could be a dependable shinobi. The idea of borrowed power felt wrong to him, almost like cheating, but I do have my dead sensei's Sharingan in my eye, how is this any different? And Narumi and Natsu both have a Biju sealed inside them. Naruto thought to himself as he looked over the darkening form of the Sanbi. And for whatever reason, whether it be fate or just some random coincidence that was chalked up to just dumb luck, a Biju was also residing within him. Offering his power in the form of a deal. Speaking of, and what would I have to do? Sanbi chuckled as he pushed his closed fist an inch closer. Letting his lone eye soften somewhat. I want to live in peace, lead a comfortable life. My last host was not your typical shinobi. It was a living hell to be chained to him. But you have a kind heart, even if it is shrouded with curtains of darkness from your past. You have never wavered in your resolve and have only pushed forward. I've scanned through your memories since I've been chained here, and I believe, no. I am certain that within you I can finally obtain the peace I have been looking for. Naruto stood rooted to place. He stared forward utterly dumbstruck as the demon's words as they loudly echoed in his head. A world where they could live in peace, where a demon could finally be free. Away from the wrongings all those who have instilled rage and hatred into our everyday lives. Being used as a bargaining chip for political power and to become a weapon. He tightly clenched his fists at his sides. Watching his reflection waver in the calming crystal clear water beneath his feet. He sucked in a breath as he looked into the reflection of his Sharingan. The slow currents in the water made it hard to focus as the three Tomo had started to spin rapidly, taking on a whole new shape entirely. That is a lot of pressure to put on me, Sanbi-sama. Asobu, you may call me Asobu. Mount Mayaboku, where legends have gone to try and learn and master the secret techniques of Senjutsu. A very complex technique that requires an intense amount of focus to be able to pull in energy and chakra from the very world around you. We call this special type of chakra nature energy. It not only makes you significantly faster and stronger, it also boosts your ninjutsu and taijutsu to the highest caliber while increasing your chakra reserves. While many have trained to master Senjutsu, there have only been 2 recorded users in the elemental nations to have ever learned the technique. One was the Shodai Hokage, Hashirama Senju, a master in his own right. The second being Jiraiya of the Sannin, and he couldn't even fully master the art. Okay, it's been long enough. Natsu gets out of the waterfall. A deep voice said, leaning on a large stone statue as he picked his ear with one of his fingers before flicking it away. Adjusting his eyes to the large waterfall hanging just above his head. Around him were several large trees with flowers blooming all around, in the center was a small pond where the waterfall was dumping its excess. The man sighed as he saw the young boy he was looking after not move an inch as the water came crashing down onto him again. Pushing him off his platform and into the pond below. Natsu, take a break before I make you. He said, his voice taking a serious edge. Natsu emerged from the pond gasping for air. His spiky red hair falling into his eyes as he rapidly shook his head. But Jiraiya-sensei, I'm almost there, I can feel it. Just a few more minutes. Natsu yelled. Jiraiya shook his head. No, Kand, your father left me here to watch over you and I want to make sure I don't hand you off looking like this guy. He said, back patting the statue he was leaning on. Natsu grumbled to himself as he quickly made his way out of the water. After getting out of the pond he threw himself onto the soft grass, bowling his fists in anger. Why can't I do this? He said angrily. Staring into the passing clouds, he sneered, digging his nails into the ground. Jiraiya gave a hearty laugh as he took a seated position next to the soaking wet reed. Natsu turned and glared at the man. Come on kid, don't be too hard on yourself, it's only been 3 days since you started training. It took me several years to learn Senjutsu and I'm still not even a master at it. He said, trying to ease the boy's growing frustration. Natsu only grimaced, looking away from Jiraiya and back to the waterfall. Where did Tusan go? I haven't seen him since he dropped me off. Minato went back to the village for a few days, said he had something important he had to take care of. Natsu frowned, finding himself bowling his fists in irritation once more. He fought back a sneer, having to bite the inside of his cheek to restrain himself. What could be more important than my Senjutsu training right now? On the bright side, I heard your brother Naruto is progressing rather well, from what I've heard from their sensei anyway. He said with a chuckle. Natsu scowled as hell and sat upright, shaking his head as he stared at his reflection in the water. The ripples morphed over his face, letting his tongue glide across his sharpened and large canines, standing up with his back to Jiraiya. Whatever, it's not like that baka can catch up to us anyway. So what's the point? Jiraiya frowned as Natsu spoke, crossing his arms over his chest. Now Natsu, just because Naruto is a slow learner doesn't mean he won't be strong, it'll just take him a little longer than the rest of us. A little longer? Natsu said, turning his head slightly to meet his sensei's deep black eyes. His voice took a sharper edge as his own purple orbs narrowed. If I recall, you actually had to have training to get strong, and aren't you the one who told you Sam and Ka-san to focus on me and Narumi since we were? He finished, letting his eyes linger a moment longer on Jiraiya. He grimly nodded his head at the boy's words. He did tell the two new parents that focusing on mastering the Kyuubi's chakra was far more important than anything else, no matter the cost. He didn't know how far Minato and Kushina would take his words, but he didn't see the need to interject. They weren't his kids after all, and he already deduced that Narumi and Natsu were the fabled child of prophecy that the Take Sage has spoken of. Yes, well, you two were more important beings, but that doesn't mean Naruto won't be strong. Me might never be as strong as you or Narumi. Exactly, and since he won't, then I don't care. Natsu cut in darkly, venom oozing off his lips as he spoke. Jiraiya sighed in annoyance as he watched Natsu walk back off into the waterfall. He just couldn't understand how Minato was able to handle that kid. He wore his heart on his sleeve. When he was upset or passionate about something, it would shine on that boy's face for the world to see, and he had no problem vocalizing his thoughts, no matter the time or place. But it only served to remind the people around him about who his mother was, since Kushina was actually a lot worse at balancing her emotions. The boy was definitely unique, and Jiraiya couldn't help but acknowledge the boy's strength. Being so young and already a big feat, the only thing keeping him from proceeding even further was the Kyuubi. Unlike his sister Narumi, who managed to get on friendly terms with the beast inside of her rather quickly, Natsu was having a much more difficult time. It seems the Kyuubi in Natsu was much angrier at being ripped apart, making it a much harsher experience for Natsu. Jiraiya put his thoughts on pause as he got to his feet, stretching his back as he made his way back to Natsu. He still had to look after his training after all. Anko-sensei, why do I have to carry Naruto? What, are you telling me you don't like having blondies here wrapped around you? That isn't what I meant. Shizuka said with an annoyed huff as she adjusted the still sleeping blonde on her back. His head resting on her neck as she fought back a blush from the close proximity. She wasn't used to being this close to a member of the opposite sex. Her village would have banned this behavior until she found a suitable husband, so it was a strange change of pace for her. She tried her best to see the amused grin on her sensei's face as they walked quietly into the woods back to Konoha. After making their way back to Tuna Town after a successful raid on the Blue Flames base, Kisu was quick to offer more than enough pay for the mission. Almost doubling the amount for both Team 11's and Narumi's own mission. She offered to let them stay overnight free of charge, but Anko was quick to decline her generous offer, saying that they needed to get back to Konoha. So after a quick rest, the whole squad left the now peaceful village and were making steady progress back to Konoha. Each step made everyone more and more worried as Naruto was still unconscious and yet to wake up. Which was strange since he didn't have any injuries and was only suffering from a regular case of chakra exhaustion. Anko tried to suppress her worry for Naruto with her regular teasing and words of encouragement to her team. It seemed to work for the most part, but Anko kept a singular curious eye on Narumi. She had been strangely quiet since they left Izuna. Sorry Tits-chan, Snake-sensei told me it would be funny if you carried Blondie-kun. Shizuka turned over to glare at her sensei. If looks could kill Anko, would be a pile of ash as she looked away from Shizuka, whistling innocently to herself, trying, and failing, to hide the look of enjoyment on her face. Shizuka growled as she felt her fists tighten. Damn it sensei. Could you stop yelling please? It's starting to hurt my ears. Shizuka turned her head slightly to look at Naruto, a look of irritation on her face. Yeah well they're just so Naruto. Her annoyance soon turned to relief as she saw the blonde's eyes flutter open. Looking at her with a tired expression, the rest of the team vocalized their joy in his awakening as they stopped their trek back to the village. Anko reached over to ruffle his messy blonde spikes. Damn kid, about time you woke up, we were starting to get worried that you died on us. She said with a grin. Internally she was jumping for joy that he woke up, not wanting to admit how worried she was about him. Naruto just chuckled at Anko as Sai gave him a nod, but Naruto could see the brief flash of joy through his onyx eyes. Shizuka bent down, allowing Naruto to slide back onto his feet. He thanked the black-haired girl before cracking his back with a sigh. Happy to see you're awake Naruto, you've been out for almost 8 hours. Naruto's eyes widened as his mouth fell open in shock. 8 hours. He mumbled as he shook his head in disbelief. Looking at Anko for confirmation. They just nodded her head as Naruto frowned. It definitely felt like he was only out for about an hour. I would like to know how you managed to kill Sokka Shin. Narumi finally spoke, she asked with a raised eyebrow as she stalked closer to Naruto, her expression not matching her innocent question. Her blue eyes bored into Naruto's own, trying her best to gather any information about her enigmatic brother. Naruto could only stare at her with annoyance, just like her to get on his case without a second thought. He bit the inside of his cheek, he could feel the anger start to boil down within him as she got closer to him. Slowly the tension in the air got really thick, a sudden silence washed over them as they situated in their respective positions. Narumi could feel the annoyed looks from the rest of Team 11, and if she minded she didn't say anything about it as she kept her focus on Naruto. Naruto bit his cheek harder, letting the metallic flavor course through his mouth as his eyes narrowed. Relax, Naruto. There is no reason to get into an argument about this. Isobu said calmly, his voice soothing Naruto's anger as the blonde breathed a silent sigh. Naruto let the words linger in his mind for a while before he thanked the beast inside of him. Isobu gave him an internal nod in response. Naruto knew that Isobu was right, if he made a big deal about this, then it would no doubt raise suspicion about him, especially with his family. And when Narumi has her mind set on figuring something out, she would not stop until she won. She would most likely get angry at him until she forced it out of him. So Naruto gave a sigh. I'll tell you all when we report to Hokage-sama, I'm sure he would like to know too. He said, turning away from his sister and back to his team. Narumi narrowed her eyes at her brother's back, feeling her knuckles turning white as they balled into tight fists. She was about to protest when Anko sent her a chilling glare. Narumi opted to stay silent, pursing her lips together as the team silently made their way back to Konoha. Narumi couldn't tear her eyes off her brother as he and Shizuka mumbled stuff to each other, with Sai occasionally offering his 2 cents. She heard a deep chuckle echo deep inside of her, the demonic voice speaking loudly. It seems your little brother is hiding something from you, Narumi. Ayubi said, grinning mischievously as his words seemed to have affected Narumi rather harshly, biting her tongue in irritation. She internally nodded in agreement with the fox, it appears so, and I intend to figure out what it is. She responded to the fox. The fox's laughter died down, giving off a playful smirk as his 9 tails swung happily behind him. Or do you think he's keeping it from you because you're his sister? Shut your fucking mouth. She bit back angrily, her eyes glowing red as the fox's chakras started to flow within her. Anger coursed through her as the fox mocked her, belittling her once again. Each step she took slowly broke apart the ground under her, lowering her head, allowing the shadow of the night to obscure her vision even more. I swear I will find out what you're keeping from me, Naruto Nai. Chapter 10. Arc 2. Part 5. Minato Namikaze frowned to himself as he sat alone in his office. Papers were scattered everywhere on his desk as he ran a hand through his blonde hair. It's been 4 days since he had dropped his son Natsu off at Mount Mayaboku, and once he returned things were starting to look grim. Damn. Why are the Akatsuki starting to make their move? Of all times. Jiraiya-sensei said it would take them 3 more years. He thought to himself as he clamped his hands together, thinking about the terrorist group who calls themselves the Akatsuki. A group of notorious missing nin from all the major shinobi villages, grouping together under one unnamed leader. While their goal has remained unknown for the past few years, Jiraiya with his spy network had confirmed that their primary target was the capture of the in order to extract their Biju forcefully from their bodies. Their methods in doing so still were a mystery to the world and what their goal was after obtaining all 9 Biju. A bunch of scenarios had gone through his head on ways to stop the criminal organization, and each answer ended with strengthening up his children in order to control the Kyunbi's chakra in order to fend themselves against the S-class group. Minato sighed as he sat straighter in his seat, looking at the mess of papers in front of him again. His eyes blinking in thought as he leaned forward, resting his arm on his desk. With his free hand he pushed some of the papers away and picked up one that had caught his eye. One that had drawn him in since he first received it. It was a letter from Yukigakure, the land of snow concerning several agreements to a trading truce between the 2 villages. The thing that had struck Minato as odd was that the village itself was still rather small and separated. It had one major town that held most of the population and several smaller towns all stagnant around the snow-covered land. He hummed in thought as he thought back to his visit to Yukigakure just a few months ago, how separated the major town was from the rest. He was broken out of his thoughts as his secretary walked through the door. Okage-sama, Narumi-sama and Team 11 have both returned from their missions. Minato nodded frantically as he felt happiness and guilt invade him simultaneously. That's great, can you send them all in? Yes, Hokage-sama. Minato watched her leave as his thoughts started to wander again, why was his daughter with Team 11? Naruto's team, frankly Mianto had forgotten that he sent Naruto out on a C-rank mission altogether. The door creaked open again as all 4 shinobi walked in, bowing to him respectfully. He offered a big smile to Narumi and the rest of the Team 11, his smile falling slightly limp as his eyes moved over to Naruto. Reporting back to San from my B rank mission. Reporting back Hokage-sama from Team 11's C rank mission, along with assisting Narumi here with her B rank mission. Mianto resisted the urge to widen his eyes as he looked between both Narumi and Naruto. They were standing as far away from each other as possible. He shifted his eyes to Narumi, motioning her to explain her mission. She did so with practiced ease as she relayed the information back perfectly to Minato, ending on Team 11's appearance and the attacking of the blue flames. Minato without a doubt was shocked to hear that both their missions had escalated rather drastically. He looked back over to Enko, his eyes going serious. Enko, why did you and your team stay behind? This was easily an upper B-class mission, endangering the lives of 3 newly appointed genin teams was irrational. He scolded. Anko hesitantly nodded as she bowed to the yondaime, not out of respect, but to hide the scowl that morphed on her lips. With all due respect Hokage-sama, I was more than confident in my team's abilities to handle this mission. Like stated before in the team assessment meeting, my team has been nothing but stellar. Sai used to be under the teaching of the village elder Danzo. Shizuka here is only a genin in title. Her strength is far beyond a genin her age, and those two worked together to take out more than 30 shinobi on this mission. She said, stopping Minato dead in his tracks. She took a quick look at Naruto before she continued. Naruto here was able to trap more than 5 shinobi easily and even managed to kill Sokka Shin, the leader of the Blue Flame, single-handedly. Minato had to stop himself from opening his eyes any wider at the info. He snapped his head over to Naruto in shock, asking for confirmation. Naruto gave a curt nod as he looked away from Minato, seemingly more interested in the paintings on the wall than the conversation. Minato tried to compose himself as he coughed into his fist, clearing his throat as he looked between the 4 shinobi, more specifically his 2 kids. Getting over his initial shock, he nodded. Well then, I trust your judgment, Anko. They are your students, after all, you know them best. He said, wincing from his own words. Anko, pleased to hear Mianto say that, bowed again and stepped back next to her team. Naruto, I think it's time you explain to all of us here how you managed to kill Sokka. All eyes turned to Narumi as she spoke, her blue eyes never leaving her brother. The air got several times thicker as both Namika's kids looked at one another. Anko was about to speak up in defense for Naruto until the blonde spoke to himself. I just got lucky. I managed to catch him before one of his fireballs disintegrated me. When he was distracted, I just walked up behind him and stabbed him in the back. It was a partial truth. Well, those 2 things did happen. He didn't explain how they happened, making sure to keep his Sharingan and blood a secret until he really needed to. He was more in letting that particular thing known, but he had no idea who the extent was and would reveal it in due time. Narumi narrowed her eyes again, clearly not happy in his explanation. Before she could retort, Minato spoke up. Wow, Naruto, I'm impressed. Amazing work, he was a level shinobi. Minato said happily, ignorant to the room's growing atmosphere. Naruto nodded his head awkwardly, not sure how to feel the praise. The cough grabbed the attention in the room as Anko stepped forward once again. Begrudgingly she motions Narumi to follow suit. Minato waited patiently as they handed him a folder. Minato raised an eyebrow in confusion, quickly stacking the loose papers on his desk neatly away before opening the folder. Picking one up, he read through it carefully. It was several pages documenting all sales that the Blue Flames have made in the past 4 years. Garnering anywhere from low amounts to high amounts and to who exactly they were sold to. He silently registered to memory all the items that Iwagakure and Kumagakure had purchased from the group. We had found these files in the base that the Blue Flames were using at the time. They range from the past 4 years, but that isn't the interesting part. It's the sealing array here, isn't it? Mianto said, tracing his hand over the small array gently. He scrunched his nose in thought as Anko nodded. She patted Sai on the shoulder, making the boy shift uncomfortably. Sai here managed to find those sealing arrays hidden on all 4 pages. Narumi-san said that the seal all follows a certain rule that must be followed in order to activate it. She finished, making Narumi nod in agreement. Minato flipped the page to the side as he examined the seal again, mumbling to himself quietly. After a few moments he looked back up to the group. It seems my daughter was right, each page has a specific rule that must be followed. From what I can tell, he pointed at one of the small inscriptions on the note, holding 2 in each hand. Shaking the pages in his right hand first, these 2 can only be activated with a male with black eyes and black hair. And the ones in my left can only be opened with a girl with green eyes and black hair, who finished, making the room fall silent again. All eyes turned to Sai and Shizuka. Both genin blinked in surprise as they got handed their respective pages. Shizuka clutched the pages tightly as she looked at the seal. Sai did the same as he raised a dark eyebrow in confusion. Minato noticed the boy's hesitation and nodded his head supportively. Don't worry about it, nothing bad will happen if you open it, there isn't any sign of danger. No, that isn't it. Hokage-sama. Sai shook his head as he reached into his pouch and pulled out another folder. We also wanted to show you this, a note we found after infiltrating their base. Minato grabbed the note from the boy's hand and read through it carefully, his eyes narrowing in suspicion the more times he took to read it. He glanced upwards, noticing the unnerved faces of the shinobi in front of him. He asked what this was as he turned the note around, looking for anything out of the ordinary. Anko spoke this time. It seems to be a fortune that was given to one of the group members, and it has. Scarily accurate predictions. Anko said, walking over to Minato as he placed the note on his desk and read aloud. The battle of blue and red commences. Scorching earth with a magnificent blue hue. Where a soundless room will stand, awaiting visitors and secret information. Once the hue has been smothered, a boy is his killer, allowing for an outstanding debut. To meet on the next full moon, in a land made of frozen colorless white. I take it the battle they are referring to is about Naruto and Sokka. Minato said. Sai spoke this time, that's the assumption we came up with as well, and as Anko-sensei previously mentioned the cabin we were in apparently had a soundproof seal placed inside of it somewhere, making it impossible to hear anything outside or inside. I had no idea you guys found something like this, why didn't you tell me? Naruto said reading the note over as he stepped closer to Anko. The purple-haired grinned as she slapped him over the head. Well you said we had to wait to hear how you beat Sokka, so I decided to make you wait on this. She said playfully and Naruto only glared at her, crossing his arms with a huff. But Naruto we wanted to ask you, we assumed the battle between blue and red was you and Sokka, but we couldn't identify what the red could mean for Sokka, did anything stand out to you? Shizuka said and Naruto felt his body tense up. Shit. Could the red actually be referring to my Sharingan? It could even mean that blood I had used against him. He thought frantically as all eyes turned to him, all expecting an answer. Ignoring Narumi's suspicious glance over to him he racked his brain trying to see anything he could pin onto Sokka. Putting more distance between him and his team, he scratched the back of his head started to rumble as his new tenant began speaking to him, telling Naruto to repeat after him. Well you see Sokka never used his blue fire against me, said I wasn't worth it. Naruto lied, thanking the Biju once again, and the group merely nodded at his explanation. He was the only one who fought him after all so they would have to take his word. To meet on the next full moon, in a land made of frozen colorless white. Minato said, rubbing his chin in thought, his eyes glanced at his stack of paperwork and widened his eyes. Snapping his fingers, a land of colorless white, that would have to be Yukikar. He said, making the group look at him in realization. I see, then if we want to get to the bottom of this, we would have to travel to Yukigakure in time for the next full moon. Sai said and Minato nodded. He was certain that the meeting place in question had to be Yukigakure. Strangely the village has been on his mind for the past few days. While it puzzled him why he kept going back to the letter he had received, he didn't feel it was important. Until now. He placed a fortune down and asked Sai and Shizuka to channel their chakra into their respective pages he handed them earlier. Both genin did so without hesitation. After a moment of concentration 4 quiet poofs were heard, and gone were the sales logs. Now Sai and Shizuka both held 2 folded post-it notes. The group held their breath as the 2 genin opened the note slowly. Sai was the first one to speak, raising an eyebrow in confusion. This says there will be a meeting taking place in Wave Country, regarding a man named Gato, who's trying to overthrow that whole country. Mine says in Yukigakure there has been a surprising case of people disappearing in a town called Roka. Specifically young kids. Anko stepped forward and straightened herself as she watched her 2 genin read off the notes. She focused her deep brown eyes on the note specifically in order to take a closer look. She felt Naruto and Narumi shift a little closer to her to get a better advantage point. While she was very skeptical about the legitimacy of this so-called fortune they had found, she couldn't help but feel slightly unnerved by its accuracy. Especially since the only 2 people who could have opened the pages needed very specific rules they had to follow, and what are the odds that their team had both of the requirements? It didn't seem like a big coincidence anymore to the purple-haired, it seemed real. She looked back up to the yondaime, they shared a nod as they communicated silently. Minato stood up from his desk gathering the attention back onto him. Picking up the evidence they have acquired he started to speak. I will take these and see if I can find anything else that could be useful. I will also try and find out when the next full moon will be. With a lead like this we can't just ignore this. He said gathering smirks from the group. With a smirk of his own he continued, I will call each of you back in here once I find out when the full moon would be, for now you are all dismissed. Yes, Hokage-sama. Yes, Tusan. One by one they had started to leave as Minato vanished in a flash of yellow. Once outside the Hokage building Naruto turned to his team, smiling slightly as he stretched his arm. Do you guys want to get some extra training in since we were back home? He asked and frowned when he saw all 3 of them shake their heads. Shizuka gave him a small smile as an apology, but shook her head again. Sorry Naruto but I'm beat, probably gonna take a nap. She said and Naruto nodded, his shoulders slumping forward slightly. He turned to Sai, my apologies Blondie-kun, but Danzo-sama had asked me to report to him after our mission, he said, his eyes flashing apologetically for a moment. "Yeah, and I'm gonna see if Kakashi is free, could you use some man time you know?" she said, making Shizuka blush slightly at her implications, making Anko laugh again. She patted Naruto on the head as she grinned mischievously. "You know Blondie, I could see what Kuchan is doing, maybe she could spare some of her free time for you?" she said, and Naruto felt his face flush. He scoffed as he slapped her arm away in embarrassment. She only laughed harder as she shined away. Sai nodded before walking in the opposite direction. Shizuka turned back to Naruto and gave a smile. "I'll see you later, Naruto," she said before she started on her way home, leaving Naruto alone in front of the Hokage tower. Well, not completely alone. Just as he was about to walk away, he felt a hand grip tightly onto his shoulder. Naruto felt himself scowl as he tilted his head, narrowing his blue eyes. He stayed silent as he waited for her to speak. Her lips were pursed as her blue orbs remained unmoving as she stared at him. Naruto felt like her eyes were dissecting him, trying to get to know who her brother was. She focused on his eyes, blue eyes that she used to recognize as her younger brother, the perfect shade of that now had an aura of mystery and deceit. But they also held a large amount of warmth that betrayed his piercing expression, but Narumi couldn't remember when he had looked at her or his family with that amount of warmth. The air grew thicker as the two Namikazes stayed silent. The immense pressure that had started to build had attracted many of the passers-by, several stopping to see what the two Namikaze children would do. The chattering in the street seemed to quiet down significantly. Narumi took a confident step forward, closing the distance between the two of them as she looked down on him. She wasn't much taller than him, only by a few inches, but it was enough to make our blonde hero look up at her, his face indifferent. "I know you sent bought your whole I got lucky shtick, but I won't. I know you're hiding something from me, Nai-chan. And I intend on finding out what it is," she said smoothly, her tone sharp as her words cut his skin. Narumi tightened her grip on his shoulder. She just couldn't believe that her brother had managed to kill a level shinobi all alone. He barely had any training to begin with. She believed Naruto had to be hiding something, a power that made him stronger. She couldn't chalk it up to just getting lucky. Naruto scoffed at Narumi, forcefully pushing her hand off his shoulder as he glared harshly at his sister. He blinked, finally breaking eye contact. He tried to get his annoyance under control as he regained his bearings. "You can believe whatever it is you want to believe in. It doesn't make a difference to me whatsoever," Naruto said, breaking the silence that had reformed, making Narumi scowl. The Redeed watched as her brother took several steps away from her. She couldn't stop the next words out of her mouth even if she had wanted to. "Since when has it been okay for you to keep things away from your family, that you would even lie straight to our faces?" she asked, making Naruto stop dead in his tracks. She wasn't prepared for the dark look Naruto had sent her way. She would have swore she watched one of his eyes flash gold for a second. "Since when have we been a family, Narumi? Don't try and make me feel guilty for something you all have done to me. I won't take your shit anymore, I don't owe you anything," he said, his voice dropping several octaves as Narumi clenched her fists, matching her brother's glare perfectly. She barely registered what Naruto had said, irritation bleeding through into her expression. She was starting to get fed up with Naruto's stubbornness on returning to his family. He kept pulling further and further away from them, and she was tired of it. Before she could respond further, Naruto was gone from her line of sight, lost in the crowd of people, and she couldn't even sense his chakra signature. She growled as she slid her tongue over her canines. She stormed off back to her house. Annoyance building in her with each step. "One day, Naruto Nai, one day I will learn what you're hiding." 6 hours later. "Remember, try and feel the chakra inside, let the blood flow, grab your attention, and try to make it your own." Naruto nodded slowly as he sat with his legs crossed on the floor. He took a deep breath as he closed his eyes in concentration. After his spat with Narumi, he needed to blow off some steam, so he decided to go to his new favorite training area in the village, the small clearing that was close to training ground 99, the very place he had met Kurenai for the first time. He has only come here once after he met her 5 years ago. He usually went to ground 99, but he wanted to take extra precaution with working on his blood. While he knew next to nothing about what this style was capable of, he was glad that he had Isobu to help teach him. So after about 2 hours of intense cardio and training, the last 4 hours he dedicated himself to try and figure out the inner workings of the mysterious style of. A small gnawing sound echoes in the clearing as Naruto forms a singular hand sign, channeling his chakra as he opens his eyes. Making eye contact with the pinned down squirrel on the floor. Naruto finally breathed out as the squirrel only tilted his head to the side, looking at Naruto in confusion. Naruto groaned as he lowered his hands and rubbed his arm. So far the only thing he knew he could do with the blood was basically the same thing he could do with water, basic manipulation, much like the spiral blade he had formed to kill Sokka. But that only left him with more questions than answers. So he tried to practice on manipulating the blood inside the squirrel he had captured to see if he could possibly control the animal or kill it from the inside. Results showed that it was impossible to physically manipulate the blood in another body, but if it was outside of the body, then it was a free game for the blonde. He made several small cuts on the squirrel, letting the blood slowly leak from the tail. While it was a little difficult to manipulate the blood once it was freed from the body, it was around the same basics for water chakra, it just consumed twice the normal amount of chakra to actually use. Well, that's the way Asobu explained it to Naruto, since blood was more dense and a thicker substance, it required more and more chakra in order to change its shape. That was why Naruto suffered from chakra exhaustion after only using one blood style. He tried to use his Sharingan on the squirrel along with the blood style to see if this would have an effect in controlling the blood in one's body. Sadly, the Sharingan did no such thing, it held no positive or negative impact for blood style. Naruto sighed as he let the squirrel free, watching as the critter ran away from him and jumping back into the forest happily. He deactivated his Sharingan as he sat and thought. So we figured out that it's most likely impossible to control the blood in another living creature. But once the blood is spilled I can manipulate it, but it takes a far more amount of chakra to do so. He internally mused as he grabbed a kunai from his pouch and placed the blade on his arm. He took a deep breath before he sliced the blade across his skin, wincing from the pain as the smell of copper flowed up into his nose. He placed the kunai onto the grass and hovered his palm over the cut, watching as his blood slowly leaked down his arm. He started to channel his chakra again, after a moment the blood from his wound had started to float upwards. The blood started to take shape into a small size ball, almost looking like a red water balloon as he concentrated to keep the shape. He flipped his hand upwards, allowing the ball to float perfectly upright above his palm. Before Naruto had any time to celebrate, the ball then popped, splashing him with his own blood as he coughed in surprise. He cursed as he wiped his face clean. Well, that was a good start, it takes less chakra to form something with my blood. He thought as he looked down to his previously injured arm, tracing his fingers over the cut he had placed on his tanned skin. The cut was already completely sealed itself shut, not a blemish in sight. After consulting Asobu, the Biju explained that his blood, if he chose to, Naruto could begin to heal any injuries on his body. All he had to do was channel the chakra into a specific part in his bloodstream, allowing his white blood cells to act fast and start healing his injuries at a rapid rate. Naruto was elated to find that out. While he wasn't sure if he could save his life from anything life-threatening, it definitely would help in the midst of battle. A sudden idea popped into his head as he picked up the kunai once more and brought it over to his arm. He was about to slice as a loud scared voice reached his ears. "And Naruto-kun, what are you doing?" Kurenai Yuhi had to resist the urge to sigh as she walked side by side with her date for the evening, Asuma Sarutobi. Yesterday evening he had asked her to dinner as a way of catching up after weeks of team training. She was certainly surprised when he had asked her out. She had thought he had no interest in her since he has been so standoffish for the past couple of weeks. But that wasn't why she had to fight back a sigh. In fact, they actually had a pleasant dinner date. He would ask her about her and how she was improving, how her team was doing, and they would swap stories from the past. All in all, it was a great time and Asuma acted like a complete gentleman. But the thing was, she didn't know the attraction she felt for him anymore. Asuma was starting to open up to her a lot more now and he even began flirting regularly. Slipping in a sweet comment whenever he could. While she was flattered, it didn't make her heart skip a beat like it had used to. In fact, it didn't do anything to her, but she couldn't deny the attraction she felt towards the Sarutobi. She was confused. So the two of them made small talk as he dropped her off on her doorstep. She turned around and gave Asuma a small smile. He returned it with one of his own, flashing his teeth as he stepped closer to Kurenai. "I'm glad you went out with me tonight, Kurenai, maybe we can do it again sometime." His voice was deep. Trying to add every ounce of coolness into his words. Kurenai wasn't fazed in the slightest as she gave a small nod. "Maybe we will," she said, making Asuma's smile grow wider. Kurenai forced herself to suck in a breath as she watched the taller man slightly close his eyes and lean towards her. It was soft and sweet when his larger lips slightly pecked hers. She made no notion to fight the kiss, nor did she return it. She felt nothing. Asuma pulled away and wished Kurenai a good night. Kurenai returned the gesture as she watched Asuma walk away. A slight spring in his step as the people walking in the street looked at him in confusion. She felt herself frown, slightly regretting the idea of another date with the man. She stayed on her doorstep for a few minutes before walking down the steps and making her way to her favorite training area. Her thoughts quickly flashed to Naruto for a moment, remembering how they first met. On her way to the training spot she couldn't help but have a quick spike of worry. It's been 4 days since he had left on his first C-rank mission, which was odd since his team was only doing a simple delivery. And from what she remembered from what Naruto told her, it was to Tuna Town, a village right next to Konoha. It only took a few hours to get there. Shaking her worries away, her eyes lit up as she saw the forest clearing come into view. She could always rely on training to brighten up her mood, maybe she could even try and create a new one. She chuckled to herself at her thoughts before stepping into the wide open space. She waited for a moment for her eyes to adjust, since there wasn't too much light that shined into the clearing. Blinking, she focused her vision until she saw the very same blonde who had been just occupying her thoughts, her eyes widening as she witnessed him slowly put the kunai closer to his arm, ready to slice it open. The shock only lasted for a second before fear tore into her heart. She reacted quickly as she sprinted off towards him, a yell forcing its way out of her mouth. "Then Naruto-kun, what are you doing?" Naruto looked up in surprise as he didn't have to react as a sudden red and white blur tackled him to the ground. He yelped in surprise as he fell to the ground. He felt his arms get pinned above his head, the grip tight as ever, as he tried to focus his vision on who was crazy enough to tackle him. Looking up, he felt his face flush deeply, his eyes opening wide as soft black locks of hair had started to tickle his cheeks. Deep crimson eyes looked down on him with worry, unshed tears forming in them as her body hovered over Naruto. She was between his legs as the coconut scent from her shampoo had started to invade Naruto's senses, making the blonde's blush heat up rapidly. Words failed to escape his throat as he found himself lost within her eyes, ruby gemstones looking at him with concern that sent his heart soaring to the moon. "She's beautiful," he subconsciously thought, his body tensing as he felt her hot breath caress his skin. "Naruto-kun, what are you thinking? Why you can't do this?" she said, pleading even as her eyes glanced at the kunai that fell limp next to him. Her eyes glowing wide as she saw the tip already red, stained with his blood. She tore her eyes away as she started to scan over the boy's arms, frantically looking for any signs of damage on the boy's flesh. Naruto blinked in confusion at Kurenai, a blush still prominent on his face, as he tried to figure out what caused the sudden hysteria. "Naruto-kun, why would you do something like this? We can get through this, I promise you," Kurenai said as she turned his arm over, continuing her search. Naruto followed her line of sight, confusion bubbling into him. He glanced between her looking at his arm and the blood-stained kunai next to him. The gears in his head started to quicken as his mind finally realized what it must have looked like he was doing. He offered the above him an awkward smile after he gained her attention. "Kurenai-san. Kurenai-san, it's okay, I promise you." But you were." "I can explain." She looked at him with a critical eye as he spoke. Not believing him in the slightest. He saw the woman's hesitation leak into her expression, and he nodded. "I promise I will explain. But you would have to get off of me to do so." He stuttered out, looking away in embarrassment. Kurenai blinked as she looked down, her face going pink as she quickly apologized and hopped off of Naruto, taking an embarrassed seat next to the blonde. Naruto just nodded in response before he took the seat directly across the black-haired beauty. He took a deep breath before looking up at her, the pink in her cheeks already gone as she waited for him to speak. Naruto reached up and scratched his head, making Kurenai smile softly. "Well, you see, me and my team had just returned from our first C-rank mission," he said, making her nod that she could already tell. "And well, we had run into Narumi and she had asked for our help to take out a Blue Flames base that was talking about targeting Tizona." Kurenai's eyes went wide at the mention of the notorious missing nin group. She looked at Naruto with concern. He responded with an eager shake of his hands. "Nothing bad happened, our combined effort was enough to take down the base. Well, Anko-sensei, Sai and Shizuka actually took out the base. I only fought Sokka." Sokka-shin," she said, leaning forward in shock. Naruto backed up slightly, the blush returning to his face at the sudden close proximity. He nodded his head at her. Kurenai looked at him in awe. Of course she knew who Sokka-shin was. He was the highest rated B-rank missing nin in the bingo book. He was borderline A-class. She had never run into Sokka personally, but she had taken out her fair share of Blue Flame bases in the past. She smiled fondly at those memories. It was the first time a shinobi had called her the mistress of Genjutsu. Kurenai then placed her hand on her hip, which looked strange since she was sitting with her legs crossed on the floor. "What do you mean only you fought Sokka-shin? You mean to tell me you were alone when you fought him?" "Naruto-kun, he's a level shinobi," she said with worry, making Naruto smile, glad to hear the worry in her voice. Naruto nodded in affirmation. "Yeah, I was paired up with Narumi and we got separated and I had to fight Sokka alone. Which is why I was doing that," he said as he grabbed the kunai off the grass. Kurenai looked at him, nervousness building up into her. Naruto hesitated the closer he brought the kunai to his arm. He wondered how much he would tell Kurenai. He trusted her more than anyone else in the village. She was one of the two special people he had in his childhood and he cherished the moment he had spent with her all those years ago. She had helped him more than she would ever know with his family. She was truly special to him. But how far could he tell her? Could he tell her how he caught Sokka with his Sharingan? All the while the Sanbi happened to be sealed in his gut this whole time. As he finished Sokka off with a blood, he had already planned on telling Kurenai about this blood, frankly, since he didn't have much of a choice anymore. But the guilt of hiding more from her hurt more than any stab wound. And he had this itching feeling, itching to tell someone. If you truly trust Kurenai, if you truly trust this woman with your life and she is indeed such a precious person to you, then I think it is wise. Isobu's words echoed in his mind as he stopped the kunai a mere inch from his skin. Naruto faltered slightly, pausing his inner musings to ponder what the beast had said. Naruto slowly looked back up to Kurenai, the woman sucked in a breath as she noticed the blonde's eyes take a serious expression. One she had never seen before. Kurenai-san, you have been one of the closest people in my life ever since we met years ago. He started, making the woman smile. But I've been hiding a lot. From you, and really everyone. These are secrets that I have never intended to tell anyone until I was forced to. He said looking away from Kurenai, his serious expression cracking as his grip tightened around his kunai. Kurenai watched in silence as she slowly scooted closer to Naruto, taking his free hand into hers. If you don't want to tell me then you don't have to do Naruto-kun, I will understand so you don't have to worry. But if you choose to then I will support you, but I don't want you to feel pressured into doing so. She said softly. Gliding her thumb across his knuckles slowly. Naruto felt his serious expression fade away as he closed his eyes, he felt a small smile tug on his lips as he breathed in deeply. The thing is Kurenai-san, because you are someone so special to me I want you to know, and I think it would make me feel better. He said before plunging the into his arm. Kurenai gasped in shock. Yelling at Naruto to take it out before he could hurt himself anymore. Naruto's calm voice reached her ears, making her look back to his closed eyes. You see Kurenai-san, I actually managed to kill Sokka's shin, I caught him in a before appearing behind him and sending it through his chest. He said as he opened his eyes. He flinched when Kurenai gasped a second time, fear flooded his system as he dreaded what Kurenai would do. Would she think he was a freak? Or think that he stole it off a dead body during the massacre? Kurenai couldn't believe her eyes as she watched Naruto look away from her, a 3-tomo Sharingan spinning in his left eye as he refused to make eye contact. Her brain went numb for a moment as she tried to figure out if what she was seeing was real or not. Her mind had already connected the dots to who she had previously belonged to. The red-eyed beauty felt her eyes glisten as she stayed silent, effectively freaking Naruto out even more. Naruto was about to run away until he felt her soft hand slowly caress his cheek. He looked up in shock to Kurenai as her thumb glided over his scar tenderly, not wanting to hurt him. Naruto's mouth went dry as he let Kurenai do her thing, as a feeling of electricity cascaded down his spine as she got even closer to him. It must have been hard, carrying this burden all by yourself, with no one to talk to about it. No one to help you through it. She whispered as she rested her forehead against his. Naruto stayed silent as her words of silk flowed into his ears. He looked down, letting her black hair obscure his vision. You've been through so much Naruto-kun, more than most shinobi deal with in their life. And to carry such a heavy secret on your back all alone. Just know that you aren't alone anymore. She said, determination flooding through her voice. Naruto had to choke back a sob of happiness at her words. He mumbled a thanks into her hair. She only smiled in return as she brought her free hand up and circled it around Naruto, letting her fingers rest in his blonde locks. They stayed like that for a few minutes longer before Kurenai turned her head to still see the kunai embedded into Naruto's arm. Naruto-kun, now that you told me about yours little gift, can you please tell me why you stabbed yourself with a kunai? She asked as she, reluctantly, let go of Naruto. The blonde pouted as the warmth from her body vanished as he looked at the kunai in his arm. Fuck, I forgot about this. He thought. Naruto nodded before he pulled them out, letting the blood leak out from his wound. Kurenai was about to work on patching the wound up when Naruto had stopped her. This is how I managed to kill Sokka. After I got him into I got behind him and sent a blade through his chest. He said as he waved his free hand over his wound, forming the familiar hand sign. Kurenai watched in astonishment as the blood from his cut had started to float upwards, taking a shape of a small ball. The ball wavered in shape slightly before popping once again, this time Naruto was able to make it, so the blood exploded onto the floor and not his face. Was that blood, she asked, completely baffled. She had no idea that kind of even existed, she had never heard of it before. Naruto then explained how he was doing an experiment when she had barged in and tackled him to the ground, telling her that he was seeing that because of this, he was able to heal wounds on his body. And much to Kurenai's amazement, she watched as the wound was almost already completely healed. It had looked like his blood had taken the form of several small wires and had stitched it back up perfectly. Kurenai glanced back over to Naruto, his Sharingan eye still activated as he smiled awkwardly. She brought her hands up and started to message her temple. This has been a lot of info for me today. She said, making Naruto frown. I know, I'm sorry I didn't. Don't apologize, just cause it may have overloaded my brain doesn't mean I'm not happy you told me. She said with a giggle, putting Naruto at ease. Looking into his Sharingan eye, an eye she knew held so much weight for Naruto. Coupled with a new style she had never seen before, one that seemed incredibly powerful. Kurenai was flattered to know that he trusts her so much. Ever since Shisui had died, she always wished she could have dedicated more time to him when he was younger. But this has been the only year since she had become a that she actually had more free time, senseis really had a lot of leeway. And she couldn't help but be proud at how much Naruto has improved. His teachings with Shisui and Anko must have really paid off, and paired with his new blood. She shivered at that thought, wondering just how strong the boy in front of her would become. As she watched him get to his feet, she let her vision linger on him for a few moments. That's right, he's just a boy. She thought to herself, a tinge of sadness etched in her thoughts. The next day 8 a.m. Why didn't you tell her about me? It just didn't seem right, she said it herself. She was overloaded. And shit, how could I tell her when we don't even know how this happened? It would just bring up questions that can't be answered. I suppose you are right, she did seem to take it well enough. Naruto nodded to Isobu, walking down the streets of Konoha. He had spent the night at Shikamaru's place again, since he didn't want to be bothered with facing Narumi at home. The lazy Nara and his family accepted him with open arms, which he graciously appreciated. The Nara genius sat him down, and they talked for hours as they played a few rounds of shogi. He told Shikamaru about his first C-rank mission, and he wasn't shocked in the slightest at how far things had escalated. He only gave a half sigh. He beat Naruto in another round. It's not surprising that you find yourself in these troublesome situations. Naruto couldn't help but snicker as his words echoed in his mind. His best friend sure didn't seem to have a care in the world, he really envied him. But sadly, morning came all too soon for Naruto, and the moment he stepped out of the Nara household, Den was already outside waiting for him, informing the blonde that the Hokage needed to see him immediately. He was saddened to hear that his father needed to see him so early. It wasn't even 9 a.m. yet, and he was hoping he could see Kurenai again today, maybe even get in some extra lessons. Thinking of the ruby eyes woman, a large smile tugged at his lips. He really was thankful for her. She helped him in a time where he thought all was lost. Hey Naruto. Naruto stopped his walk as he turned around at the call of his name. Looking back, he saw Shizuka run up next to him. Naruto found himself curious as to why his teammate had such an excited look on her face. She had a spring in her step as she stopped and looked at him, her smile growing wider. Hey Shizuka, what's up? He asked as they both started walking again. Meanwhile, Shizuka was eager to get to the Hokage tower. She knew a bit of surprise was in order and was slightly confused on why the boy next to her didn't seem to share her excitement. Do you not know? Sai said he was gonna come and tell you. Naruto looked at her in confusion again, raising an eyebrow as she slowly shook his head. No, I haven't seen Sai all morning. Did something happen? Yeah. He said Hokage-sama figured out when the next full moon is, and he's assigning our squad to take care of it. What? Really? Naruto yelled back, shock entering his system as the beast inside of him hummed in delight. He didn't think the Hokage would find out when the next full moon would be, and he really didn't think he would assign Team 11 to the mission. This was easily a B-rank mission or higher, maybe even borderline A rank. His team was capable. He finally felt like he was finally progressing and training since they had returned. A large portion would have to be from killing Sokka and the Biju inside him. But it was rare for a Genin team to take a B-rank mission. The only time any new Genin was allowed the pleasure was during war, when it was inevitable. Excitement pumped through him as he and Shizuka engaged in small talk before getting to the Hokage tower. After entering the tower, they were quickly granted access to the Yondame's office. Naruto opened the door and was shocked to see that the rest of his team was already inside. They offered the two of them a small smile and greeting, which they returned happily. Glancing over to his left, his shock seemed to grow as he saw his sister standing next to the Hokage's desk. She offered him a hesitant nod in greeting, one where he didn't return. Standing next to Narumi was the face of a woman he had just seen last night. Blinking in surprise, he smiled wide as he greeted her happily, one she returned. Neither noticing the confused expression Minato sent their way, the teasing smirk of Anko, or the tightening of Narumi's hands. Minato coughed to gather the group's attention. All shinobi snapped into place, Shizuka taking a stand next to Anko, while Naruto took his next to Kurenai. The Yondaime produced two scrolls from his desk, one white and the other blue. He handed the blue one to Anko and the white one to Kurenai. Thank you.